It's episode 246 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is. It is the July 4th edition. And as you all well know, that means it is the birthday of Bobby Bro.
Mm-hmm. It is.
That's it. As far as I'm aware, that's all that could be related to it. Now, I've heard rumors that there is something else supposedly that has something to do with July the 4th. Now, again, it is the birthday of the Bro, so happy birthday to the Bro. But I do have representing that America's greatest enemy. No one hates America more than this man. He literally wouldn't shut up about it in the pre-show. Like, the only thing he hates more than America is freedom. Here's Eric. Eric, I'm glad you switched the hat. You know, you switched from the English hat. Eric was literally draped in his finest Union Jack, talking about those traitors who would betray the crown. But, you know, he switches up in his character. Hold on, everyone. This is now in character. Eric is now going to play an American. Here we go.
I was a little bit late, all right? I had to add another couple of inches on the lift of my pickup truck.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were out, all right, out in the woods.
This is the definition of overcompensating, Bobby. Way overcompensating.
We were shooting some stuff, right? And it was just we had a little BBQ, all right, because it's America's birthday. So all
this
I got
is the most absurd English accent I've ever heard.
All I gotta say is America. Woo-hoo! That's what we're all about down here today, boys, is America.
Did you get those truck tires stuck in the mud down in Tennessee there?
Yeah, but you know, you just get your buddy to tow it out, and off you go, and you just keep on going. That's all you got to do.
What's truck without a winch, you know? And
You gotta have it, baby.
And then you have your regular winches.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have a winch.
You guys should have seen it. He was literally making out with a portrait of the Queen. It was just a little awkward. It was a little weird, man. I gotta be honest. We're used to a lot of weirdness from Eric, and it was a little weird.
Eric, what's in the box? What's in the box?
Oh, what's in the box? Yeah. No, it's Reggie. I brought him to work.
Gwyneth Paltrow's head would be less horrifying.
No,
I would think so.
It's Reggie.
Wow.
No,
all right, let me read a couple of comments while Eric continues to try to suck up to the Americans in the hopes they won't deport his ass. And they should, honestly, they should.
Yeah.
First, Josh, it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. Thank you, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you. Zach says, rough day to be Eric the America hater. Yeah. Listen, he was weeping. It was horrible. Mike, happy Friday, everyone. Yes, it is also the birthday of the Burrell. Don't forget, happy Friday and the birthday of the Burrell.
Damn right.
So you get a twofer.
Twofer!
Mike Ham, good evening. Good evening, Ham. Paul says, is Eric blowing off his hand with fireworks? We can only hope. We can only hope.
We all saw that video.
Yep. Happy birthday, says Ham. Good stuff.
Right.
So yeah, actually, we're in the week of it. I forget. I always get the dates mixed up because I know Bobbles and I are pretty close. A couple of days apart, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, your birthday is today.
Yep.
And then my birthday will actually be if we do the normal length episode, as soon as we cross midnight, we'll hit the 12th. So it'll be technically we'll hit my birthday next week. So it should be just basically following the normal pattern. Yeah, right at the tail end, we will officially cross over into the 12th.
Yep.
But the 12th is going to be a big one. I'll just say right now, just to give everybody a heads up. Number one, it will be, of course, it'll be my birthday. But in addition to that, it'll be AEW's big pay-per-view show. I'm going to enjoy watching that. And also the CSC show. Now, I am actually going to attend the CSC show. I'll pop in and check it out. I'll give you guys a little report on the ground. So my intention is to go and check it out I'll break with tradition and I'll go in the morning and actually check it out for a little bit and then come back at a reasonable time. So that's kind of the thought process. I'll get there early-ish. Now, no word yet on this. They were soliciting content creators for media passes. I have requested a media credential. Let's see if they give fealty. And on my birthday, no less. CSC folks.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I have requested the media credentials. We'll see. We'll see.
Yes. You've been promoting that show. They owe you.
I know, exactly. This at least I can do at this point.
And a free box of something.
I know. But at least, regardless, I'll pop in and check it out. I've got a little budget that I'll bring with me. So I'll actually do a little video explaining a couple of days before. I'll do a little video explaining kind of what my plan is. I'm going to see if I can find some stuff that might be of interest to do a little flipping. Of course, if I can find something for me, of course, I'll pick it up. But We'll see. It's a mixed bag. Those shows, they've got some stuff, and I've been able to find stuff there in the past. So it just depends. Sometimes the mix of dealers works. Sometimes it doesn't. But I'll keep my eyes open, and we'll see what happens.
That's what they bring. Yeah, it's really funny because some guy will just bring a random thing, and you go, "Wow, hey, there you go."
I have had some success. I've gotten some vintage cards in it. I've got some
Me too.
wrestling cards in it. Like I found, like I've bought a couple Juan Soto cards there. So there's been a mix. I have in fact found stuff there. It just depends on what the dealers are bringing that time around.
Yeah, it's like that one time that I went. The guy had the baseball autographs on postcards and stuff. It was like great deal.
So it is possible. So the only way you'll know is looking. And in this case, it works out that it happens to be the same day. I can come back. I'll have a little birthday cake or something, and then kind of enjoy my pay-per-view. So it should be a good day. It'll be a full day.
You heard him. Birthday cake.
I might just listen, Eric. If I'm feeling extra bougie, I might be like, people, I need the ice cream cake. Don't do it for me.
Have the ice
Do it for
cream
Bobby.
cake,
Do it for Bobby. Just 1455 said, gave video a like. Hey, everyone. Hey to you. Paul says, deporting Eric means someone has to take him. That's part of the problem. We're working on it. It's a work in progress. We're trying to figure it out. Like, he's appealed to the queen. The awkward part is it keeps appealing to the queen, and the queen's dead.
Yeah.
So I think that's what has been causing the problem. But I think what the holdup is that he keeps appealing to the queen when she's dead, and her son has taken over.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little awkward, that he keeps trying. And again, the making out with the picture of the queen was really, should all be grateful that we didn't already hit live before that happened. He was at least able to put it down and put on this American getup, to try to fool you.
It was a young picture of her, not like the old picture of her.
Oh, Eric, it was the old picture. That's really the old picture.
And then he was
going to tell everybody everything that happens behind the scenes. I don't know.
Listen, Eric, on Bobby's birthday of all things, we cannot live on a throne of lies.
No,
we simply can't.
I mean, you could.
Good evening, Orlando.
He had music blaring in the background. Sex Pistols, God Save the Queen, She Ain't You Human Being.
It was just God Save the Queen on loop. It was crazy. Yeah. So anyway, regardless, happy 4th of July again for the Burrell, and also for those of you Americanos who celebrate Treason Day.
Blair and Kid Rock, but I know that there's copyright things that go on sometimes. So
Eric, of all the fake pseudo American patriots, Kid Rock is the best you can do. Not even Bruce Springsteen, like nothing.
No,
the boss.
We're
got the American flag on the
Kid Rock
album.
We're going to go American Badass is what we were going to do, but we decided. I said, hey, I got the copy.
The best part is that the American Badass is
like
the best part is the American Badass is like the skinniest white boy in the world. Like,
oh yeah,
are you kidding? Oh, a stiff wind will blow him over.
Yeah, but if it was good enough for the Undertaker, it's good enough for me.
I don't think the Undertaker did his vetting ahead of time. He should have looked into that a little closer. They were some folks wake up with all 10 figures for the final time. That is true. That is true.
Oh,
one of the key memes was that one. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, remember when Jason Pierre-Paul, the DE for the Giants, got us blown off in 2015? So that was a meme that circulated on the Discord today. That was one of the things. Will, who actually is an MD, he has been in an ER when this happens. It's a little bit too much of the booze and a little bit of the fireworks, not necessarily the right combo. You don't want to be mixing those two things.
I think it's a little bit of lacking in the gene pool at that point, if you're holding on to one of those things. Yep. And then you hear the screams afterwards on these memes. It's like, I lost my hand. It's like, really?
Yeah, what do you
I like to think of it as the only time Darwinism works in real time.
It does, yeah.
Like it actually works pretty fast at that
reality.
Yeah, it works real quick. It's actually very impressive.
Yeah.
So, but that's one thing. So make sure you don't do that, I guess, would be our advice.
And then they show the hand. He's got 2 fingers left. So at least he can go bang, bang.
Well, I told you guys that I used to work at that party supply store. And one of the things that I did So I actually was, because a lot of the, in retail, it tends to be 2 demographics. You are either old enough to be kind of supervising or managing, or you're the kids. Well, the kids can't sell the fireworks. You have to be old enough to buy the fireworks to be able to sell the fireworks. So in other words, when I was there and I was doing it, it's like, hey, Carlos, can you take over the fireworks aisle? I was like, yeah, I got you. It's like, easy assignment for me. Great. Like, listen, easy assignment for me. But then you'd have these kids come by. And the thing is, I'll humor them. I'm not going to let them take anything. But the point is, I'll humor. But the first thing a couple of the kids were asking is like, how explosive is the gunpowder? I'm like, you are someone who should be on a watch list.
Yes.
If that's the first question out of your mouth, it's like, Eric, it's like, even if you were of age, I'm not selling any fireworks to you, son.
Nope.
How much damage will this do to a mailbox?
A problem waiting to happen, brother. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, for legal purposes, we will not be selling you any fireworks today. But you would get some interesting questions, Eric. I must tell you, as a person who did sell fireworks for a
I
little
think
bit.
you could do it, like write a book or do a like 2-hour video on just that.
Yeah, you really could. Yeah,
Mhm.
there, like I said, if you have
Questions
enough,
I had.
yeah, if you have enough time working retail, you will encounter these situations where you're just like, I
Mhm.
don't know, guys, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a good reason. It's fun to do it
glove
once because you
factories.
can have some stories, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to be doing that as a career because that's going to get old fast.
I never did retail, so thank goodness.
Glove factories love the 4th of July, man, because they get all the gloves that get made incorrectly, like 3 fingers, 2 fingers, just all the mistakes. Now they can resell
Factories
them.
that have seconds.
This is it.
Yeah,
2 or 3
right? They
fingers.
sit in a box. They sit in a box in the back of the factory all year, and then all of a sudden 4th of July comes, and there's a run on 3-fingered gloves.
Yep.
So at what
Yep.
point do you stop assembling a 3-finger glove? I don't. Anyways, go ahead. Move on. Let's go.
Yep. Orlando here says, don't even give Eric sparklers. Listen, we've all been told, like at this point, he doesn't even get a little LED light. He doesn't get anything. We don't let
I'm
him
not
have it.
allowed to have a laser pointer because I'll blind myself.
Probably.
Mhm. Yep. Yep.
People
That
have.
is correct. Big news of the day: Joey Chestnut wins for the 17th time. Yes, Joey Chestnut does continue his dynasty.
This
The hot dog eating contest.
This disgusting, absolutely gross.
It's
I've never
amazing.
been into this competitive eating thing. I can't even watch it. Watching him just, oh my God, it is nauseating to watch these people do what they do. It's disgusting.
Well, everybody has to do something.
Well, the problem is for Eric, competitive eating is eating one thing. It's like,
It
what is
is.
it? It's like it's a tuna sandwich with mayo. And he's like, no. And the entire competition is, can he eat one?
All right, hold on a second.
And he holds the record for eating the least amount.
I don't know if that. Now listen closely. Which with a W is listening. All right.
Well, I was told you
Which
were
is
the
which?
You, no, listen. Thanks to you losers and this stupid mayo joke thing, my mother started cracking mayo jokes at dinner tonight, and I almost lost it. All right? No, not funny. It's not funny. Okay, you got to have a work
Eric
balance.
Counterpoint, Bobby.
I don't like it.
Counterpoint. Ted seems to disagree with your assessment, and I got to be honest. I'm going to give it to Ted.
Seen, like the little wry smile, right? She just thought she was the cat's pajamas cracking mayo joke at dinner tonight. Well, I didn't think it was funny, and I'm blaming you clowns.
I need an example to say that is truly.
I was going to say, like,
we
need to evaluate these mayo jokes. What do we got?
Because you could just be talking out your hat.
No,
your USA hat.
I'm just saying you've turned my own mother against
Tell
me.
us one joke.
We I don't think she ever liked me.
To hear one of the jokes and see if it really
but
was.
Maybe Eric, if you had stopped offering her scones, you Brit fake American.
Yeah,
if you'd stop asking her for scones, see, this is the British invasion. How dare you? Look, Kathy seems to have a different story.
Yeah. You turned my mother against me again. Not a hard thing to do.
Low bar. I was going to say real low bar.
Not a hard thing to do. All right.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now even in my own home, in my safe place.
You don't have a safe place.
I have to listen to mayo jokes at dinner time. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Bobby, I think I'll speak for all of us when I say I regret nothing.
I have nothing.
Yeah. Zach says, my brother-in-law has ran a stand for years. Love when people cry about inflation, but there's no slow enough people lined up to light their money on fire. That is true. I will say this. I did actually, when I did work there for that, I was able to kind of help out because the neighborhood wanted to have like a little fireworks display. So we basically set up, I kind of advised them on how to grab, because they wanted to grab like one of those packages. I go, no, we'll just grab a couple of these components and we can put together something better than what that is. It'll be better bang for your buck anyway. But the thing is, for the dollar per cost, you'll burn through hundreds of dollars in like a couple of minutes. Like unless you want the fireworks display to be there for like 2 minutes, it's not going to be much. Like basically you got to start stacking stuff. And that's basically how you can create a little bit more of a fireworks display.
So Zach, your brother-in-law, he runs a stand. Like, is that equating to being like a carny, or is it sort of as the guy sitting there going, what kind of fireworks you want?
Have you seen Joe Dirt?
Yo,
You know.
fireworks. Just
Have
saying.
you seen Joe Dirt?
Yes.
Okay. You remember the buddy he runs into selling fireworks on the side of the road?
Yeah.
That's it.
That's about it. Yeah, that's actually classic.
Mhm.
Because anybody
Oh,
say,
yeah.
what do you do for a living? Like, honestly, that's a dating no-no. If you want to say, well, I want a fireworks stand. And
I run a fireworks stand on the side of the road.
Well, Bobby, it could be worse. You could literally just work at the fireworks stand on the side of the road.
that'd be even worse.
At least if you own it. At least if you
There's
own
a
it.
tier
It's
below.
a step up. Yeah, like there's a level
there's
below.
no business owner.
It's like you're not good enough to own the fireworks stand. You work there.
You're an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Paul says, "Well, watching it when you're full is easier watching it hungry." True. Joey Chestnut is in the bathroom right now. Maybe.
Oh God.
Bazir says, "What's up, fellas? Happy 4th." Yes, the birthday of the Burrell. Happy 4th. Philly Joe says, "Good evening, Carlson gang. Good evening to you." Chestnut would be popular in jail. He sure knows how to take down some Franks. Leave that to
Oh, ham bad.
Listen, this is Florida man.
Oh.
Don't blame me.
Ham.
But does it not concern you where Ham's
Let's
mind
clip
immediately
that.
goes?
Let's clip that in.
Ham. Bad ham.
Yeah.
Look, this is what happens in Florida. I don't know what to tell you. This is
I
what the
don't know.
people think about. What do you
He
want from me?
types that, and then the next thing he does is type hello to my mother. God damn.
But he also said, "You may owe my day."
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
You may owe my day.
Paul says, "Be glad it's just jokes. I tried to bribe her to give her you mayo with sandwiches, and she declined. For now."
Yeah,
It
for
just
now.
sounds to me, Paul, like you didn't make a good enough offer.
Mm.
Kathy is being is using good strategery.
Oh,
She's holding out for more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when the dollar amount is right, we could be talking a different story. A different story.
No, I don't
We're
trust.
still waiting for that, but yeah.
Just
Come on.
saying, could happen any day now. Now let me touch on one thing here, and then I'll come back around to it. Before I do, though, I want to talk about this briefly. Like I said, we mentioned the CSC show, and my plan is to check that out following week. However, Bobby did attend the card show on July the 1st because the one in Hamilton does it on the holidays when they can. They try to take advantage of those holidays.
Generally
they
a
will do it
Monday
otherwise.
long weekend, but yeah.
And they'll try to take advantage of it. But in this case, it fell on a Tuesday, so that was pretty good. So why don't you just tell us kind of what happened with that one? How was that show?
That's a great show. You know, I kind of get in. I'm not a dealer, but I bring a lot of stuff with me in case I want to trade or something like that. There's a few particular people there that I can, approach and make a trade, maybe on something that I don't really want to exactly pay their amount for. So, I can offset that cost and what have you. So what I generally do, and I'll give you the insight, is like when somebody I sort of somewhat know, like they're rolling in a big cart full of stuff, I get at the front and I go, okay, yeah, you're good. Come on. Yeah, keep pushing. So the lady goes, friend of mine is his wife. She's an older lady. She goes, oh, I can handle it from here. I said, no, I'll take you right through. Don't worry, I got it. Don't. But everything's stable on there. It's just like, and then you go in and then you go to your booth or whoever, So it was a good show. I was surprised again that my guy who usually brings stuff, I had to buy stuff from the guy beside him who always seems to have the hockey stuff. Yet I emailed the guy before the show, my guy, and he goes, yeah, I'll look and I'll try to bring whatever I can. And he usually does, but the shows that I never show up, then he brings everything hockey wise. So it was a good show. I picked up a few nice pieces. I was pretty happy. Again, going to the show, it's very surprising how much vintage there is. It's sort of, there's a little bit of Pokemon, but there's a lot of sort of antique collectibles. Like it doesn't have to be sports related. It might be NASCAR related. It could be, tractor related. John Deere, could be anything. So you never know what you're going to find there. And then there's lots of sports. There's lots of new card dealers. There's I think there's got to be 60 tables, something like that.
Did Colin set up in this one?
Colin, the big, no.
Yeah, Colin Murray. Yeah.
No,
he's been in a couple. Like that's why I just asked. I was just curious.
Yeah, but I think there was a little bit more space at the other place. They're very contrived here, and they actually made that other little exit. It kind of exit out to the foyer a little bit, but they block it in with these, fake looking I don't know what they are. They're sort of like stands of whatever. And you got to go out this other door and you can go check out those people. And it's sort of like, I'd hate to be out there because it doesn't really get the true run of traffic. Right? So unfortunately, but then one guy goes, hey, he goes, hey, you got the hat, Mitch Marner, real cheap here. He's in a Las Vegas. I said,
oh, that is true. Yeah. He's the Las Vegas Golden Knight. So now Marner follows you. You see the hat and you're still getting Marner.
Well, the guy was, hey, listen, I got it right here, brother. It says, yeah, well, it's got to be another 40 years older, and we're good.
Well, if I go back here, hold on, I want to make sure I grab it and I get it
Yeah.
right. If I scroll back here, so Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're still around, I believe you're the Marner collector, if I'm not mistaken. So I could be mistaken on that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you are. And if you are, I'd be curious if his current situation has affected anything. So collecting him, have you switched up anything?
A little bit with jerseys or cards.
It depends. Some folks, for me, for a lot of the players that I collect, I'll collect them regardless. I'm not as super worried about that.
Yeah.
But for some folks, it is more important than others. So I just pose the question.
Well, I think it has to do with, vintage opposed to like a vintage player who's played on those different teams, it going forward. But then you have the current players who jump around. It kind of gets, maybe there's a little bit less in that regard. You know what I mean? Once things are done in past, you can kind of look back and say, okay, great. I don't mind collecting. He's on different teams. But going forward, it's like, I just bought his jersey. I just bought this. I bought that. It's just like,
no, I get that part. But let's just say for cards, you can kind of flip flop depending on what the situation is. So in this case, Mike just answered here, 928 unique cards and counting. And the collection will continue in his Vegas Golden Knights uniform. Very nice. Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it. Let me quickly read a couple of comments and I'll get caught up here. So Baz says, happy birthday, Bobby. You may be an American or the Americans may be Bobbyites.
I don't know.
Think about
it. We'll have to figure that out one day.
Yep. Zachary says, Bobby, he just runs one. You have a location. The fireworks company drops off the stand and you're working to get 20% of sales. So they take on the risk of the inventory. Interesting. No risk. Not a bad payday for being out there for a week or so. Hey, listen, as long as you're making some money on it, all good.
What do you do with the unsold stock is my question. Is there a safe place that you can really store that stuff?
On Friday, on July 4th at 9 p.m., you light it on fire.
You send it over to Eric's house.
Gone.
You send it over to Eric's house and you put on the side of it, Yannick stuff. Burn it if you want, Eric. And just to see what happens. Let nature take its course.
I lost my hands. Oh no.
No, if you put enough of it, it's like what happened? I lost my house. I lost everything inside.
No, man.
Save the Reggies.
I'm definitely nervous. We hear some people in the neighborhood lighting them off, and it's like, I hate to lose my house, my collection, my life, my family, all of that stuff, just because someone's lighting fireworks off in the backyard. It's stupid.
You made it to 50-something pieces. You're okay.
So far. Billy Joe says, I've seen some of the ads the last couple of days. Spicy Hellman spicy mayo. Does this change the feelings on the mayo? It's a valid question, Billy Joe. CC says, good evening, gents. Happy 4th of July to all the good Americans out there and to Eric as well. I appreciate the qualifier.
I'm tired of spicy stuff. Now, here's the thing. Okay, if you want something spicy, put some Frank's Red Hot or Tabasco sauce on it. After the fact, there's your spicy. Why does everything... Oh, we got a new burger. It's the spicy crunchy chicken. It's just like, okay, so it's the regular chicken with a little bit of Frank's Red Hot on sauce. I don't know, it's just like, I never get it. It's like, it's a new burger, but it's not, or a new sandwich. It's not. It's just spicy now. So I never understood it. I know cooking with certain spices changes the flavor.
If you certain spice on it, you can adjust it a little bit.
Yeah. So it's just, it's like Sylvia. She likes to put, red hot peppers. She likes spicy, and I don't. I'm right at the medium level. That's about as far as I go.
Yeah. Carlos Senior will sometimes use the pepper chips. He'll put a little bit on there because he prefers stuff a little bit spicier. So he will do it himself. That way he can have as much as he wants. Yeah,
certain things. As he wants. Yeah, like I'll have a nice spicy chili. I'll have certain other things, but people who do spice every time, it's just like, how do you get a palate left after everything is just spicy? It's hot. But I guess you get me into it. I have no idea.
Yep. Mike says might have been a different story if he ended up in Ottawa, Montreal, or Boston. So that's fair. That's why I kind of posed the question. There can be some players and some teams. If he goes there, nope, no, thank you.
Why Boston? Don't put Boston on the list.
Stop acting like you care about Boston, you limey. Listen, I'm not letting Eric Eric is trying to ingratiate himself with the Boston Knights. First he admits he's a witch to try to get in with the Salemites.
Not a witch.
And now he's pretending to be, yes, what about Boston? I'm here to defend my place, Boston, that I'm totally from. Boston.
20 minutes north.
He's a great player. He'll fit anywhere. So
I think given the structure of that team, it'll actually be good for him. I think he'll be fine on that structure. I think that structure of teams
will work.
Look, it worked for Eichel. Okay. Eichel has a Stanley Cup ring to go show, and the Buffalo folks thought he was trash, and he is a Stanley Cup winner, and Buffalo is not. So
that's true. Yes.
I'm just saying, and I didn't realize that Eichel was in the same draft year as Marner.
Oh, really? Oh.
So Eichel was number 2 in that draft. Connor McDavid was number 1 in that draft, and Marner was like 6 or 7 or whatever the Leafs got him at. But they were all in the same draft year. They were all inside the top 10 in the same draft year.
Wow.
I did not realize that. So
Good
yeah,
pick.
so he's actually going to go in with a fellow, player from that year, in Eichel. So there's going to be 2 of them from that same
Good.
draft year.
Hmm.
Yeah. So hey, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yep.
I think he's going to have a good regular season either way. So I'm just saying, I think he's going to be good. Last year he had 100 points, and right now there's nothing to suggest he would do any worse on this team because they got plenty of talent. So I don't think that's going to be an issue.
Well, I think that'll add to it. Yeah, I think he'll do well.
Yeah.
I think he'll serve the team very well.
Yeah, it'll just be the playoffs where everybody's going to be paying closer attention, and Vegas is a little bit better built for that structure.
Yes.
They understand what to do, so I think they're a little better built for it.
True enough.
It won't be just relying on him. Don't load a try rate on me. Was just asking. Okay.
I don't understand.
Let me go back to Philly Joe's previous comment here. The spicy. Oh yeah, I think we're running the mayo. Yeah, it's all good, Philly Joe. Bobby gets very passionate about the foodstuffs, so you know how this works. Zach here says, let's see here. Unsold stock we pack up and take back to the company. They store it and sell it the next year. We don't have to buy what we don't sell. There's big warehouses to store this stuff year round. Yes, big warehouses beside Eric's house.
The other day, did you see the explosion? You see the explosion? I think, what was it, in Texas or something? I don't know, but a warehouse blew up that was stockpiling this stuff. It was.
I think that one was California. I think that was California.
There was a mushroom cloud.
Yeah, because it's explosive material. Yeah, and if you stack enough of it. So Eric, are you saying that you're going to vote against my plan to have the Bobby Burrell fireworks factory build its new mega complex because the Americanos want American industry so badly? We're going to put the warehouse right beside your house. And trust me, we will have the greatest safety, only the best safety, nothing but the most secure facility, because I assure you that the building beside it that is nothing but gasoline and petrol will also be the greatest safety, the most secure facility.
Yes.
I think it would be suited best beside a particular store located in Atlanta.
Wow.
I think it might just suit a good place to stay there. And, just in case.
Just in case.
There's lots of burning material beside it. So
yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Miker says Vegas Golden Knights are my odds-on favorite to win the cup now. Hey. Right now the season hasn't started yet.
You have to say that.
Hope springs eternal. Hope springs eternal. You may as well enjoy it while you can right now. We haven't played the games yet.
I have to give credit to the Vegas Knights. Quickly here, just interjecting. They do a lot of collectibles, they do. I don't know, coaster sets. They do a lot of great things, and I don't see that from any other teams. So they really do take it to the nines, and I do give them credit because I look at some of the stuff. I go, wow, that's kind of neat. I'm glad they did that. Yeah. So they do it on their own licensing. They don't have to go through the NHL because not everybody in the NHL are participating. So it's just a matter of
they're in a non-traditional market, and being Vegas, they know that promotion is everything. Know that you want the logo out there in as many places as you can reasonably put it. Get it out there because you're building a brand from scratch. You're literally building a brand that didn't exist. Yep. So you should get it out there.
We're in one of the tourist capitals of the world, and you need to have things for the tourists to buy.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. Get the logo on everything, man. Get it on everything you can get away with.
Oh yeah.
Does Eric prefer the 5th or the 4th because his favorite holiday is Cinco de Mayo?
Oh.
Not Mayo. De Mayo. Dun. Wait, actually, hold on. Do we have?
I'm all about America.
Yeah, whatever you say. No one believes that. I love how Eric keeps trying. He keeps trying to sell people on this idea. Oh, yeah, he's all about America. Yes, whatever you say, Benedict Bougie.
Mm-hmm.
We know what's going on. From the bench. How many millions of people wear a Yankees hat that have never watched the game? Truth.
Yep.
That is true. That is facts. Good call. By the way, From the Bench has a YouTube channel. I watch it from time to time. You should check it out.
I know.
Appreciate you. But yeah, and don't forget to hit the like button. Eric pays for it. Because this is his penance for being a bad American.
I'm not a bad American.
No, I don't buy it. No,
I got a hat.
I've listened to you. I've listened to you. Eric, I've listened to you. You barely speak English. Learn the language of the land.
That's a Boston accent. That's different.
Whatever you say.
Speaking of pennants, I picked one up at the show.
The Blizzard.
With a ticket stapled right to it.
Look at that.
Was that indoor or outdoor?
Indoor.
Indoor.
Yeah.
The MISL.
Something like that.
Wait, Eric, is that you dropping some knowledge on the soccer? How very European of you.
Well,
It's very
I did play soccer for
psycho adjacent.
Really? You
So,
don't say.
Yeah,
How very un-American. Go on.
that is kind of little
You know, American is baseball and football, not the soccer.
Yeah, I didn't play those sports.
And
Bobby, let's get the pieces together though.
Let's
He
do it.
says he didn't play the baseballs, he didn't play the footballs, and yet he played the soccer.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds to me like a limey Brit hiding in the midst,
Or
making out
Eastern
with his picture of the
European,
queen,
maybe.
that creepy little man.
In the
Interesting.
Bundesliga, yeah.
Interesting. All of a sudden, we talk about the Bundesliga. He gets all excited
watch
and giddy.
that
We talk about
every
the cycling,
fucking morning.
and who does he talk about? He talks about a European. He talks about the Dutch cyclist,
Yes.
Peter say, as if
Again,
that's a
the-
real person.
It is a real person. Mom, tell him it's a real person.
And you know who that person is? Not from America.
No, she's Dutch.
Uh-huh.
How convenient.
It's just
Mike says, remember seeing a Stallions game or two in Buffalo as a kid in the MISL?
Yeah, the
Indeed.
Stallions, yeah.
Indeed.
Remember, their big star in the league was Tattoo. I don't know if you remember that.
The plane?
No,
All the things she said?
no, but played for Dallas.
Bobby, come on. It was too easy. Had to be
It
done.
was good. It was there. I know. I
Yeah.
used it too.
It was
I'm
right there.
trying to
Had to be done.
remember the Dallas. I can't remember. Oh, so I know he played in Dallas. I don't remember the name of the damn team, but Tattoo was the best player in the MISL back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s.
That's why it's still not around.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
And we had in Boston, I think we had the Boston Breakers. That was the MISL team that was here, I think.
The
Yeah.
Breakers? Is that really? Is that would
I
you
think
throw down
so.
some cardboard or what's going on? I don't know.
No, it's like because we're on the ocean. The oceans break against the
That's
rock.
that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Like,
Genius.
fuck. I can't believe how good that is.
I
It's
think
like,
I've never seen.
that's what we
look,
were.
the waves are breaking. We'll be the breakers.
Yeah, I think
Because
that's
they're American.
America.
Is it?
I think that's what we were back then. I can't even remember.
Well, you can remember the blizzards. You know, the MISLE.
Yeah, you can remember random cyclists from Europe. So,
Yes.
so like, what are we doing? Zach says, let's talk
Pedal
baseball.
more,
86
whatever her
Red
name
Sox
is.
deep dive.
I've had enough with the Red Sox this week. I've hung out with a couple of them. And
Yes, we know. You're trying to ingratiate
You're
yourself.
pretty proud posting those pictures on Instagram, I see.
Well, Bobby, look, all I
just
gotta
trying
say
to promote
is
the store. Just trying to promote the store. Not myself.
on
look
your
at that
personal Instagram.
scapegoat.
How convenient. How convenient.
With my ones of followers. You know, some
Ones?
people have hundreds.
It's not once. It's
Some people have thousands. You know, some people have hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. I got
Millions.
ones. I got like ones of followers.
ones of followers.
But yeah, we had 1975 World Series hero Boston Red Sox Bernie Carbo in, and then we had 2013 World Series champ for the Red Sox Mike Napoli in, and of course I had them sign a couple of things for me because
Yes.
why would
And did they also correct you and tell you, it's like, sir, you realize that baseball isn't played with that. And you're like, oh no, my cover's blown. And then you ran.
Yeah.
both of them?
Milwaukee.
I always ask, have you ever signed a hockey puck before? And some people will say, surprisingly, yeah. But both of them said no. Like, what are you, an idiot? And then I
This
hand them.
kid is special. We
Yeah.
better sign
And then
it for him.
you're like, yes, I am indeed an idiot.
Mhm.
And then you proceed.
But Bernie
Paul here
Carbo
says-
thought it was kind of, oh, that's cool, man. All right. Mike Napoli was just like, okay, yeah.
Yep. I see.
They-
Gonna read a couple comments,
Yeah,
and then we're
I'm-
bringing on a special guest that will testify to your not Americanness.
Special guest.
Paul here says Milwaukee Wave games were fun as hell. Could get lower level tickets for like $5. Very nice. And Dom here says happy 4th to all you patriotic Americans and Eric. I appreciate the
love
qualifier,
America.
Dom. And also, Dom, don't forget, because you came in a little later, so I'll tell you, 4th of July is the birthday of the Burrell. So that's what the 4th of July means to us. Yannick, you ready? Yannick, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening.
Hello.
Not happy birthday to Happy Birthday America. Happy birthday, Bobby. Eric, what can I say? I was almost gonna join when someone called you an idiot there, but now I'm here, so how about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
All I need on America's 249th birthday is some French Canadian yelling at me. Yeah, that's what I need.
Well, I gotta be
Nah,
honest.
nah.
Given what we know, I gotta be honest. French Canada is a lot closer to America than, say, England. You know, the place where you hang out, the place where you reside. Yannick, you should have seen it. It was a disgusting display. And then this guy
Bro,
immediately
why?
tries to get himself all together, puts on this USA hat that he bought like 20 minutes ago, finds this shirt like in the ground somewhere in the trash. Someone threw it out, and he goes, I'll put it on. He's trying to sell this so hard. It's unbelievable.
French kissing the queen.
It's ridiculous. And it's just a picture, which
She
just
was
makes it even
into it.
weirder.
She
Makes it
was into
weirder.
it. Whatever.
Whatever.
Zach says, Eric takes my joke and humble brags he hung out with the Red Sox. That's whack. I know, buddy. I
You
know.
were French kissing the queen? Oh my god!
I'll
And
picture
she's-
the queen.
that- Isn't that
His word.
necrophilia or something?
Well, the problem is it was a picture. I don't know what he was thinking about at the time, but he was a picture. That's what makes it worse. It's weird. Paul says America's
That's
250 is going to
super
be.
weird.
It's all weird. Listen, it's all weird. We just assume it's weird at this point.
Yes.
America's 250 is going to be lit. UFC title fight on the White House lawn. Listen, unless
I
Eric's
heard
fighting in it,
that.
not interested.
Yeah.
Just, I don't even know what to say to that. I heard that today on the news, and I'm just like, oh my god, we've gone to a whole new place.
America.
Yes.
That is
Welcome
America
to
right there.
America.
That
Well,
is
look,
UFC
it's going to be
fight.
much more exciting when it's sponsored by, when the Octagon is sponsored by Prime.
Prime.
Logan Paul will be there. That'll be great.
Oh, that'll be. Oh, yeah. The drink.
Yeah.
Right.
He'll be there. That'll be sponsored by
Yeah.
Prime.
Everything
In the
he's
corner of the-
involved in is corrupt, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh,
And like cryptocurrency. There'll be cryptocurrencies on their Octagon. That'll be exciting.
it'll be
It's pretty
Doge. It'll be Doge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Doge is far too legit for that. No. We need some bottom
Lower
end
tiered?
shit coin. Yeah, way lower. Way lower.
Okay.
Hard
What was
coin.
it? Slutty Puppy wasn't one of them. I don't know.
It's whatever Eric is into this week. That'll be that one. Rick Vintage All About Cars here.
Really
Joey
think I'm
Chestnut.
smart enough? Do you really think I'm smart enough to understand Bitcoin and get some?
We need
That's why
a
you're
chocolate stick coin.
You
Eric,
can't
that's why
afford
you're
one.
terrible at it. That doesn't change the fact that you're into it. Now you don't even realize how deep into it you are. It turns out every time you've been buying chocolate sticks, that's actually chocolate stick coin. And you're like, damn it! This is why I'm starving.
We could make a lemon coin.
We could.
Do we have enough characters?
I think we have enough.
Is there a character limit? Is there any? Do we
I
have
think
enough?
on the stock exchange, yes, there is. So
Look, listen. This is called, in literary terms, this is called foreshadowing. All I'm saying
Mhm.
is that Reggie will come up again, and at some point, someone on this screen will get something that will be part of a joke of.
yes,
I won't say who, but it's not me, Bobby, or Yannick.
Yeah.
I won't say who though.
He's in a different country.
Yes.
I know.
Yes, he's the one who claims to be
He's the odd man out here, isn't
American.
he?
American. Yes.
How many fingers you got left, Eric? Just making sure before the end of the show. Okay.
So Rick here says Joey Chestnut is an American hero. Look for his card to spike. So we did make a Joey Chestnut reference, but yes, we appreciate it, Rick.
Rose.
A lemon coin would be a backup coin. True.
That's a good one.
Eric, you can't afford a Satoshi, so you're forget it. Don't even worry about Bitcoin. It's way past the point. of
Oh yes.
return.
It's not even a question. It's not even a doubt. Now, kind of a side thing. I'll mention this briefly now, but we'll talk about it again probably next week because next week will be closer to the actual date that it's going to happen.
Your birthday? No, sorry.
Well,
Go
yes,
ahead.
that, but also the Hobby Palooza thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So next week will be a normal Friday episode as it normally is scheduled, and then the following week, there'll be a live stream earlier in the week, but then the Friday episode will be replaced by us doing the thing on Hobby Palooza.
Yes.
So I will reach out actually this week to let everybody know what the plan is. I have a very specific idea. It's actually very straightforward. Yep, I have some. I want to give everybody enough time to prepare. So you'll know there'll be a little bit of preparation involved, not a lot, not a lot. And I think it'll actually make a lot of sense. So we will have an agenda at least for the first little bit. And then after that, foolishness and nonsense.
You got
The usual.
homework for Eric.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of homework for everybody at the start. And then after that,
We're good.
open season, the usual thing. Yes.
Yep.
I figured we'd at least have something just at the beginning, just to get us going. And then after that, we get back to the usual. And I actually think you guys are going to find this homework assignment is actually going to be very easy for you to do because it's very open-ended. So I will share it with everybody so they know what to do.
Well, you have to grab the watchers at the beginning, so we have
Is
to
there
be a little bit of sense of normalcy there at the
For
beginning.
you, Eric, there might be
Okay.
math, but we'll see.
Oh, I don't want no maths.
Well, then I'm going to need you to stop making out with Picture of the Queen because it disgusts us.
Yes.
Stop it, and maybe I'll think about taking the math off the test.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have your Mayo version, but trust me, I was starting to. I was.
And if
I
you're
was
nice,
starting to get a
we'll
little
do multiple choices.
Yes.
Yeah, your choices, what you do on your own time in your little bougie cave is your own damn business.
Mhm.
But what we saw would nauseate a normal man.
Each their own.
Just saying.
We're good.
Indeed. So next week we'll talk a little bit more about the Hobbypalooza thing because I think we've more or less got the basics locked up, and then we already know the date. It's going to be on the Friday. I think 10 p.m. is the scheduled time. I'll get all the confirmations and we'll get links and everything. We'll give you all that info. So I don't think that'll be an issue. And Ham will also be joining us as well, and I'll pass it along to Ham as well. Again, it won't be difficult. I think everybody will have no problem fulfilling this little homework assignment I've got planned.
Okay.
But yeah, so we'll be all good. I did want to make mention of one other thing. I did talk about the next week, in addition to, the midnight hour, will cross over into my birthday officially.
Mhm.
But this is the July. It is the birthday month. Myself,
thanks.
Bobby, Bobbles. So a lot of birthdays in July we got going on.
Yeah.
But then also, one thing I was going to mention. So I'll read Amanda's comment and then I'll explain here. Eric, you're supposed to be outside. He's not a real American, Amanda. He is a witch, but he's not a real American.
America!
Staying away from the wayward fireworks.
Yeah, he has more in common with your co-host Ian. He's more sympathetic to that side of the pond, if you understand my meaning.
Mm-hmm.
July 4th is official Trader Day, according to this man.
It's not even
Just saying.
dark enough yet for
Trader or trader?
For Eric, it's all the same.
Gotcha.
July birthday, Mark of the Beast. Yes. Don't be jealous.
It's Mark of the Crab, maybe.
Yep, just saying. Listen, Eric's crabs are a different issue. We don't want to discuss that
Ooh,
either.
Yes.
Different problem.
No, we don't discuss my medical issues on the show.
Mhm.
Dipped in mayo.
There's
yes.
not enough time.
There
We,
isn't.
we do not have enough time.
There isn't.
Now,
4 hours.
I'm gonna
not
make-
enough.
yeah, I'm gonna make reference to this though because this week I actually did get to make a video on the Wrestling channel because somebody in the comment section actually made me aware that there is going to be a new release of the AEWs. There's going to be an SP Signature Edition. The reason I'll explain why I'm mentioning this. So they explained this to me. I actually thought they were getting it wrong because I'd already talked about an SP series that was going to come out. Turns out that's a different thing, but that's one that's coming out in January. But it was funny as I did a little preview. Once I finally figured out what they were talking about, I was like, oh, shoot. Okay, I'll make a video on it. It's fine. So I did the video, all good, well received and everything. But the thing that was interesting to me, and it ended up having a conversation with someone who works at the company that does these cards. We had ourselves a nice little chat.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Spicy.
Oh,
Perhaps. But what was funny about it and what made it is that this month, presumably, if everything goes according to plan, there is going to be an AEW release. However, in the infinite wisdom of somebody didn't look at the calendar, they didn't realize, they either didn't realize or didn't think, hey, maybe we should push it a little further ahead because it should come out on the 23rd, give or take, if everything goes according to plan. There's literally an AEW event. Their biggest event of the year is coming out next week.
Oh man.
Wouldn't it be a brilliant
You would think.
co-marketing thing if you release it the same week as the biggest event? You could co-promote.
The week
you could,
after?
You could have taken boxes there and had some of the AEW folks open it on social media the same week as the show.
That's crazy.
It's like you missed it by 2 weeks. And it's like, it's not like nobody knew July 12th was the date. We've known it for like a year.
That's crazy.
And I'm sitting there like, guys, this is an opportunity wasted. It's a beautiful opportunity.
It's
You
an
miss it for 2
amazing,
weeks.
amazing opportunity.
The cross promotion is obvious. Like it's right there. It's perfect. It's like swing and a miss on that one. Swing and a miss.
2 weeks.
Swing and a
out.
miss. 2
Right.
weeks. And I was like, all right, well, So regardless, I'll be making a couple more videos on that channel as some information comes in. I'll get a chance. One thing that will come of it though, the good news is since they're going to have that show, card company correspondent Spicy Eye will be at said show. So probably I will have him on the wrestling channel to discuss some matters pertaining to that, especially as this set is going to be coming up right after.
Do you think people will be asking him that too?
Could be. We'll see. Look, if you know anything about what happens with Billy, is that he's probably going to have his photo ops. He's going to be taking some pictures. I guarantee the social medias will have some images there from that event that happened. So I was sitting there like, but I was just sitting there like, bump it up 2 weeks. Listen, you could push back one of the hockeys for a couple weeks and literally just this one has like there's a timing thing. The hockey season's already over.
Expedite this.
Yeah, because this week we had O-Pee-Chee Platinum came out this week for the hockeys. Which, by the way, is a nice set. I like O-Pee-Chee Platinum's fine. It's good. It's a decent set. But do you think it would have made any difference if you released it next week?
No.
It wouldn't have made one difference one way or the other. Like it wouldn't have changed anything. Like you could literally have just swapped them out on the calendar, push one forward a couple of weeks, and push the other one back a week or two. It wouldn't have changed anything. They're two different demographics anyway. It wouldn't have hurt anything. Like just.
Are they not sitting here right now deciding whether they should do this or not, or it's just like a moot point to them at this point? Like, let's get this out for that. Let's stop everything. Stop the presses. Let's go.
Well, the thing is, Bobby, you don't even have to stop any of the presses. You have enough lead time to be like, hey, we're shooting for like a July thing. Hey, isn't that the big show also earlier in July? It's like,
Shaw.
Yeah, like, but 2 weeks. If you bump it up 2 weeks, it'd be like perfect. It'd be right on time. On time.
It'd be ideal. And it'd be great for sales. It would just
I don't think it would hurt. I think it would actually be great for promotion. Like it'd be brilliant, built-in free promotion to have literally the people there helping you promote it right on the spot.
And you said brilliant, but there's no brilliancy in this 2 weeks after. It's like, what's the opposite of brilliant? Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. Well, better than never, I guess. The answer is better than
better late than never.
Better than never. Better than never.
Yeah.
It is in the same month.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword on that one. Oh my god.
Yeah. And that's a missed opportunity. Big time missed opportunity on that one.
I'd say.
But oh well. It is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Well, it's not over yet, right? Maybe.
We'd have needed the checklist by now. They always have the checklist about 2 weeks prior, so we would have needed the checklist by now for that to have any chance of that one. I think they're going to stick probably to the original time. I expect the checklist probably next week. Yeah, and that means probably a week or two after that, so it should be right on line with 23rd. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen.
Crazy.
But anyway, it happens. But yes. So that was good. And I'm going to have a little fun with that. We'll see how that one goes. I'll probably at least get a box or two. And yeah, the link's in the description if anybody's interested or curious in that. I know a couple of folks do check out the wrestling channel. I appreciate it. Otherwise, I keep the two separate. So otherwise, the sports card stuff will stay here. And like I said, next week will be the CSC show. So I think that'll be fun. And then we'll figure out what happens from there. And someday, years from now, I think it'll be very exciting. I'll get Amanda to open up the 2024 AW box that she has. We should be having it in time for the 10th anniversary of that set, probably. That's what I'm thinking. Eric, I'm shooting for 2034. Let's go.
Eventually it'll come around.
It'll arrive there someday years from now. Now, question. Does anybody have any pickups, anything interesting that they came across the past week or two, or anything they would like to share with the rest of the class?
Anyone?
Completely open. If you guys have anything, feel free. Otherwise, I can. I think I might be able to share a couple of things here if I got it in front of me. I'll take a look. So, does anyone have anything they want to put on there?
Sure.
I might need Eric's help on that one.
Is there
there's a little package that came in last week, didn't it?
Ooh.
Oh,
Let me see what we got.
Eric, to the postal repository.
yes.
The postal repository.
And I got an edition today, but unfortunately the post lady left the sticker on my door. So now I gotta go
get it tomorrow.
The post office where I live is not open until Monday.
What? Scandalous. It's
kind of a little out the boonies, but I got a picture though. I can maybe just show the picture.
Sure.
Well, Yannick, if you want,
you bought a polar bear in a snowstorm.
Yannick, if you send me the picture, I can share it.
Yeah,
I'll do that. I'll do that.
If you send me the picture, I can actually share it. It's not a problem. I can take care of that.
What card do you want to share?
Display, show, what?
Well, mainly the big one.
Yeah, hold on.
Which is
coming here.
the oldest one of the pile.
The
Okay.
Ed Neo rookie card. Yeah.
Yeah. Dan's Vintage Baseball BCZ. Tune in and Eric's doing chores in the background. Listen, it's better than what he was doing before, Dan. Trust me. You're better off. It's much better than what was going on before. Just saying.
Yes. Hey, Dan. He
All right, Eric,
cordially
you gonna share
invited
some
me to
mail?
be on his show, so I have to give Dan the
Ah,
hello.
excellent. Very good. Very good.
All right.
Next week.
Here we
All
go.
right. Whose are these?
This is
That's
a
mine.
1911 Cadbury Brothers Limited Olympic and Titanic largest steamers in the world, PSA 3.
Puck Peters say what?
It's the Titanic rookie card.
It's
That's
the
it.
Titanic.
See, 1912 it went down. 1911 rookie. Yep.
We're still floating.
It's like the star. It's the star. It's the Northern Star.
And what's in the back? It's a Coco ad.
Bobby, there's going to be one person somewhere out there who's like, too soon, Burrell.
I
Too
got
soon.
it. Yes. Somebody got that. Oh my God.
Olympic,
Put your glasses on.
Titanic, each 45,000 tons. The White Star Line, largest steamers in the world. So,
Did they do the sister ship too of that? Because they made two Titanics in a row, two identical.
Yeah, I thought there were three. There were like three.
Two I
total
know
ships.
for sure. I don't know
Yeah,
about
I
three.
think there was a third one. I think there was a third one.
What's in the? Okay.
I think they either another one of one of the sister ships sank. Maybe all three did.
No, one got in an accident. Right at the hull where they got hit with the iceberg. Just saying.
So
No conspiracy theory there. Just saying.
Yeah, I got it in front of me. So there was the Olympic and the Britannic. So there were two of them.
Britannic, yes, that's the other one. That's right.
Yeah, and basically the Britannic was the other one, and it was launched in 1915, and
Mhm.
then it was converted to a hospital ship during World War I, sank hitting a mine in 1916.
yeah, there you go. I knew
There you
that.
go.
And the Olympic was the third one, and the Olympic actually lasted longer. It went until 1935.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one I don't think had the same level of issue. Let's see here. Yeah, and basically the reason it was decommissioned was because it became unprofitable. It was withdrawn by service and sold for scrap in 1935. So it actually had a full lifespan.
Full life, yeah.
As a ship. Yeah,
Mhm. Not bad.
there you go. Would have been the Titanic being considered the heaviest Cleveland steamer to ever sink.
Oh boy.
There we go.
You knew it was coming. Olympic
Mhm.
was scrapped. Titanic sunk. Britannic was sunk by an Ottoman Empire mine. We do love a good Ottoman Empire reference.
Yes. It's
What a
rarely
piece of junk.
the case, but
Sank.
the same. Yep.
Sank on its merchant voyage. True.
I did pick up
Yes.
some stuff, so I do have some collectibles that I did pick up from the show. I will start with the
And his
Puck
second
Pete.
through 100,000th.
Puck Pittisay. No,
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh,
this
Peter
is
Puck.
a Peter Puck sealed package. It has a crest, coloring book, and 5 different postcards in it. So still sealed from 1970. I would say this is 1977. Probably somewhere right around that time.
All
period.
I'm hearing is that Eric is getting a new
Oh,
coloring
sorry,
book.
it's 1982. My mistake.
It's exciting.
Are
Well,
you
the
gonna
book
let
is
me color it?
1980. The crest is 1982, so this would be 82 because they did different releases over the years. 92 is the next release of different things that they did 74 and 79, 82, and this is all history of Peter Puck in 92. They had 4 different releases of licensed items. So, anyways, that's kind of a cool piece. I got some lousy. I mean, I got some, some. These are 6-inch pinback buttons. They are pinback buttons, but they also have easels on the back, so you can actually sit them on the countertop, and they would stay up if you disassembled Johnny 5 here. And so I did pick up 2 of those. They look pretty good on your top or something, they would hook on. Also picked up a few of the other ones from 1970, which were we had Phil Esposito.
Nice.
Had Mr. Mackenzie. Hi, Mackenzie. We had Jerry Chihavers. And we also had Johnny Busek. And those are pinback buttons as well. So I picked up a nice lot of that, and this. Oh, actually, I got one more, and it was just a regular, smaller size Boston Bruins. Now, this Stanley Cup champion is from the 71-2. The 1970 is everywhere, and it's a white one with the same team in the background. It's pretty similar. This one is actually a extremely tough one that most people never really see. So for some reason, I don't know why the production was low, or maybe people just didn't keep them. So that's it.
Very
That's
nice.
That's what I got.
I
Nobody
like
likes
those.
Boston anyways.
Very cool.
One thing I did really pick up that's kind of cool, that's not really even sports related, it is this John Deere vacuum sealed magnets from the 70s of the different bulldozers and what have you. I don't know. It seems like a promotional thing because it's vacuum sealed, like it's professionally done. This is the logo that was used from late 68 to 2000. So, anyways, I picked up some different stuff because sometimes you just got to take a chance on something. At $20 each, how can you go wrong? Because the magnets got to be worth $25 each. These are great magnets. Quality is definitely from the 70s. So, definitely a different piece. So somebody who's in America who likes John Deere got it right here.
Eric can't
$70.
relate. He's not a big
$70.
fan of the whole America thing.
My uncle, my
You
mother's
have no uncles.
well,
We got a banner
my mother's brother
and a puck pet.
was
It's
a
a
farmer,
puck. I mean,
and he would
I got an uncle who's a farmer.
buy vintage John Deere tractors, and
It's a large collector's market for sure.
And-
Yes.
he'd travel all over the country to shows and drive from New Hampshire all the way to Iowa with one of these vintage John Deere tractors that he redid and cleaned up.
What do you make it street legal or something? Or
No, but they would travel all over the country to go to these John Deere tractor shows and show off these
combines?
19.
Are you saying, Bobby, that the nitroglycerin button's not legit? Like that seems legit
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, it is.
No, but he was huge into restoring old John Deere tractors from the old days.
Turn of the century, yeah. Well, there's that little kid who's on all the time, and he's like 10 years old, and he talks like he's like 90, and he's been around John Deere all his life. I don't know if you ever seen those little videos. Like, man, that kid, oh, that's like the old 720 they did way back in the day when it's like this kid's 10 years old talking like a hick. He almost took his handkerchief out of his thing and wiped his chin. And
Where do you think Eric learned his lame, horrific accent? Like it's so fake. It's unbelievable. Really is wild.
Yeah.
So Yannick, I got the picture here, and I've actually got it set up, so I'll actually be able to share it here. We can take a look at it.
So I
So
was
here-
able to knock another C57 of my set.
Mm-hmm.
So Hall of Famer Percy Lesueur, who was the goaltender for the Ottawas. And 4-1, considering budget and how unavailable these are, I was pretty happy with acquiring this piece. The face is mostly clear from like any crease or missing. Obviously the corners are round, but centering is okay, presents nice, so I'm happy. So that makes it this is my 28th out of 50. 28th
He's a Hall of Famer, isn't he?
Hall of Famer.
And he also was the French announcer for the games beside Foster Hewitt. So he would announce the
He
games.
was the
in
French
French.
Foster Hewitt.
He was the French Foster Hewitt, yeah. So
Few
in
people
his
know
later
that's actually
life,
the voice of it. Few people know that's actually the voice of Eric's childhood because he was listening to Percy, and that's how he learned about the hockeys from his native France.
En français.
I knew it.
No,
Oui, oui.
America, stop with this crap on America's birthday.
And
I
that
only know
dog-
it as Bobby Burrell's birthday. I don't know what you're
it
talking about.
is. I'm wearing the blue.
So,
I don't see the
I got
red. I don't see
22
the
to
white.
go.
Anyways,
Indeed. Congratulations. Good job. Good job.
Thank
Yannick.
you.
Very nice.
Thank you. 22 more to go.
and I had Harvey's for my dinner tonight. That
Oh,
was
very
my
good.
birthday dinner.
So wait, Bobby, important question.
Yes.
So what did you get at Harvey's?
How
So I
did
got
you top
a double burger with cheese with half rings, which means half
Ah.
French fry, half onion rings,
Yes, yes.
and just a common Pepsi. So, my dad took me out. He said, "I'll take you anywhere," and I said, "Listen, I haven't been to Harvey's for about 3, 4 months." I said, I really like Harvey's, and this is one of the Harvey Swiss Chalet combine.
Okay.
So what you do is you get those fresh cut, beautiful fries that they do have. Where the independents really don't, they carry the frozen ones, where this is the fresh ones. So I said, let's go there and just have that. And I said, it keeps it cheaper too, because he wants to pay for me, obviously. And I said, okay. And then he gave me $100 keg gift certificate. It's like, but Harvey's is actually one of the few burger places that I truly enjoy. And it is a patty, but it's actually quite a good patty considering. Like, fresh is nice, but Harvey's always does the job for me. Anyways, so went there for that. But tomorrow we're actually going to Mandarin, which is a Chinese food buffet that has prime rib, that has everything else, barbecue, chicken or whatever. They have everything. So it doesn't, I don't even know how they call it Chinese, but other than the rice and a few other things that they have, most of the other stuff is just kind of
crab rangoon.
No, they actually stopped the crab about 4 or 5 years ago. There's no more crab. It's torpedo shrimp, which are phenomenal. You can eat like 47 of them and just call it a day. But for the most part, it's like $37 or $40 to eat there.
Bobby,
but I get a freebie because it's my birthday there.
You do. So Bobby, can I ask a favor of you? I don't want you to take any time out of your birthday dinner, but can you take like 2 pictures of it just so we can share it on next week's episode? Because we talk about it, and then Eric was besmirching the good name of the buffet, and literally, if you take like 2 or 3 pictures, we can have some fun with it.
Oh, I'm going to take pictures of the food. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do it. Yeah, do it.
I'm going for the prime rib bone. That's what I really want. I want that prime rib bone. They got these bones sitting there, and they'll give you the bones, got all that meat on it, which is the best meat you can get in any piece of beef. So it's just like, but sometimes they run out, so I gotta wait. But they bring out the next one because people just eat like crazy there. It's like,
we're not letting this posing Englishman besmirch the good name of Mandarin. So it is on you.
Don't like buffets. I would never eat one.
Oh, this place is beautiful. It's clean. It's well maintained. They must have like 50 workers there.
All you can eat mayonnaise, man.
Shut up.
Oh,
there's exciting. 50 workers there. They honestly, how many people would be seated? There'd be like 40. Just like,
well, it depends on the location, but there's a lot of them. Some locations are pretty large, actually.
This one we're going to is actually one of the earlier ones, and it's actually quite large. There's got to be 300-400 people. That it's just like phenomenal. But it's good and busy because it always is a good meal, and you can get anything you want. You can get salad, you can get pizza, you can get whatever. They do everything pretty good. So
get a couple
something
better.
Yeah. Hold on, before you make the comment, this is the 3rd week in a row that I've noticed that a random, barely known former NHL hockey player, his name is being used as a on-screen ID. Jim Peplinski, I'm pretty sure, played.
I know who that is.
Games back in the 80s. Last week it was Tony Taddy. Before that, it was somebody else that I forget. So something's going on.
Good catch, Eric.
Something's going on.
That's not Jim Peplinski. He'd be old and he's almost dead now, I'd say.
And I am paying attention.
As far as I'm concerned, Bobby, I think that only leads credence. I happen to know that there are a lot of people, and some of them are close to death, or seemingly probably should be at this point, given their back track record, who do not speak the good name of Eric.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
He didn't mean it.
That's one of our best videos of all time. You know that, right?
He doesn't mean it.
He meant it. Oh, yeah. You can see it.
Oh.
You can see it in his eyes.
No, he loved me.
And his missing tooth. You can see it right there. Like
I saw the Hell in the Cell match, Eric. That man died. And he came back from the dead to basically explain that we need to deal with you. And I will.
Yes.
No.
I committed that to the spirit of Mick Foley. And I am a man of my word. But thank you, Jim. Appreciate you. Evening, fellow Canadians and strange American guy. Truth. So strange, he's not even American. Baz says, it was Percy Lasur's cousin, Rosie LaRose, Strange Brew. Baz is there with the references.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Okay. My friend was in Strange Brew. He was actually one of the hockey players with all the equipment on and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was a strange dude, but yeah, they put him on. They actually took his whole team and actually, I forget, they played in the where was it? Well, Scarborough. So he played in the West End though. I forget the name of the team. But anyways, they put the whole team on there. So he fit into that movie perfectly because he was strange.
True. CC says,
True.
Sanderson Dorr is talking about people using hockey player names. I know. Irony is not lost, CC.
Just saying, I have noticed the last 3 weeks in a row, these random, out of the blue names are popping up that don't show up week after week.
Middle of the road guys that you wouldn't really catch on. It's not like he's doing Gordie Howe. I get it.
It's hockey 99. He's back.
Eric, what are you going to do? What are you?
Jude Druda next time? We know.
Well, look, I happen to know for a fact. What are you going to do, Eric? If next week, for example, we're tuning in, we're doing our thing, making fun of you, and then all of a sudden the commenters are Johnny Busick, Phil Esposito, randos we've never heard of. Some dudes never done anything in their careers. And we're still holding out hope that someday a true great like Joe Thornton, the greatest living Boston Bruin in the universe.
I got no Thornton.
Amazing. Sensation. Next week we'll get Bobby Orr. He was random. Very random.
Yep.
Chicago Blackhawks great. Chicago Blackhawks great.
No. Sorry.
Now, this isn't a pickup. This is actually the opposite of a pickup. I shared this on the Discord, but I left. So, of course,
opposite of a pickup?
It's opposite of a pickup. I was watching it. I was watching it. I had the plan to put in a snipe, but it went to a dark place. So I got to explain this. I want to share. Okay. So as you all know, one of my favorite collections, I'm passionate about it. Almost the same way as Eric is about mayonnaise, Reggie Lemon, and whatever other foolishness he talks about. Oh my God. I'm a big fan of accumulating great pieces for the Chosen Rosen PC.
Yeah.
And
the Chosen Rosen.
The Chosen Rosen. Josh Rosen, of course. This past week, one of the eBay auctions had a flawless shield autograph of the Chosen Rosen. And I'm sitting there going, man, this right here is a shield autograph from Flawless, which is a very expensive brand. It could be worth at least dozens and dozens of dollars. All I got to do is outbid the masses, the flooded masses that are obviously clamoring to purchase this item. And let me tell you, I was shocked. I was mortified. I had to take a screenshot because it's the only way. I was not victorious. No, I wasn't even close. Not even close.
Mortified. Wow.
Mortified. Like, look at this. 405 American dollars. That's almost like real money. Almost.
Wow.
It's in a
nice
BGS
card, though.
It is a very nice looking card. That's not the issue here. But it's like $405, 46 bits. And my first question in the Discord, 46
bids.
Why?
How many bids were from those, like one person? Was it that one guy who bid like 42 times or what?
Bobby, I can tell you there were at least 3 to 4 different people at the top of the bidding on this.
Wow.
That were not me. And here's the best part. And here's the best part. Here's the best part about this. So 46 bids. It obviously got up to this price. Unjustifiable. Completely inexplicable. And my first question when I got the Discord, what in the name of money laundering is this? What is this?
Right?
Set collector.
And you know what? And you know what's worse?
I don't know.
People set collector.
And you know what's worse than this? This is in Terapeak. It was paid for.
Oh, wow.
I can confirm it was in fact paid for. So it wasn't just a shill. And the winning bidder had like 1,100 feedback. The second highest bidder had 800 feedback.
Wow.
The third highest bidder had like 700 feedback. So as far as I can tell, there were at least 2 to 3 legitimate bidders that got it up to $405.
Wow.
Collector.
Scandalous.
Right there.
Scandalous. I was mortified. I was horrified. Yannick, I didn't know what to do. I questioned everything I believed in life.
Why?
Why would they do this?
That's what I'm saying. Rich people set collecting and they need it for the set because they got, crazy amounts of money to burn.
Mm-hmm. Zach here says the show's growing. What's Eric's problem? Eric has so many problems. We don't even have enough time.
Want me to start? How much time?
We don't have enough time.
Yeah, we don't have enough time. Big Scott, good evening. The Rosen influencer, listen.
All right.
The people are latching on. I'm doing my best. Yannick, I've been speaking the good word of the Chosen Rosen. But let me tell you, it's gone too far, Yannick. It's gone too far.
What
are you going to do?
Wait a minute. Before he sees this, wait, Yannick. Now listen. There's going to be a very controversial question coming up next. Take a deep breath before you answer it. All right, go ahead, Carlos.
You mean the next comment or the one?
Yes, about never heard you guys talk about.
Here we go. Rick, Vintage Outlaw Card says, never heard you guys talk about the movie Slapshot. Where does the movie rank in your favorite sports movies list, or does it? Now, I'm glad you asked this, Rick. This is important. We have, in fact, talked about Slapshot. However, that said, this is important. I want you to bear something in mind before we're all going to answer this question. Before we do, I want to make
hours with them.
I want to make something very important said here. The opinions and words expressed by the man in the USA cap that he bought literally hours before the show, and the shirt he literally found in the garbage because he wants to try to portray an American, although he is a witch. Well, he's not an American, he's a witch.
I'm a Viking.
He's a witch. But I want to make sure we clarify that Eric has never seen Slapshot, nor does he actually know what hockey is.
Oh my God.
Originally, he kept trying to describe to us, and what he was describing was field hockey, which is not the same thing. It has the word hockey in it.
Yeah, but
it
once
is not
you explain that to me, I now know.
Now, Yannick, please, you answer this question first.
Just take.
Where does the movie rank on your favorite sports movies list?
Take a breath before you answer.
Number 1 and number 2, because actually I watched both version. There's original English, obviously, but there's not just a French version. There's a Quebec version of this movie, that's how I grew up.
You need the separate Quebec version too?
It's not the same. It's not the same. Yeah. So there's a Quebec-made version dub of that movie, and that's how I grew up. And I collect actually Slapshot memorabilia. I have some items that are pretty unique.
Yeah.
And because of AMG Collectibles, Brad and Sherry, we had the chance to 2 years or 3 years ago, we actually had a happy hour with the crew of Slapshot. It
is true. Yep. They've been to the expo. There's been a lot of opportunities to it. Now,
one of the cast members just passed a couple of weeks ago.
Yes. Yeah. The gentleman who was his character was the real handsome one who had the twin
Billy Charlebois, yeah.
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find the pictures.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'm trying to think here. The thing is, I like Slapshot, but I got to be honest, I'm more of a baseball guy when it comes to a lot of the movies. I probably have it there, top 3, top 5-ish in that range. I'm really a big fan of, I like Field of Dreams a lot.
Sure.
And I love, a big fan of that one. I like Major League, honestly. Major League's hilarious. I get a kick out of that. That's a great movie. Yeah, that's a great movie. I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah,
there's probably a few other movies and some other sports as well that I would probably consider. But I think Slapshot deserves to be up there. I think it's got to be. I can't have it higher than that because, like I said, I'm a baseball guy first. And there's some of those other sports movies that I like a lot as well. So I'm going to have it somewhere probably between 3 and 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where do you rank it, Eric? Considering that, where do you rank it?
No, it's my favorite. It's my favorite. Just the way the movie even starts out. I mean, it's just you're not even warmed up yet, and you're just the first time you see it, your tears are rolling down your face. With the interview scene at the very beginning of the movie, it's just and he starts asking him all these different questions and about hockey to explain it. And the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life, you go sit in the penalty box for 2 minutes and you feel shame.
You feel shame.
And you feel shame.
The irony of that, Eric, is that basically that describes this live stream every week. We put you in the penalty box for 4 hours and you feel shame.
I feel shame every week. So
Mike Ham says that thing will be in a repack. Speaking of the Chosen Rosen, it's a 1 of 1, and then you'll see who. Oh no, that's a Neo reference there. I appreciate that one. And by the way, in the Discord, we discussed this possibility, and I got to say, Eric, nothing would make me happier. I want this. I want so badly for this to wind up in a repack. I want to watch somebody break a repack and pull this car. Eric, I will die of laughter. I will be the $1 million man in my house cackling, going like, look, I'm interested in the card, but not anywhere near that price. You're on your own on that one.
Oh, that's
Can't help you.
ridiculous.
I would love to have it. Like, let me be clear about this. I would love that. That's from Flawless. It's a Shield Auto and everything. It's a cool looking card. I would
50
totally buy it, but not for that price.
$50. That's about as high as I'd go.
Yeah, hold on here. I'll just share Yannick's screen here.
Oh,
So
that
this
came through my mailbox.
Premiere movie from '77 from Japan. So I haven't seen another one like this, and even in Japanese here, the guy wrote that what he thought of the movie. I translated, but I forgot. But he was pretty
Nice.
happy with it.
Nice, nice. I like that mini movie review on the back of the ticket. That's solid. All right, let me read a couple of comments here. We get caught up. Zachary says, "This is what happens when you pump Rosen, influencer Carlos." I know, clearly, Eric. I didn't even realize my own power. I did not even realize my own power. Bobbles wishes he had the kind of power that I possess.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Like, listen, he talks about his J-Rob. Eric, Josh Rosen. All right,
Yeah.
which is more impressive? I'm sorry, I went for the high degree of difficulty.
Yeah. Yes, you did. Yeah.
Take that. In order for Bobbles to match me, one of these J-Robs have got to go for 400 million. That's what we're talking about here.
I think you might be right.
Yep. Jeff's card journey says, "Good evening. I'm pretty sure I was shilled on a Frank Thomas card last week. Apparently the show wasn't high enough because the seller will not ship a response." Yeah, there you go. Fair enough. But that's what made it extra funny is that it actually did get paid for. Because once it's in Terry Peak, it means the payment has gone through. So whoever it was paid for it. Whatever's going to happen with it, we'll find out down the road. It's a one of one. So if I see it again down the road, we'll know. But I'm genuinely curious now. Eric likes polo. I thought you were going to write polio. But he likes polo too. Hockey and horses. Closest to bikes we can get. True. Paul says, number 1, Varsity Blues. There you go. Jeff's card journey says, 33, Sports Kings Eddie Shore. Old school hockey like Eddie Shore. That's right.
That's right.
Big Scott says, The Cutting Edge is the greatest sports movie ever. Wow.
Oh, Jesus.
Get into the references now.
Toe pick. I can
Young
quote
Blood
all
is a
these
good
movies.
one.
I don't want your life. Toe pick.
Rick says, that's a very cool photo, Eric. Never laughed so hard. There you go. Slapshot is a top 3 for sure. Best baseball movie is League of Their Own. That's an interesting
League of
choice.
Their
a
Own
deep
is no
choice.
joke.
It's a solid choice. Like, look,
It's a good
I can't
movie.
knock it. It's a solid choice.
Good movie.
It's a solid choice.
I'm not making fun of that movie. That's a good film.
And probably one of Madonna's better efforts in acting.
It's
Like, she fulfilled her role. She did her job.
She
Like,
did a
really,
great
Rosie
job.
O'Donnell too.
yeah,
I am
like they just did their job. They weren't in the way. They just did their job, and I thought it was fine.
I am not a Madonna fan, and I cannot say anything negative about her in that film.
Eric is not a material girl
No, I am not.
in a material world.
I am not.
Mm-hmm. Best football movie is Waterboy. That's a strong take. I'm with you
I
in the
love-
first half. You lost me in the second half.
I love me some Waterboy. Mama,
Yeah, but
Mama
best
movie
football
says-
movie,
Mama
Eric.
says-
Best.
Mama says.
Best is strong. Third best hockey movie. Mighty Ducks is still number 1. Happy Gilmore number 2.
come on.
Happy Gilmore is another good choice as well. That's a good solid choice. Strong sports movies, right?
Happy Gilmore 2 coming up.
Yeah. Happy Gilmore taking baseballs to the chest in the batting cage is the funniest freaking thing. He's like, it's like 175 more days till training camp. Oh my God.
Oh, you did the first pick for Boston, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
because
did.
they're promoting the second. They're promoting the sequel. I'll skim it when it gets to one of these
No,
streaming
he's a New
services.
Hampshire kid too. So I mean, the Bruins are his
Eric,
team.
question. You know the movie Young Blood, right?
Yes.
Do you? Yeah. Is that a known movie in the States or it's mainly?
I mean,
yeah.
It's from the 80s, so I mean it kind of it definitely was popular, and back in the 80s and 90s it was constantly being played on cable, so everyone my age has seen it. Rob Lowe was huge back then, being part of the the Brat Pack and all that, so Patrick Swayze's in it, so it was a huge film for the time.
Keanu Reeves' first movie.
Yeah, right. So I think probably younger people now have no idea it exists, but my generation watched it a lot.
Great
Yeah.
hockey movie.
Yeah. And I always say this, that the guy who played the father of Rob
Yes.
Lowe played for the Chicago Blackhawks. I can never pronounce his last name, but his first name's Eric and his last name begins with an N. and he played for the Blackhawks, and he was the one that taught him how to fight.
Shirt over.
Yeah, so he's the one. He's played Rob Lowe's dad.
There you go. My good here. Good evening. Happy 4th of July, Eric. Into my Canadian brothers. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful weekend. And also, don't forget, Mike, it is also the birthday of Bobby Burrell. So it is the inadvertent Bobby Burrell birthday spooktacular because everything needs to be spooktacular
right now.
That's right. Imagine a whole nation celebrating the Burrell.
Yeah. Yep. The Bobby works.
Yeah.
Going
you got to say, like I said, because a lot of people don't know this. Now, Yannick, I'm a history major, so honestly, I can say this. Like, honestly, other than Bobbles, who can lay claim to actually saying, how do you know America's birthday was the 4th of July? How do you know it wasn't August 14th?
Only
May
Bubbles
11th.
was there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's the only one who can confirm. Eric's pretty old, but I don't think he was there.
No, I wasn't there.
Yeah. He was busy fighting for the English. He was one of the Redcoats.
Redcoats.
Yep. So
Yeah.
we cannot be confirmed, but we do know it is indeed the birthday of the bro. So that part we know for sure. We'll pass it along when he comes back. Now, Eric, I want to steal.
And I heard that.
Excellent. Good time.
Good
time.
Yes.
Birthday of the Burrell. Mike says.
I had to go get I had birthday stuff to do, but
yes, ice cream cake. We know.
No, there was no cake involved. That's tomorrow.
Love ice cream cake.
You like ice cream? That's all. This is no, slice it in the shape of a cake, and it's ice cream cake. I don't know how that turns into that. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. So I'm gonna solicit Mensa and determine that it is not a cake, and then you will be ousted.
Bobby.
Well, we can add his ouster with his deportation papers. It'll be fine. It's
Well, it'll just one makes two.
Yeah, all together. It all justifies itself. Yes.
Hey, don't math.
I did have some other pickups. If you guys are still open for that,
Sure. Give me 2 seconds. I do
sure.
want to steal. I want to steal Eric's gimmick for a moment. I have a thing that grinds my gears.
Which gimmick?
I wanted to share.
Well,
no, specifically, I just said the grinding gears thing. I specifically want to have my own grinding gears segment. Yes.
What burns my ass is
no, that's what happens when you eat the wrong thing.
Yes,
which is difficult to do because you haven't done a lot of eating. You just eat random
like
stuff
Cheech
off the
and
floor.
Chong. Mexican Americans like to eat nachos and pizza. Yeah.
So it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
And
Dan
girlfriend
says
like Debbie too.
Dan says he says American is apple pie, born on the 4th of July. And remember, like I said, America's birthday is actually August 11th. So y'all need to readjust your calendars.
No,
July 4th is only Bobby Roll's birthday.
Dan.
It is, yeah. Exclusively.
CC. Eric, which is the bigger holiday in the USA? July 4th or Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving's the big one. No, Thanksgiving's the big one.
The birth of your country or when they sailed in. And
Bobby, Thanksgiving is when you are forced into a gathering of family members that you will otherwise not tolerate. And given that it's America, the fact there haven't been more shootings on Thanksgiving is a Christmas miracle.
Thanks for giving us mail.
Oh, gross.
I'm thankful for it.
The Native Indians had that.
Okay. Now let me finish my grandma gear segment. Moving on. All right, so here we go. So anyway, what I was gonna say is real quick, I'll read Dan's comment. Can we trade Bobby for Eric? That would require Bobby to agree to it. At this point, Dan, your best bet is to trade Eric for a half-eaten Snickers bar.
No,
it might be aiming
stick.
a little high. It might be aiming a little high, but maybe that's your best bet.
Half-eaten chocolate stick.
Thanksgiving has already overtaken Christmas in the last 5 or so years. I would say probably, yeah. Probably would make more sense. All right. So here's the thing. We've actually talked about this before, but I have a specific example. We've talked about in the past how some folks will take a rare or rare-ish card and then have an in-person autograph on it.
Yeah.
Now, some people like that, which is fine. So I want to be clear about this. If you own the card, and I don't care what it is, and you want to get it personally signed by whomever, I may not agree with it, but it's also not my business. It doesn't really matter one way or the other.
Well, that's a personal collection thing, right?
That's what I'm getting at. So I'm saying, if it's your personal collection, do whatever the hell you want. It's your card.
But don't expect to sell it for a lot more money because
I'm about to get to that.
Okay, sorry, I'm ruining your whole thing.
So on the Facebook page that I'm on, I'm one of the ones that I follow is specifically about the wrestling. And as you well know, Once in a while, I try to avoid it mostly. The only time I end up on there is I'll get pinged. Josh will send me like a link and he sends it to me on Facebook. So I'll get an email saying, I literally don't check often enough. So I literally get the email notification saying, you got a message. All right, fine. I'll check it.
Yep.
So anyway, so I'm on there. I happen to be by there. And one of the cards for the dentist PC that I actually need, my checklist has actually gotten quite small. So I don't need a lot at this point. A lot of the stuff that I need is actually very low print run or very tough to get. So when I see something, it's interesting. So, but he had it on there. And he had actually gone to one of the autograph signings and had the dentist sign it. And I'm sitting there going, and I'm literally, and not only had he had to sign it, he was trying to solicit offers for it. And I'm like, you idiot. And literally on the message, I said, it would be worth, I won't speak for myself, it would be worth more to me not signed had you just left it alone. Because you got two problems. So the card in question, basically, and I'll keep tabs on it. We'll see what happens. They ended up putting it up on eBay and we'll see what happens with that. But their original, they were trying to ask for $600. And I'm like, no, it's not worth that on your best day. Not even close. You're nowhere in the ballpark. So what happened was, originally, this particular one is one of the parallels to Allure. And basically, the specific parallel is 1 in 1,000 packs. So let me give you a little context. He got that signed. So here's some important context. 1 in 1,000 packs.
It or help it? Like it hurts.
No, it hurts it. It completely torpedoes the damn thing.
Yep.
So here's the issue. Twofold. So I'll explain some context. This is important. So 1 in 1,000 pack, that's already pretty tough. Let me make it more clear. The boxes are only 8 packs per box.
Oh, shit.
There are 20 boxes in a case. So that means the entire case, one case, has 160 packs in the whole thing.
And it's 1 in 1,000. How many cases?
1 in 1,000 packs. So that means, don't worry, Eric, I will save you the maths.
I'm not
It is,
like
it is 1 in over 6. It is 1 in over 6 cases to get one of anybody in the checklist. Now take the check. So originally, he claims that he paid $300 for the single before the autograph.
How much is the case though? I mean, like
the case? Now, was it supposed to be, or what did I pay for it?
No. What's it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be like 140, 150 Canadian a box.
So still, that's like 800, almost $1,000. So yeah.
No. It's 20 boxes in a case, Bobby. That's $3,000 for a case.
Oh.
Yeah, 20 boxes. 20 boxes in a case. $3,000 a case, 6 cases minimum with perfect collation. And by the way,
crazy.
That is to get any in the checklist. There's over 100 cards in the checklist. So the odds are actually infinitely harder to pull a specific person.
But you said there were 6 cards per case, right?
No, I'm saying it's 1 in 6 cases with the odds.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and that's to get anybody in the checklist, not even the specific person, to get anybody. So it is a very difficult. So the print run is going to be super low. Guaranteed is super low. We don't know exactly how low, but we know it's super low. So you've taken a card that is actually desirable, that people may actually want, and then you had an autograph. Well, here's the problem. I'm looking at the autograph, and the autograph is okay. It's like with a red paint pen kind of marker kind of thing.
Could be worse, could be better.
Yeah, it actually doesn't look that great. So aesthetically, it doesn't add to the aesthetics. The card itself design doesn't lend itself to it. You could literally have had her sign anything, and it would have been better than have an extremely. There were literally other cards in that set that you could have had her just sign, and it would have been fine, and it might have added some value. The problem is you took a card people may actually want. It's like painting your house a weird exotic color. Or doing some weird renovation that only you would care about. Well, yeah, the house is worth X and you spent X amount on the renovation. But if the person who comes in doesn't want it, you haven't added value. You've made it so that now you're looking for a very specific buyer.
It's like those people, I always say this in the hobby, that, somebody takes a print or something and they get it framed. It's just sort of like, well, I'm not paying for the frame.
Yeah.
You can pay $250 for the frame for your $40 print. It's still not worth $300.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So I'll be curious to see what it ends up going for. It's on eBay and I'm watching it. I did make an offer, and the best part is the offer I made was lower than his opening bid.
Oh.
Like I'm not even joking. Like here's the thing. At this point, I'm almost buying it as a filler because I actually need it. It's one of the few cards that I need from that set at this point. I would still like to have it. I'm actually buying it despite the autograph. So what I'm getting at here is like it's not adding value to me. It's going the other way. I'm actually offering you less than if you just left the card alone.
So why do you want that card though?
Because it's actually that difficult to pull. It actually doesn't come up.
But you're saying it detracts having the autograph being there. So
yeah, that's why I'm offering less than I would have offered if he had never autographed in the first place. I'm
So
actually,
you really
I'm
want
actually
that
offering
card,
it.
but you're willing to take, well, obviously offer a lower amount just to get
Yeah.
that because it's signed. Well, which is kind of cool.
No, I'm,
But
I'm
it takes
offering it. I'm
away from
offering it
the
because it's difficult. I'm offering it because it's one of the thousand
only
packs.
because
It's
it's
actually very,
difficult. Yeah.
yeah. It's specifically because if I had come
It
across
falls in a
more,
weird value sense,
that's what I
right?
mean.
You can't really
Yeah.
put a.
I acknowledge that it's a difficult card to pull because obviously I haven't been able to get it. But
Hey,
at the
what's it
same
worth that
time,
way?
what's that?
What's it worth just without the auto?
If you had left it alone, I would probably would have offered him probably 250, $300,
And what did you offer?
like 170.
So he paid money to get it signed, and he's actually cut his profits in half.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why I said, like, you should have just left it alone. Just get a regular base card signed. Like, that would have been fine. Because then there would still be some interest. That would actually take a low value card and increase its value.
Yes.
But you took a legitimately difficult card and you basically defaced it.
The only thing that works on is certain cards like Gretzky.
Yes.
If you get an autographed Gretzky card, it's
Sure.
a 2. That's fine,
Yeah.
but you don't get an 8 autographed.
Mhm.
You don't do stuff like that. So
That's what I'm
you know,
getting
I
at.
understand.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
time and a place. There's a time where it makes sense. And then there's a time where look, all you need to know is in the comment section, a couple of guys were literally like, I wonder if you could get it off. Because they're basically like debating what would it take to get this autograph off? So
All
again,
Kurt, Mike.
yeah, all Kurt, exactly. But that, like I said, it's legitimately a difficult card to pull, which is to say that it's like, well, I still want the card, but I wish you had left it alone. Like, honestly, just leave it be.
I think you can get it off.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. If I get it in my hand, I'll take a closer look at it and see what the situation is, and I'll figure it out. But the point is, in this instance, as a collector, it did not add value to me to put the autograph. As a matter of fact, it made me hesitate and have to think about, you know what, I'm going to offer you less because right now you have made it less desirable for me. I still would like to have it because, again, they're not cropping up every day. I've been waiting. That's a 2022 set, and I've only come across 1 or 2 other copies that I haven't been able to get my hands on. So that's why I'm still interested. But you have actually made it harder to sell the card.
He actually did you a favor in a sense, right?
Yeah, in a way. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if I end up with it. If I end up with it, I'll report back. But my point is that what we talked about before. That's why I say we've actually discussed this. I don't mind. Look, you want to get the thing autographed? It's your card. Do whatever the hell you want. The moment you try to sell it, though, you are limiting your market because you can't turn around right after and say, "Oh, I'd like to sell it now." No, then you should have thought of that before. You should have been asking around to see if it would actually enhance value rather than detract value. If you're keeping it PC for life, do whatever the hell you want. That's your business. The moment you're trying to sell it to somebody else, though, guess what? Now the buyer is the one who's going to be like, I don't want that.
Yeah. Unless it's a vintage card, I can only see it really working. Like if you got Gordie Howe's like 54 card autographed, would you take that? Yes. Yes, very much so.
I think, Bobby, I think you're right. I think it has to do with vintage over the new stuff because you can open up the pack and get the dentist autographed on a different card, right? You can, you know, we all know Gordie signed a lot, but you get my point. You couldn't open up packs and have an official Gordie Howe autograph, right? So,
No.
Get vintage cards signed is I see.
There's a big following for it now anyway. So
I see it being a little different than getting modern day cards signed because autographed modern day cards are already out there. So you don't need to.
And most of them are 9s anyways, right?
Well, ruin a modern day, a rare modern day card to put an auto on it because you could easily get one. Where vintage cards, you couldn't do that. So get them signed if you want. But I agree with Carlos 100%. You own them. You want to PC them. You do what you want. But don't expect everybody in the world to feel the way you do.
I'd like to see what like a 54 Gordie Howe PSA 7 would go for with a PSA 7, like a PSA DNA 7, with him having it actually signed. That'd be an interesting auction, wouldn't it be?
Yeah. Are we also assuming that his auto is clean? Because because a rushed auto obviously wouldn't be as interesting. If it's a nice autograph, for sure.
If it's later in his life, yeah, I get it. It's not a little sloppy. But
that's what I'm saying. Like, but it does matter because a nicer looking autograph can add or detract.
Well, they grade that too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's part of that. So that'd be an interesting call. But for modern, yeah, you don't get no. Like actually, so Eric, I think you have some in your collection that you got autographed that aren't, that were just regular, cards of players that you just got.
That's the reason why that's the reason why I said we've had this discussion because Eric will have like a jersey card Like he did a Ray Borg thing
And
where
it's
he had
not
jersey
doesn't-
cards.
It's
signed.
not the auto, but it's
Yeah.
but
Right.
it's personal.
Here's one that's just close. So we're talking about. This is a really nice patch card. And, you know, I have access to Ray. Ray comes in every once in a while. So I said, here, sign this. I think it looks great. I don't know if there's a number. Oh, there is a number on this. It's out of 35.
Yeah, so you'd have
You
to
know?
find that specific person for those
Yeah.
things, like
Yeah.
or small group
Yeah.
of people that you would be.
But like I said though, for Eric's purposes, since he does PC it, that's fine. But then if he goes to sell it, then there is an understanding as well that now you're kind of at what does the buyer want? Because now
Yes.
you've created kind of this differentiate. So I'll give an example.
Yeah.
Same person, same character. So again, I just said a moment ago, I took a card that's 1 in 1,000 packs in boxes that only have 8 packs, 1 in 6 cases to get one individual anybody.
Yeah.
So this is a very difficult
A lot
card
of
to
money.
pull. Yeah. So right there, that's the difficulty. So here, Eric, for comparison, this one I picked up the other day. That's an on-card auto.
Yeah.
hmm
I like the
Here's
pink.
the thing. Yep. And I think they did a good job with it and everything. Here's the thing. This card is 50 cents. So it doesn't hurt the card at all. It doesn't have any issue. It's a
50
50 cent
cent.
card.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 50-cent card without the autograph. The autograph adds a little bit of value. I didn't pay a crazy amount for this. That's the point is that it actually added value to have it signed because it's a good signature. It was well done. But the point is it's a 50-cent card. Therefore, you can actually add a little value to it if you like.
It
Sure,
is
it
now
doesn't-
worth
There's
that.
100.
That's irrelevant. Yeah,
There's 100,000 of these.
Yeah,
You'll be
of
fine.
course.
That's worth
There's
a
no,
lot
it's
more
not.
than
It's
it
no
would-
difficulty.
that adds value for sure.
Right.
Yes.
You get away.
But you take
that.
a card that is extremely difficult to pull that someone would actually want as is if you just leave the damn thing alone.
What
You're
were they
not adding
thinking?
value.
Did they think
Not
they
adding-
were adding value, or obviously because they're selling it, they obviously thought they were? But
My favorite part is on the Facebook post. He added additional context that made it funnier because he didn't have a COA from the signing. But there is a picture of him handing her the
Whatever.
card and having her sign it. So here's the thing. I've seen the signature on it. It is the signature. I have no problem believing he actually got it. But the point is, now you're putting it on eBay. I at least know context. I at least saw the original post with the images and whatever.
it
He
has to
didn't
be
even put
real.
the
'Cause
images.
why would you do that?
Yeah, like who would be dumb enough to do this on purpose?
Yes, exactly.
That's what grinds my
So
gear.
it
Eric.
has to
You
be-
take a
that's-
legitimately difficult card that a collector may actually want without you mess. And by the way, the way the card is designed, it actually doesn't leave room for a nice autograph. It actually, like I said, it doesn't make it look nicer. It makes it look worse. Why?
That's the thing, and that's and just talking about me. When I do this, and I buy modern
Mhm.
cards like this Bork, for example, with a patch or something on it,
Yeah,
I go out and shop for ones that look like they will look nice with an auto.
or they
as
have the
I'm
space
shopping-
for it. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
So
room.
as I'm
Yeah.
shopping for them, I'm like, ooh, that has a big open space. I already stopped planning. That's going to look good with a gold pen, silver pen, red pen, black, blue, whatever. And I have it all planned out before I hit the buy button.
red like. the
And then it
Canadians.
comes in, and then I go and get them done. I never want to force something on a card because it's going to look like shit.
Yeah.
All right. But to my knowledge, I don't think I've destroyed any quote unquote destroyed any valuable cards yet. You know,
Well, it's PC, and I think that's what Carlos was saying. That is, it's part of your personal collection. So why would it matter to anybody? Only until you're dead and they're
Well,
sold.
that's it.
That's the
But-
only consequence
think-
it's going to have.
you know,
But otherwise, that you do that and that those, you met them, and that's a great thing. I think that's a fun thing. That's
it is.
what you want to do.
I enjoy it, but you're right. When it is time to sell, whether it on my own or after I'm gone, they don't know, that
They
especially
won't know which one's really signed.
Well, yeah, I
The
mean, they
next
don't know
future
that-
Reggie Reminisce Super Collector.
I don't want
Yeah, they
any
don't
part of
know
that
that-
collection, please.
they don't know that they comes in the shop all the time and I get them to sign stuff. This doesn't have the upper deck thing on the back that says
Mhm.
congratulations, this is an authentic card signed in front of an upper deck employee. So technically the value, it is going to affect the value because I can't 100% prove when I'm dead, right, that
Mhm.
he actually signed that.
when you're dead, right?
Right.
I
but
think
this
it'd actually
stuff-
be important to do a Ray Bork rookie card and get it signed. You should. All right, you got an example.
Boom!
Of
How
course
about
he
that?
does.
You
Yeah.
call it,
Boom.
I'll grab it.
Oh, okay. Jim Poplinski signed.
I can give me a second. I can get you a Jim Poplinski card.
I know
right,
you
while
can
you're
get me
doing
the
that,
card,
I'm
but
gonna read
not
some
signed.
While you're
I
doing
don't
that,
have
I'm going to read some
time.
comments. I'm going to read some comments.
Right,
Zach
Grab
here
my
says,
glasses. I'll be right back.
Good. Zach here says, signed vintage cards are even more rare because I've always been told people believed autos devalued the card when people first started looking at cards as collector's items. Yeah, that was the original conventional wisdom was, don't get it autographed, whatever. And some people did, which means as a result, there were less that were signed early on. Obviously, as some players did the convention circuit and stuff later, a couple more would get autographed. The holy grail for some of the real hardcore vintage autograph collectors is if you can get something that's contemporary or close to, like let's say the player is still playing days, but maybe, okay, like say that Gordie Howe card we were just talking about, the 54 Topps Gordie Howe, obviously one of his famous cards.
Oh yeah.
Maybe you don't get Gordie to sign it in 54, but you get to sign it in 65. Well, that's still playing days. He's still within the middle of his career. And it's still, one of his most famous cards. It's not his rookie, but it's one of his most famous cards. It's kind of a very popular card for him. And it's got a lot of room. So if you get a nice autograph on there, that could be of interest to a big time collector. Yeah. But the point is, there are other copies out there without the autograph if that's what you want. So you could have one of each. When you get into some of these tougher pieces, you really got to think about this one because what you're doing is you're limiting your market a little bit. You're saying, I've got something of value or something that's difficult to come by. And I'm telling the buyer now, well, I hope you like the pen I used. I hope you like the way it was done, because if you didn't like it, boy, have I created a problem for myself, because you just turned it into a niche thing where you took this potential audience that could have been interested in it, and now you've narrowed it down. Because then, assuming the autograph's good and everything, your expectation is the price is high, right? So the price is higher, you've also limited your audience, but now you're hoping that this audience that has enough money to pay for this thing, you're hoping that these people who have the means to be pickier agree with your assessment of what you just did.
Yeah.
You're hoping they specifically like what you did, because if they don't like it, you've just took another buyer out of the pool.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think I could probably sell this quicker on eBay without the auto.
Yeah.
But to me, this sits on my desk. I have a lot of stuff on my desk, stuff I really enjoy looking at. And this piece in particular sits on my desk. And so I'm still happy that I had it done. So even though it's out of 35, well, there's 34 other ones out there without his auto probably. So go buy one of those.
Yeah. Well, the original one that led to this conversation was when I showed off a 1 of 1, and I go, you just basically forced, because there's no others. Like you've literally forced everybody to make a decision, make a call based on the card, because you've taken that out of everybody's hands. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. Like if you're talking like a 1 of 1, that's kind of a dick move. Because it's like, what if somebody actually wanted to collect it as it was? They were trying to do a rainbow or something, and you just decided to mess with it.
Well, I mean, we can't really flip-flop, Carlos, because both of us have said tonight and in the past many times, if it's yours, you can do whatever you want with it.
Burn it, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but, I think...
But the moment you sell it, the moment you sell it, though.
But I think if you...
Yeah, well, he did it, and then he wanted to sell it right away.
He immediately went to flip, So I was like, this is where I have a problem with it. It wasn't like you did it, you held on to it for a couple of years and go, hey, I need to move on.
And he died, and somebody's selling his collection.
Something happened. Nope. I was like, you got that signed recently, and now you're trying to solicit offers. It's like, you didn't think this through.
Through you, I'm offering this.
Yeah, you didn't think this through at all.
Yeah.
Ray here says, any card before 92, Ryan Taylor from New York Yankee did an autograph in the hobby set. Need to go through PSA DNA at PSA. Yep. Sadler fan, good evening. Can't say the same for hockey sticks, Eric. True.
Well, I don't understand what do you mean can't say the same? I don't get it.
Probably about getting it signed or something like
that. We get most of the gamers signed. Most people like that.
But how many of them also have game used social media posts smacked against wall and shelf?
It was a metal shelf and never hit the wall.
It's provenance.
And a lot of times now we get the players to sign their name, and then under their name write game used. And the collectors seem to like it.
Really?
Yeah,
well, that confirms the game used, right?
Yeah, the player, the owner
So,
of the stick.
but how do they know? Like,
When Ray
honestly, if you
comes
go
in-
back to the 80s and say, hey, yeah, I remember that jersey. I remember that. Okay,
So
sure.
we'll have a game use stick of Ray. Ray's
Okay.
is this yours? Yeah, that's mine. That's my tape job. This is that. Blah,
Okay,
blah, blah.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we
And
go
then you look at the stick, and it's actually a Mario Lemieux model, and he goes, "Yeah, Ray, it's mine. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I totally use
So-
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
So
it's
it's like,
Playmaker.
Connor
yeah,
McDavid.
sure.
Wow. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I use
Mm.
that.
So
I remember that.
We'll ask him, all right, can you sign the blade? Yep, no problem. Blah, blah, blah. You write game used underneath it? Yep, game used. So now you got
That's a good thing, though.
yeah. So you got
he can
you got the
confirm it.
player confirming it's game used under his auto. Now
Yeah.
again, somebody could say, all right, he signed the stick, and then after he left the shop, he wrote game used underneath it. I mean, unless you videotape these guys doing all this stuff and sell the videotape with the stick, I mean,
Eric, my expectation is I want 4K video
yeah,
that is
Mhm.
archived and then tied to a crypto token. And then when I purchase the item, I also wish to have full custody of the crypto token, which connects to the 4K video.
Wow.
Not only 4K, 4K in VR. So you watch the video and you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Vazir says, is Eric collecting a holographic holiday edition rainbow Mayo jars signed by vintage hockey stars? The Mayo rainbow.
There would be something I would
that's
watch. Yeah.
interesting.
Yes.
Mhm.
Paul here says, guy at a local show has an Ed Reed Prism, 1-of-1 autograph, and wanted $1 billion. I told him good luck. Indeed. Jim Poplinski is back. I will be at the November Expo. If anybody wants anything signed, Eric will need to pay more because he's American. Well, American.
November Expo. We will be watching for you, Mr. Jim.
Yeah,
Yo, dudes. Good evening, Dylan.
bring some of
What if
your
that's-
Calgary
what if
Flames.
that's Jimbo?
Used.
You think it's Jimbo?
merchandise.
No.
He could be trolling us. It
I'm
could be
saying-
his way of, instead of clipping us, it could be his new way.
Yeah, I
And
want to
that
know.
would be his era, Pomplinski, in 76, 77, 78. Yeah.
I want to know who Jim Ploplinski is going to be next week. Last week he was Tony Tanti, so I
Oh,
wanna know
I'm
who-
hoping that eventually he switches out of hockey players and goes to different pop culture references. I want Soda Popinski.
Soda. That's a nice nickname.
Soda Popinski.
I like that. Yeah.
No, but Bobby, that's a video game reference. That's
Understood.
yeah.
I
So
don't.
Soda Popinski, classic.
I don't know
classic.
what that is. I don't.
Speaking of soda, let's
Go
go
play Punch Out. Go play Punch,
Punch
Out.
out Mike Tyson.
Yeah, and you'll get Soda Popinski.
I never played that.
All right, go ahead, Bobby. Yeah, go ahead and share.
Okay,
All set.
so I picked up a 2015. This is Rogers Cup, and it's signed by somebody. Someone said Chris Everett Lloyd, but I don't see that with her other autographs. It almost looks like it's a CHL. So, and then you have maybe an O and an E. It might be Chloe or something. I don't know, or it could be a guy. I'm not too sure. Anybody out there, if you can figure out that autograph, that'd be great.
It's
It's
Chris
not
Everett,
Serena
right?
Williams. As much as I looked, it's not Serena Williams. So,
No.
and she won about 4 Canada. I think she beat Chris Everett Lloyd in the amount of Canada Cups that are Rogers Cups that she won. So, anyways, I picked that up at the show. But I also picked up something really kind of cool. And I see these. There's 1 or 2 on eBay. This is a Cito Gaston. So this is everybody calls it a ticket, but it really isn't a ticket because the real ticket is actually here. I took it and I put it in the back to protect it a little bit. So there's the real game ticket, but they call this the ticket, but it isn't really a ticket. It's just a piece of paper that's in a lanyard and what have you.
Yeah.
So that is the real ticket of the game. That's
Yeah, you got that. So
Cheetos.
Bobby, you got that when you went to that game. I was actually at that game. I have one of those.
Oh, you have one of these and you have your
Yep.
ticket.
Probably they're probably together, but I definitely have the
Okay.
Cito thing. It was like the Cito commemorative
Did
thing where they
everybody
put
get
on the
one?
Ring of Honor. I think it was limited to a certain number. I definitely got one.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I see them online and everybody, what's 2010, 9/29. So everyone's saying that this is ticket, but it's not.
No,
because
it's
they're
a commemorative piece that you got if you were within
But if
a
you have
certain
the
number of
ticket,
people.
it kind of makes it a
Yeah.
little bit different. Yeah. So,
What-
anyways,
is that ticket torn? It doesn't look like that ticket was torn. Looks like
no, it's unused by Rod. Yeah, at the bottom, it's not used.
Yeah.
So there's the torn piece that should be torn, but it's not.
Yeah,
So
no.
it is kind of a neat piece in the grand scheme of things. And then I also have opening another one. This is the first game in the what was it
25th anniversary.
Yes, 25th anniversary, and I do have the ticket. And again, I stuck it into the back, and well, actually, I have. I don't know what that insert is. I think it'd be festival, but I do have the game ticket, and it's actually this is really interesting. It's like a embossed Blue Jays 20001. Like if you can see, I don't know if you can see that on this angle, but it is embossed. It's raised. I
Yep.
don't know if you can see that. Any which way, I thought that was really kind of cool. It is used on this part. Yes, it is torn, but I thought that was really kind of cool. So this is the big ticket plus the big ticket. I don't really know what this
Big
insert
ticket.
is. So that was the first game. 2021. That's getting pretty old. So I picked up those for a half decent dollar. I don't generally buy Jay stuff, but I said the ticket's there. And the same thing with the Blizzards. It had the ticket attached, and I said, why not? So, anyways, so I do collect Jay stuff, I guess. There you go. But the Aceto Gaston was kind of a nice piece. I thought that was really nice. And Carlos has one, but he doesn't have the ticket.
Like I said, I might still have it with it, but I haven't paid attention to it. I've got some old Jays tickets, but I never. I'm so concerned about them. They're literally sitting in a drawer in a pile.
Yes, I know. I think this is worth about $35-$40, something like that. And same with this one, $25-$30, something like that. But it's nice to have. Like if you're a Jay collector, like it's a great piece. And Chris Everett Lloyd or Chloe, someone, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Dan's got it clocked as a Charizard signature.
I think it is.
That could be huge. That could be huge.
That could be huge.
CH8. Yeah, Dan might be right.
It's about the Pokemans.
We can talk about that on his next show.
Yeah, few people know that Dan is a noted Pokemans autograph expert.
He is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Charizard signed. So is Charizard signed worth more than a regular non-signed? If it is, we can move on.
Well, you laugh, but Brandon Bobbles was in the Discord. Was sharing. They've got some of the I want to say
artists.
Disney or Looney Tunes or whatever. They got some of the new ones. Some of the stuff has started to sell, and they've got these different characters, and they've got autograph cards of these characters. And the thing is, it's not the artists, it's not the voice actors, whatever. There is a card that nobody. It's literally somebody. So there was like a card that was like a Goofy autograph card. On the back it says autograph signed by Goofy. There is no Goofy.
What?
It's not an actual person. Like it's
not
actually
the mascot.
Nope. That literally is just
Nothing?
literally just could have gotten some rando off the street to sign Goofy on there, and it's like an autograph card of Goofy. It's like there is no Goofy. That is not a person. It's a signature. Yeah, it says Goofy. But that's
Disney.
about it.
And people pay for this.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Really?
I'll see if I can find the exact one. Like there was
Please
one.
do.
Like there were a couple of good ones. I'll find it. It'll take me a minute.
That's nonsense.
I'll locate this item.
I don't care if that's
Please.
nonsense. That's complete utter nonsense.
Well, you haven't seen it yet, so you really don't know.
Well,
Oh, trust me, it is nonsense. I assure you of that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll see if I
nonsense.
can locate the specific examples. But
people
yeah,
will
Brandon
pay
grabbed a couple.
money to get a Goofy auto by Goofy,
Goofy auto by Goofy.
who's not a real entity.
Goofy. Yes.
Okay.
Here we go. I'll give you an example. So I'll
Please.
give you this one.
Yeah.
So here it is from the eBays. So 2023 Topps Chrome Disney Quad Auto.
What?
You can have Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck,
So who signed
Goofy,
these,
and
though?
Pluto. Nobody.
So
Says you're on the back. You
why
have a
did they
quad
put
autograph
this-
card of Mickey.
Do you see the price of that? Like, why?
$3,050. Yeah.
Why
Nice.
would it be that price if it's
I don't know. Eric has a
nobody-
lot of money and he doesn't know what else to do with it. I don't know what to say.
Yes.
That is complete utter effing
There's
nonsense.
stickers.
So-
It's at least it's an SGC 9.5. Makes you feel better.
No,
It helps like a smidge.
no.
Not much though.
Yeah.
So
Come on, haven't you wanted a Mickey Mouse autograph, Eric?
those are
Donald
great
Duck?
autographs. Like those are really nice. But
Like,
like,
it's
who signed
whoever
them?
is in the costume that day just signs it
No.
up and that's it.
Yeah, Eric, I'm not even joking. It says right here, you have received a quad autograph card of Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Goofy, and Pluto. That's it.
From Disney 100.
It could have been after
Wonder
we finished
Chrome.
damaging a Bobby or
What?
stick, Eric decided to do some autographs, and that's what happened. I don't even know what to tell you.
Nope. I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah, at this point, I think
I give up. I give up. No, screw this.
But it is 9.5 though.
Is it 9.5?
Yeah.
Imagine if it was a 10.
Wow. Then I would
Scandalous.
pay half as much.
Scandalous. Dan here says, in the early 2000s, when my kids were kids, I bought more Pokemon than baseball cards. I believe this.
Yeah, so did
Dylan
I
said-
with Steven. So yeah.
Yeah. Dylan says, it's so crazy, makes 0 cents. It makes $3,050 though.
Yeah, I guess.
Philippine Collection, good evening. Some rando signed it. Yes. Complete insanity. That's insane. Yes.
Yep.
Sadler Fan says Disney people will spend to collect. Make some of the higher rollers of sports cards look like child play. Exactly. You don't even need a real autograph of a real person.
Well, I think the Disney stuff has dropped off the face of the earth at this point. So I don't know what they're trying to do there. But we do have Minnesota. This is from Popsicle in 1976. So they would put a little bit about team history. It's bilingual. They also did the Mid-American, where they only had American language. So this is kind of cool. It's like a credit card. It's like plastic thing, and they were inserted in each 6-pack of.
Yeah, but Bobby,
I guess
if you send it
Popsicle
over, I can
Credit
help
card.
you have it autographed by Goofy.
You think that would be worth something?
At least $3,050.
Or one of the, or the picture of whoever the player is there.
It doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't make a difference. We get what if I
Obviously,
made it
by showing the
Yeah.
other thing, it didn't
Yeah.
matter.
What if we made it Eric, what if we made a Goofy, Mickey Mouse, Superman, and Batman?
It's just disgusting.
Batman.
Are they owned by Disney?
It doesn't matter.
No,
It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
You know who else signed it? Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh, I knew it.
Boom.
That was before or after?
Boom. Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
Doesn't
if it's before, it's a little bit. It's pre-recorded.
I
If it's
defy
it's
you-
After.
After we submit it for your approval, I defy you to tell me the autograph's not legit. I defy you.
Oh my God.
Where does the providence come in on that?
There's no
I don't even-
problem. There's not even an attempt. On the back, it literally just says Mickey Mouse, Goofy, Donald Duck.
And Jesus, yes,
Yeah, Jesus.
and Jesus.
Jesus.
course.
Little do you know it's Jesus.
It
He owes me
Jesus,
money, so it's the
yes.
least he can
It's
do.
the same thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
If it
Well,
was-
that's what happened, Yannick, with the most recent series of autographed Michael Jordan cards. He did that private signing for a handful of his rookie cards because he probably allegedly owed some
Oh,
gambling
yes.
money to somebody, and high-end collectors said, "All right, your debt is paid if you sign these."
Do you know how many he signs by himself that he would get? Like, wouldn't
Jordan
you
at
make
this
money
point,
on
Jordan
that?
at this point will not sign a damn thing unless you cut him a gigantic
If
check.
it's his own, though, I'm just saying. Like, if he was smart, he would sign his own and put him out there.
Yeah, no, but he doesn't bother. He doesn't care
How do you know?
because he's got billions.
because there's not enough of them out
dollars.
there. He could literally put thousands of them out there, but he makes more money not
I don't
signing.
think you would. Putting thousands of them out there doesn't help you. But
That's what I mean. Like for
if
him, Michael Jordan already has billions of dollars. The only time he would even bother,
Well, he
at
has
this point-
gambling problems, so I'm not too sure.
but that's what I mean though. For that specific person, if the person says rather than pay me cash, sign these and I will do it. Jordan is like, okay, fine. For him, Eric, for him, Jordan is like, yeah, I'll sign this shit. I don't care. That's fine. Yeah, like, and you're saying all the debts are cleared? He goes, done.
Yeah.
Done.
Easy.
Yeah. I'll sign
Imagine,
for
Eric,
those.
if you could clear, hundreds of thousands or $1 million worth of debt with just a couple of signatures. Like, yeah, sure, buddy, no problem.
Yeah.
In a second,
Where are the
right?
cards? Provide them. Great. It's literally a blank check for him. He doesn't give a shit at that point. Like it's for him, it's
no
whatever.
effort for him.
But the guy was able to sell one of them for $2 million.
$2 million.
Yep, he was able to get $2 million for one of those.
That's insane.
And there's
I'm
still
in the
there's still a couple
business.
more in his stack, so he's still got a small stack of them. But they're the most recent ones that had come out on 86 Fleer Jordan rookies. So, but they came specifically from one signing.
I'm curious. I am curious. I'm
Mhm.
really curious.
Mhm.
What kind of pen did they use? Did they use just blue Sharpie? Did they use silver ink
I'll see if I
pen?
can find it.
Um,
Let me see.
Because it's a darker card. Blue Sharpie's gonna look horseshit.
Horseshit.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Yeah, because because like I said, the most recent one sold for good money. I'll see if I can
So
locate it.
I mean, you'd want like a colored paint pen, red colored paint pen or something. Him just putting a blue Sharpie over it's gonna look like garbage.
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 I heard that.
Well, Eric, congratulations.
Oh,
Blue Sharpie it is. 2.5 million. Eat it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eat it, Bougie.
Look at this.
And can you blow that up? Can you do that?
If I can a little bit, I'll try.
It's already been blown up.
Yeah, it's about
Doesn't
the
look
most I'm
like
going to get out of
much.
Yeah. So I mean,
X isn't cooperating. That's about the most you're going to get out of it.
that doesn't look great, right? I mean, if that was in a a different color that really made it pop, that'd be pretty cool, But I understand the rarity, so it doesn't matter. It's kind of like a 1-on-1. You can cut it in half, and it's still
Yeah,
the
well,
only
it
one.
won't be in this case. Like I said, there is a small stack of them that came from this person who has them. Again, based on the whole conversation, it was very funny. It's actually hilariously funny. But anyway, Carlisle here. Good evening. My daughter got all the autographs at Disney World in person, so we know they're legit. See, that's where the money is.
Prove it.
Saddle fan.
Do you have
It's funny.
pictures?
Disney mandates the cast members to sign the exact way the character signature shows in media. So that's the thing. But
Oh,
I just
really?
showed you guys the back of it. Those weren't signed by Goofy. It was Goofy's brother. The scandal.
Yeah, that's right.
So when did
Jim
you have
said-
time to take the gloves off and the uniform off and sign? I don't
That's
know.
what makes it extra complicated.
Mhm.
Jim here says, I think the voiceover actor signed those autos. Here's the thing, not that we're aware of. People asked that question. They said, oh, it must have been the voiceover actor. It must have been like, whatever. The thing is, again, I showed you guys the back of the card. There is no additional information. It could
Nothing.
literally have been anybody. It could have been Eric.
Yes, it might have been.
If it was
I
like,
can't
his
definitively tell you it
handwriting's
was
not
not
that
Eric.
nice. No,
if it
no.
was like cuts
It is when he's
of
writing Mickey Mouse.
artists,
Maybe.
that would be something that'd be worth a lot of money. If there were actual cuts of like the original artists.
Yeah,
But-
there are a lot of There are legitimate angles. That's why I say
And that happens
so
a lot too with comics.
The reason I'm giving this example is because it's so ridiculous. Is because in almost every other form of media. So, for example, there are cards for TV shows or movies. Patrick Stewart is signed for different things. For Star Trek, Captain Picard, but he signs as Patrick Stewart. So Patrick Stewart signs as Patrick Stewart, but on the
Yes.
card he's Jean-Luc Picard, right?
He's Jean-Luc
Or the
Picard,
X-Men movies. He was part of
right.
that. Yeah, so he signs as Patrick Stewart. He doesn't sign as the character. He signs as Patrick Stewart because he is the actor who played this character. And that's normal. That happens all the time. That's perfectly logical. Ryan Reynolds being Deadpool. Totally get it. Totally understand. But no, he wouldn't sign as Deadpool. He'd sign as Ryan Reynolds, who
But
played
some might like Deadpool though.
Sure, but the point is, if he was going to do that, he'd sign both. Is my point. My point is, the actual actor would still sign, and he maybe would give you Deadpool and
I
underneath or
guess.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not, but it's
AKA
not.
something like
Yeah, but Goofy just is Goofy. Mickey Mouse just is Mickey Mouse.
No, it's
so many
that's-
iterations of that
Low.
over the years.
Yeah.
And then the for it to go for that kind of money is, I
Yeah.
want to strangle somebody.
It's a quad auto. Come on.
It's quad.
I want to
Mickey
strangle someone 4 times.
Mouse something or other. I don't know.
Well, if it
That's
makes you
what-
feel any better, that's the out of 10. So there's 9 more.
Oh yeah, true.
It's not even a 1-of-1. Imagine if it was the 1-of-1. We're talking
Imagine.
serious cash money.
Serious stupidity. Yes.
Come on, Eric. The dream lives. The dream lives.
No,
And just died there too. So.
But yeah, that was one that was shared in the Discord. I died of laughter. I died.
Oh, they shared it. Okay. Yeah.
CC says, what are you saying? Mickey and Goofy are not real? Oh, no. I know.
no,
Oh,
we
they're
didn't say
real.
that. We didn't say that.
I don't know, Eric. What are you saying?
Question how they hold the pens with those really big hands. The 3 fingers.
I think
Here's a valid question. Dan says, guy who paid thousands of dollars for a goalie statue is critical of Disney autos.
yes, really, right? Exactly. Good one, Dan. That's right. Exactly.
That's a valid point, Dan.
I would like to point out yet again, I do not like Dan. And,
Dan's a nice guy.
No, I disagree.
Well, then I'm not doing a show then. If
I
you
wouldn't.
say that he's
I
that
wouldn't.
bad.
I wouldn't. He's very bad. He's a bad man. He's a
Oh,
very bad
I
man.
didn't know that.
Very
Very
bad.
bad.
Very bad.
Wow.
Very bad man.
Buddy, fuck you, buddy. Anyways,
Josh here. Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric.
Shut up, Josh.
There you go. Well done, people. Well done.
we have to have one at least.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm proud of us all. We
Yeah.
got into good places. We've learned about the market for Disney autographs. Totally legit. We've
Total-
learned that please, if you're going to have something signed, For the love of all that is holy, at least think about what you're having signed before you do. There's a time and a place. There's a time where it can work. There's a place where it can work, but not all the time, not every place. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Think twice.
Yep.
Please. Thank you. Happy birthday, Bobby. And to Eric's country. Eric, we're not celebrating the birth of France.
France.
Yeah.
I am half French. Or
That's
quarter
Eric.
French.
Eric is en français. That's how he learned the hockeys.
No,
We already talked about this earlier tonight.
no,
Et le but.
no,
Yahoo!
Well, you talk to Yannick a lot when you're up here, so it must be half French.
no. My wife, unfortunately, is French Canadian.
We have picked holes into
I
Eric's
know.
whole.
It's not like
We've picked holes into Eric's whole American story. We've got a lot of questions.
Portuguese,
I am an
American,
American
French,
badass.
something. I don't know.
No, you're an American dumbass. That's the best you can hope for.
Dumas. Yes.
Yeah,
But
that's
I
your best bet.
My hearing must not have been good when I heard that song.
Yeah, that's your best bet.
I am American dumbass. No,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't
Do you
sound
guys
standard.
leave? Do you leave like cigarette butts and empty can of beer for Kid Rock the eve of July 4th? Or
If you do that, if then he comes by and sings terribly.
The only Kid
Facts.
Rock song I ever liked was that country kind of ish one. What was it? It was like synthesized. What was that? What was that song he did?
He's
It
not
was like
lying.
the
I don't know. I know a
15
couple
years
of
ago or
songs.
something like that.
I can't help you there. I have no idea. That one
It was
doesn't ring a bell.
synthesized. Yeah, somebody will know in the chat.
He was probably auto-tuned for most of his songs, so I can't help you there.
No, because I didn't get into his rock and roll, but I did like that one song. It was
Yeah, rock and roll is strong for Kid Rock, ironically, given his name.
Yeah, but this was synthesized, kind of slow, kind of methodical music. It was interesting. Yeah. Can't remember it now. Jeez.
Orlando here says, I went to a Disney cruise and all the characters signed autograph for the kids. You're sitting on a gold mine, Orlando. A gold mine.
You got to cash out, Orlando. That's
Yeah,
it.
now's the time. Now's the time.
It is.
You can
It
get
is.
all the vintage you want if you cash out on the Disney cash.
I think yeah, that's smart.
Trade night, yep. Saddler fan here says, it's funny hearing the auto conversation, other sports collecting, where motorsports, it really affects nothing. Interesting to see how the communities diverge. Yeah. Each category is its own thing. Each category is its own thing. Yeah, totally true.
And we'll review every bit of it.
Jim says,
what we
Eric's
do here.
communist country. Every country Eric's involved in is communist.
I'm not listening to Jim anymore.
No, I don't know what.
Tell his real name is. It might be Jim Morrison. Who knows?
reveal yourself.
I'm still convinced it's Johnny Busick. Everybody knows what's going on there. Orlando says, Paul will be at the National, but leaving on Saturday. There.
Oh,
And says, Yannick says nothing for an hour and then delivers a banger. Yannick is all about pacing and timing. Yannick is lurking in the background, waiting, bam.
he is.
waiting for
and
the
somebody-
knockout blow.
It's all timing, my man. It's all timing.
Is.
Carlos says, my garbage man was an Elvis impersonator. If you left a note with some merch from a show Friday night, he'd sign it with the picked up garbage Saturday morning. He always signed it, Mike is Elvis. I like it. I appreciate it. I love it.
No, he didn't say I appreciate it. He said, I'll thank you very much.
Wow, that is a terrible, terrible accent. But what can I expect from a foreigner? But anyway, Yannick, so question for you. Other than, obviously, you're working on your vintage set, which we just talked about. Looking out for anything else? Or just kind of focusing on that right now? Just keeping your eye out where and if something comes across?
That's about it for the time being. That set and my 51, 52 Bedard Donaldson, aka Lavalderi QSHL.
Yep.
I'm still missing the Jacques Plante, which is a big one. Lately, there's few who came across my radar, but kind of a little too much for like, I don't need the perfect copy. So obviously too much cake for that. And I'm looking for something without a crease at least who goes through and still asking $200 for it.
Well, thanks to Dirty Dan, I got a Georges bougie.
Georges Bougie.
Yeah, I could sell you that one cheap.
I already have that one, but thank you.
There's nothing cheap about the bougie.
Yeah. Dirty Dan sent that to me.
Maybe if Mr. Bougie autographs it, maybe now there'll be something.
Yeah. guy's only been dead for 100 years, but you know, if Mickey
That
Mouse,
hasn't stopped Goofy.
yeah, if Goofy and Mickey can sign, then shit, might as well get Bougie to sign it.
That's right.
I'd like to start that same set, but this same set is available for the baseball too, like provincial leagues.
Okay.
So that's a nice obscure set.
That would be an obscure one. Yeah, that would. So the thing with those ones is it's not necessarily that it's quote unquote expensive. It's that because it's more obscure, it makes it trickier. It's more of a regional
very
kind of
trickier.
thing. It would make it a challenge though. It would make it
But
a real good challenge.
some need players, tough to come around, and lots of black players, guys who basically came and play across the border
Mhm.
back in that era. So some big names are in that set.
Nice. I think that's fair. So the reason I was asking is obviously we will always want to check in and we're curious. I may do a video on it. I'm still thinking about it. But obviously collecting and a lot of this stuff goes in cycles. And right now, like I said, I'm still looking for my wrestle and stuff. I'm still out there. But like I said, my checklist is getting smaller. That's why that specific scenario that I gave you annoyed me, because it's like my checklist isn't that big. So at this point, anything that knocks something off the checklist is a bonus. So I'm out looking for stuff, but it's all tougher stuff now. So when somebody does something like that and it's like, oh my dude, I just wanted to buy the card. Just leave the card alone and I'll make you an offer on the card and stop doing stupid things. But we'll see. Like I said, I'd still like to get my hands on it just to scratch it off the checklist, but we'll see. But Daniel stuff's still going on. I did request that Ship My Cards is going to be shipping me some stuff. This is going to be a good mail day though, Eric, because the Ship My Cards will have my usual complement of eBay stuff, but also my ComC order, which I had sent to Ship My Cards to save the money and get it quicker, and my Fanatics stuff. So I'm going to be getting auction winnings from Fanatics, including some new and some vintage, and some not so fella cards. ComC stuff, which is going to be a mix of different things, and then the eBay stuff I purchased. But right now it feels like it's a lot of. Right now I feel like I'm looking at stuff, and a lot of the stuff I'm looking at is not at a price that I'm happy with. So I'm just kind of sitting on the outside, just looking. It's like, yeah, it's okay. But look, like I said, even my attempts, Eric, my legitimate forays to procure a big piece for my Chosen Rosen PC, I have been thwarted. Thwarted.
I know, because
It's outrageous.
somebody
Absolutely
tried to
outrageous.
build a set, obviously, because no one's paying $400 for a Chosen Rosen.
I
Nobody.
think they thought it was. They might have thought it was Doge, and that's where they made their mistake.
Chosen
Like 400
Dogen.
Doge is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chosen Dogen.
Yeah, we'll see. Yep. Josh as was the bread a tooth and nails parallel? Yes, it was. You saw it on the Facebook page. It by the way, after he got some flack from some people, he pulled down the Facebook post and put it on the eBay's. He wasn't getting the offers he was looking for on the Facebook post. That post got pulled down within hours. But we'll see. By the way, kind of a quick. That's why I say it. That's kind of where things sit with me right now. I'm still looking for stuff. I'll always check. I've got all my safe searches. I'll always look. But right now, it feels like things are quiet. I'm still looking at stuff, but it's got to be the right price. The right price is the important thing. It's got to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, like I see stuff that I could get, but price is wrong, Bob. Like no, we're not doing that.
Happy Gilmore.
I missed last night on the Lester Patrick for my C57 set, but that went not crazy over my highest bid, but like about $80 over the highest I was willing to pay for that, considering that you always have to add the taxes. On eBay, which is at some point, sometime I'd rather it comes back to I'd rather wait for a show and deal cash, no tax, no duty, no nothing, right?
Yeah,
and plus you can see the card in person too. On top of that, which is even
that's a big thing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, even if it's graded, it doesn't matter. You know, you really want to see it in person, then you can.
It was a 1.5 SGC and an old SGC slab too.
What does that mean?
Exactly.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
What does it all mean, Bobby?
Yeah.
Well, people say old PSA or worse than the newer PSA, and everybody's got their own interpretation. I think grades are pretty consistent across the board, and if you're at the 1.2, 2, it really doesn't even matter at that point for the most part.
Yeah,
You
you
know.
can say. Here's the thing. I will see eras where there'll be swings, and that happens, by the way, in a lot of grading
It's
categories.
minor though on those grades.
It depends. It really depends.
Well, it depends on
If-
the
if-
star power. Yes, I get it.
Yeah,
Okay,
because if you take a 52 tops mantle that was a
That's different.
2
Okay,
under the
that's-
old grading that gets
that's the
bumped
high
down to
end
a
of
1.
things. Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
but if something goes from like a 2 to a 1 or a 3 to a 2, that could be significant in terms of dollars, especially today with the way things are.
Yeah. Especially in pre-war.
So one or two grades
Pre-war,
could
four.
be problematic for somebody's value, either up or down, depending on what the situation is.
Well, I know Miller had a what was it, 52 mantle, and it was a 1, and it went for 42,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
that's why I say
big.
like a 1 is still very valuable. But now take the same thing and make it a 2 or 2.5 or 3. It could be significant.
It's funny. The 1-2s actually get more than the 4-5s in a graduated sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it also depends on the copy. Like I've seen some ones that are very nice for the grade, especially.
Yes.
So yes.
Yeah. So somebody.
And I've
will
also seen
step
ones
up.
that look like they're basically torn in half. Those ones are not
Yes.
going to get going to get that kind
No,
of.
no, that's
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Different. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. So Dan's saying, "What are you guys doing special for Hobbypalooza?" Oh, Eric's pretty special, but I'm assuming that's not what you meant.
We don't even know. Actually, Carlos dropped something on us about homework, and we don't know
Yeah.
what's going
Making
on
fun of
there.
Eric.
Well, making fun of Eric is standard operating procedure. That's not
That's
home-
normal.
yeah,
We're
that's-
going to
yeah,
accept that.
We
but
we go into
I
this
heard
soon.
homework, so I don't know what that
All right.
is.
You
So
want me to
so-
ride
so
my
I'll tell-
bikes the whole time?
All right, look, I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. I will share right now.
Oh,
the theme.
no.
I will share it.
Oh, okay.
So here's what I want
Yes.
for everyone that's going to be involved in this.
Mhm.
That includes Ham.
Okay.
For everyone's going to be involved in it. I want you to
Including
grab,
ham.
including Ham. Ham will be part of this too. That's why I say it's open ended.
Alright.
It'll be for everybody.
Okay.
What I want you to grab 3, 4, 5 cards, trinkets. I don't care. The only condition,
I'm glad you
the
included
only,
trinkets there. Yes.
I'm including everything. It's open ended. It doesn't have to be cards. It can be trinkets. It can be anything
I
you
got
like.
some nice stuff. Yeah.
The only condition that I want is that there has to be a story to it. The story can be
Oh.
a story of the item. The story can be why you acquired it. A story
How
can
you
be
acquired.
how you acquired it. The story can be anything related to that you like. Eric can
When you
talk about
acquired
a
it,
hockey stick that he
25
crashed into a
years
shelf.
ago. Yeah.
Like whatever. But I'm giving you
How
no
many?
restrictions. About 4 or 5 is what I'm shooting.
All right.
4 or 5 cards, trinkets, anything you like,
Already
but it
got
has to have a
it.
story.
No
But
problem.
it has to have a story of some kind
No
because you
problem.
will be sharing the story on said item when you share the item.
I
Yep, no
got
problem.
stories.
I already got 5 in my head. No problem.
That is it. That's all I want.
Mhm.
That is all I'm at. And I think that's a nice open-ended topic. And you can all pick different things, go into different categories. I don't care. Eric can even pick some of his silly European sports because he's not American.
So how many items per? 5?
4 or 5. 4 to 5.
Okay.
Yep.
4 or 5.
4 to 5. That's enough because there'll be enough of us
Sure.
there where if everybody has 4 to 5, that's plenty. And again, it can be a personal story of why you specifically went after that piece. It can
Yep.
be what interested you about it. It can be a fun fact about the item. Again, I'm leaving it open-ended. It can be whatever you want.
Actually, that's a good theme. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice and clean, nice and open-ended.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get different kinds of answers from everybody. Everybody's going to have a different angle they may want to take on it. Eric can be like, I was talking to McFoley and he threw this piece of trash at me. And that's why I collected this piece of great.
And that trash, if McFoley signed that trash, would that be trash?
If he co-signed it with Goofy, it could be huge.
Would it be worth
Huge.
that much more?
Huge.
Did you get anything McFoley signed, Eric?
Yeah, hockey puck.
Just a fucking puck?
I think I may have.
And
that
the
would
video.
qualify as a fairly lame story, given that that's your standard operating procedure as well. But like I said, I'm leaving it open-ended. You guys figure it
All
out.
right.
We've got enough time between now and the date we're doing it because I think it's July 18th. So I'm giving you almost exactly 2 weeks.
I got
Look through the archives.
I
Whatever
got
you want.
stuff for days. Don't worry.
Whatever you want.
I already got 5 things in my head already.
Yeah,
That was easy.
yeah. So that's plenty of time for you to give it some thought. If you already got it, perfect.
And they
Then line it
all
up.
can be lemon.
Yes.
Why not? No, he didn't say that.
No. We're not going there.
What?
Yeah. So like I said,
Has
the
to
only
be
condition,
something different.
it must have a story.
Yes.
And like I said, it can be any kind
A
of
good
story.
story,
You like.
not just a
Yes.
plain story.
Yes.
I bought this on eBay for $40. La la
Yeah,
la.
we got to
No.
do a little better than that. We got to do a
Mhm.
little better than that. But we'll figure it out. Beyond that, I'll leave it open-ended. You guys figure it out. Whatever makes sense for you.
Oh, I got some good stuff. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm good. I'm
Yeah,
finished.
I figured that was a good balance thing
Homework
to give
is
everybody.
done. I'm
Yeah.
good.
I figured that was easy enough that everybody can handle that one. And you guys interpret it however you wish.
I think that's a good platform too. That we start with something like that. That would everyone can share that we're really what we're into, and it really displays what BIC means. So we're talking about things, not that we criticize people and say things that we maybe don't honestly mean sometimes, but at least we have.
I can't even imagine that even being a thing. As men of peace, is that
It is
Eric,
a
is that even a
thing.
thing?
Yeah, Man of Peace is over now. I think we're Man Eclipse is the new mantra. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be good. I got quite a few good things.
There you go. Paul says going to start seeing deals on Instagram. Guys trying to stack cash for Natty. To be frank, I'm kind of one of them. There you go. Josh said, "So glad I don't have to do homework." It's all right, Josh.
Yeah.
All we need you guys to do is to watch and hit the like button. Josh says, Bobby, what are your thoughts on the new location Hamilton show? We did touch on it briefly, but for the location, I think you're satisfied with it. Are you okay with the new location?
Yeah, I'm very satisfied. It's a little smaller and the lighting isn't, although they have chandeliers. If you're over a chandelier, you're not bad. But if you're not and you're underneath, they have these balconies and stuff like that. And I said, why don't you guys get them to turn the lights on? And then this lady went out and she said, "Oh, I'll get the lights turned on." And I said, "Okay, well, because I can't see your stuff really, because they're almost shadowed a little bit." And I said, "Get that done." So she did get that done, and actually everybody was really happy. But the lighting is a little bit low. The call of the dealers is a nice mix. It's a very nice mix. Do I find much stuff that I want? A little bit here and there. But for 3 guys that I go to, yeah, pretty good for me.
Good
So it's everybody's into different things. If you want vintage sports, it's all there. Yeah. 90s cards, 2000, 2010, 2020. Yeah, it's all there. Yeah. So it's pretty good.
Says, hey everyone, happy Friday. Who is all going to be with you? So we're going to have the usual cast of characters, Zach. I have also invited Florida Man. We've also invited Florida Man. I may have a little fun and bring some other people in, but I'm not going to impose the homework upon them. The homework will be for the people we'll see. Listen, we'll see. It's all a matter. A little bit is going to be based on availability. Availability is going to be a key piece of it, the puzzle. Ham was already agreed and he's good with it, so we're good there. So and I figured he shouldn't have much trouble. But to be honest, I'm expecting the Stanley Cup to be one of the things he's sharing. And if he's not, look, for all his bandwagoning, Eric, the least he can do is bring the Stanley Cup.
Yes.
That's like a minimum expectation.
I mean, it's right there.
Like if he can't manage that, like what are we even doing? Is he even a real Florida man?
All the cups are right here.
Is he?
That's nice.
That is nice.
That's
probably one of the, actually I should say this. Oh, you didn't see this. We're gonna.
I never shared that piece before. Bobby had to mail it to me.
Nice.
What's that?
Don't say too much yet, Yannick. Don't spoil it. This is a perfect
That's all I'm
opportunity.
saying. I think it's the first expo we've been, and Bobby had to mail this to me, and it's the last purchase I did at that expo.
There you go.
That thing is pre-war.
And who's the best packager in the world? Bobby Burrow. Yes, thank you.
So I'm gonna keep this to unveil it on the Hobby Palooza.
Perfect. You see? So there you go, Zach. See, Zach, we're covered. And right now, already, before I even explained it to the guys and shared it with you tonight, I have an idea already in my head. I had a perfect example because Scott was kind of asking, and I gave him one example of one of the things.
Scott?
Yep. And I'm saying I showed him one, but I have a few more right now. And I'm thinking of a few possibilities. I've got a few different possibilities that could fit, but I've got 2 or 3 items already that are like perfect for this exact scenario.
And I can pretty much guarantee that piece that I got there, you guys might have seen part of it somewhere else, but like what does it belong to and the whole piece together, there's none around.
There you go.
Never seen one like this before.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the other game too that you got to bring out.
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I said I thought that with the people we're going to have, this offers an opportunity to go in a couple different directions. Just it offers up a few different angles that could be done.
And I'll even add one more thing. That piece is baseball related.
Oh yes.
I'm not interested.
Not hockey.
You like the Sox, so we got to go with baseball every once in a while. So
yeah, I was going to say, listen, Eric, if you're going to keep this American charade going, I'm sorry, you got to lean into it.
I think so. Yeah.
I hung
Everybody
out.
everybody
It
knows that
is
Americans hate hockey.
Hobbypalooza. We're talking, not talking about, you know,
I
some.
had my fill of baseball this week. I'm good.
I don't think so.
No, two different Red Sox players. I'm good.
You know, it doesn't always have to be about the Sox. Just
Yeah,
saying.
like listen, just because that's the only team you know.
There's always the Yankees
Well, you know, swept the Yankees, Bob.
or the Dodgers. Oh, Jays.
The Jays
Jays
with the
swept
Yankees.
them. Yeah, they
By
did.
the way, actually, what's funny is again, regular season, I'm not paying super close attention, but I will
Things are
skim
doing
the box
phenomenal.
scores. Yeah, but that was kind of the point I was going to get at. What was funny was, and then I saw somebody posted the specific thing. This is the first time that the Jays have been in first place
That's
by
right, yeah.
themselves in the American League East since basically 2016.
Oh, was it 2016? Wow.
Yep,
That's been a long
that was
time.
the last time. That was
Eight,
that was
9
when they
years,
made
yeah.
the ALCS the last time. So in 2015 they won the division. 2016 they didn't win the division, but they made it to the ALCS. So those are the 2 years back to back where they played very well. They've made the playoffs here and there, but like the play-in game, but not
Yeah.
like really. But 2015 and 2016 was like the last little mini run. It
Well,
was
the Yankees are back on the 20. I know Aaron wanted me to go to a game. He's got great tickets and stuff like that. He said, "Do you want to go to a game?" And I said, maybe.
You should have told them only if you go into the into
I think it's
the
22nd,
club section.
23rd. Yankees, and one more game with the Yankees. So
Yeah, well, the Yankees are good, usually a good ticket, especially for that. A lot of people will pay a premium for that one.
yeah, I said, well, why don't we just go to the Hockey Hall of Fame archive? And he goes, okay.
Mm.
Well, he's got his son Hudson, so I said, yeah, that's good. Let's go.
I'll just go in and see if the kid can pilfer something.
Well, it's the archive, so it's everything you see
You
at
could
the Hall
come
of
back
Fame.
with you could come back with the Conn Smythe Trophy.
You honestly could, yes.
Yeah,
And
I'm just
that
saying,
is
like-
where it is stored.
Eric, we go
And
Hockey
the Stanley
Palooza,
Cup.
and Bobby is like, "Hey, here's the Conn Smythe Trophy."
Actually, I should show you pictures. I have pictures of the Hall of Fame and the rooms and
The archive. Yeah.
the stick room. The stick room actually is in the main room. And
Ooh, do they have the stick
1,000
that was once used by Bobby Orr and then broken by an idiot?
Yes,
Yep.
that's,
Social
and
media?
it's got Eric's name on it too. Yes,
Yeah,
It's got
great.
a big cutout of Eric, and I wear a big arrow says idiot.
But they have this
All right, I'll accept
100
the idiot
foot-
moniker.
stick
But I
rack
didn't go
that's
for
just has all the old sticks on it. It's unbelievable.
Mhm.
Just amazing. And most people never get to the archive, but it's a great place to if you can ever get a chance to get in there. It's a real refreshing because you see the stuff you won't see in the Hall of Fame. So they have those lawyer those lawyer spindle things that are on tracks. They're like 20 feet 20 feet long and like 10 feet high with all these different shelves. They have like a whole run of them, about 40 of them going to one row, and then you have all the different teams, and then you have game used jerseys, and then you have hockey games, and you can just turn those spindles and go through each row and just go, what the fuck, that's crazy.
Mhm.
And they don't show that stuff at the Hall of Fame. They actually, you never see it for the most part, because
Right.
they don't change themes at the Hall of Fame, which is one thing that I think they lack in. They should change out some of the stuff, because I said, you got some great stuff here. Why are you not showing it at the Hall of Fame? And they don't do special events or stuff like that. And I think that's where they lack in, because the stuff I've seen is just phenomenal. Like stuff you'd never seen before.
Right. Name says Eric always says things about me he doesn't mean. Truth.
No. See, this is not true.
It is true.
No,
It's true.
I mean everything I say about him. All right. I don't like him. I hate him. He's a
Mhm.
jerk. He bothers me in every way. I don't like the things he types. I don't like the thing he says. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
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 I knew that would get
I
it.
see nothing.
Okay, Mr. Schultz.
Mhm. Indeed. Moving on. Jason first place there, indeed. Zach says, I like the topic. Good topic for people that don't watch the show, where to kind of get you all. Yeah, that's why I want that. That's why when I was thinking about it, I said what I like is that because I've left it open ended, I'm not forcing anybody into a specific corner. I'm saying no, whatever you like. My only condition was the story.
Vintage, new, trinkets.
New, vintage, whatever. I don't care.
Whatever. Yeah.
The only thing my only ask is that it has a story with it, either related to the item, how you acquired it, why it interested you. I don't care. It has to have a story. That's
Story
it.
behind it. Yeah.
Yep. That's all I'm asking. And it doesn't have to be an overly complex story because Lord knows if Eric drones on, I will mute
Oh
him.
my God!
But
Oh,
as long
please.
as please, a succinct story, please.
We're gonna
That's
be-
all I ask.
We'll be into your birthday by the time Eric finishes.
Yeah.
Not on this.
Yeah, a story of modest length. Let's just say that, you know, a story that can be explained in a reasonable amount of time.
True enough, right?
This is mine.
But nonetheless, a story. Just I bought it on eBay is not good enough. I need more.
No.
Yeah. Paul says, "Evening all," and Eric, thank you, Paul,
Screw you, Paul.
on this birthday spooktacular for the bro.
I love Paul C.
He's
He's great. Come
Yes.
on. No,
Hit the like. Eric sucks. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I'll make sure that Ham gets the message. I know he's here earlier, but I'll make sure I ping him just to give him that little rundown as well. So
I
that
think he knows. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think he'll have any trouble. I think he'll be able to come up with something as well. That's why I said I don't think anybody will have any issue coming up with whatever their contributions.
As long as he doesn't do fishing lures, we're okay.
And here's another fishing lure, and this one is the one that I used to catch the. It's like
Catch Eric's wife.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
What? Where am I?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Now, here's a quick question that I have. Obviously, we're approaching still a little bit because obviously Hobbypalooza will have me just before that, but then soon after that will be the national. So we're about
5 weeks.
what is it like 4? I think 4 weeks out.
Less
Because it's
than-
right at
yeah.
the
4
end of
weeks
July.
and 2 comfy shoes away. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah. So, you know, we might have to help Scott out because he's finding different slow modes of transportation, and I'm just trying to think like, you know, we're no longer, you know, the road to the national's too fast. We're not zipping to the national that quickly.
No.
You know, I thought maybe the luxury liner to the national. You know, we've already considered portaging to the national. That's a good one.
Portaging to the national?
Portaging, yes. Well, we got enough time, Bobby.
Oh.
It's like 4
Yeah.
weeks.
Oh,
It's enough time.
Oh,
We can
All
do
right,
that.
Eric. What do you
Eric's
got?
into canoeing because
What do
he's
you got?
into bicycling.
I already did, you dumbass. What?
What?
a rascal.
Okay. What's that
A
mean?
rascal. 4-wheel, 3-wheel.
3-wheel rascal.
Oh my God. The faux motorcycle. Okay, whatever.
Little, you know, the little things that the
Eric
old
is
people-
European. He doesn't know of your motoring
Rascal.
ways.
We're rascaling to the national.
That's
Yannick's on board. He
it's
knows the
too
rascal
safe.
is the way
It's
to go.
too safe. It's too safe. Come on.
Maybe with a
Can't
flag.
wait to get my own.
You can't even put your
flag.
hand out and put 2 fingers out,
with
and some other
basket
bike,
on the front.
some other motorcycle's gonna go, fuck you.
Rascal. That's the way to go, man.
No.
Rascaling
no,
to
no.
the national.
Yeah, that's a poser. That's like
I
Oh,
want-
Eric is such a poser.
How
Eric,
about
you know.
indoor cycling
And if I-
like Eric
and if I
does
ever
to
go
the
to the
national?
national,
Indoor
I'll take
cycling,
myself
yes.
one.
Indoor cycling to the national.
mhm.
No, but when it's Eric, he's stationary biking to the national. It doesn't actually get him any closer.
Stationary.
It's just stuck in the one
He
spot.
never
He's
gets
not
there,
moving.
but he wants to be
He's
there. Yes.
Yeah, the energy is being expended, but we're not getting any
That's what
closer.
I meant.
True enough.
Yeah.
I spend hours out there. I never get further than my garage.
No, you just don't.
As long as
Amazing.
Eric's pedaling, the lights are on at the national.
That's right.
Yeah, here's a reference of someone of the right vintage. He could be Ford Pintoing to the national. So
Ford
after it
Pintoing.
explodes, he can carry the wreckage, slowly making his way over.
The Pinto.
Just rear-ended.
The
on
Ford
the
Pinto,
wheel.
yeah. It is an old reference, yes. That's why I
Yeah,
said of the correct
very good.
vintage. A person of
could-
the correct vintage.
That's credit. Yeah. The
Yeah.
Pintos were fucking the low end of the low end. Yes.
Yeah, well, assuming they didn't explode. No.
Well, yeah, they did that too.
There was the exploding, yeah. That's why I said when I say Ford Pintoing to the national, Bobby, I'm saying it explodes, and then you have to carry the remaining wreckage over. You're
It's
basically
almost
walking.
as bad as the Bobcat. Yes, those Pacer. There's a few others. Yeah.
Well, here it says, quick poll for the Americans. Which fireworks do you prefer to attempt blowing fingers off with? Ooh.
Oh, you got to go.
I
to
would
this-
think an A16. Multi firing. Yeah, I think that would be probably one of your best. Yeah.
All right, listen. We
But
got
you'll lose fingers for sure. You'll lose 2 or 3 at least. You might save the index. You might save the thumb, and that's about it. Because the other ones are smaller, right? They'll just fly off.
Yeah. You know, who needs a pinky anyway?
I don't know, just for a ring, you know?
That's just for Italians, though.
What, the pinky ring?
The
Well,
pinky.
back to another European reference there, huh?
What?
No, I'm thinking more about the guys in the North End in Boston, but
Sure,
The
in
North End of
Boston,
Boston.
assuming
one
you knew what that place was.
Oh, look at that. Yannick's got the shit. Look at him.
Show
Are
it
we
one more time. Yannick.
cracking? Are we cracking?
Black Cats. Oh man,
Oh,
I
there we
think-
go.
Carlos, I think we need to take a risk of getting a copyright infringement and play the scene in Joe Dirt where he goes through the names of all the different fireworks. There's the
Cherry
funniest
bombs,
thing in that
finger
entire.
blasters.
Cherry bomb.
He goes through the list of every single firework, and it is freaking hysterical.
Yeah.
You telling me you don't have any? Blah, 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 blah. He just keeps going and going and going.
It is amazing. Yeah.
And
Eric, I would, but I'm
listen
not
to-
sure I can. I'm not sure if I can find a clip in your native French.
Oh my god, it is
I don't
so
think
damn
so.
funny.
You got to look through the Louisiana archives and you'll find it.
It's the archives.
And what's the only firework that the guy has? I forget. Is it bottle rockets or something?
Yeah, I found something.
That's a
It says,
movie. Come on.
You
Don't
ain't
give me
got no
that.
black cats, no ramen candles, no screaming mimes, no puppets, no disco turkeys, no pyro fan, no pucks. Come on, man. No tarantula, peach panthers,
Antura.
glittering fountain globes, lava dome, or one single whistling kitty chaser.
Wow. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it's funny.
And he
Sounds
goes,
pretty good.
"No, I just have
Sparklers.
sparklers or something." Yeah. He's like, "You're telling me
We got the
you
black
don't
cats.
even have."
You know what?
We
You know
have
what Eric
black
needs.
cats.
Oh,
You know what Eric needs, Bobby. I
What's
think
that?
on this 4th of July, I think maybe what he should be doing is maybe this is the set of fireworks he needs. Here we go. We got the proud to be Canadian.
One.
pack. This right here is exactly what Eric needs. So this is the proud to be Canadian pack here.
What's it got
You
in
got
it?
you got the CN Tower flower.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, you got the Canadian Chris Mant. I can't even pronounce that.
What's
Good
that?
luck.
I can't even see
It's like chrysanthemum. Like
chrysanthemum.
yeah, the
Yes.
flower.
Yes.
yeah, strong,
The flower,
strong
yeah.
and free. 1812 reference. Oh Canada, Canadian pride, and wave the flag.
Wonder what the 1812 is like.
It's a burning White House. It's a
kinda
burning White
old.
House. It's a burning
kinda
White
old.
House.
Yeah.
It's a burning White House. Goes.
Yeah, it was Eric's
pretty much.
favorite day of his life. He literally sat there like, yes, burn.
It was
He
the
don't wanna
Black
say that
House,
right
not the
now
White
with the
House.
USA
It was
hat,
on the
but-
fire brigade with the buckets. It was the
Yes.
Bucket
bucket
brigade. You
And
mean.
you were the one throwing gasoline in the buckets.
Mhm.
You're like, burn, bitch, burn.
Whatever came in the bucket, I threw. I don't know.
Mhm,
I don't know
mhm,
what-
mhm.
I don't know about
Interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
that. Very interesting. Yeah.
Mhm, mhm,
Mm-hmm.
mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
Cancer's Eric. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Yannick, what are you doing?
He's
I wanna
doing
blow
stuff
these
in
up.
this.
You just look for any excuse.
Yeah,
Like,
in his
excuse
new
to-
house. He's having fun. He's enjoying his life.
Now you guys had Canada Day on a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Is that a firework event?
Yeah,
of
totally.
course. Yeah. yeah.
Eric, that the reason I went so Kaboom is the one who does that. They're the
Yes.
ones. They've got these little tractor trailers and they set them up and all. So when
All
I did
the
the fireworks
corners, yes.
many years ago, they were all Kaboom brand fireworks. They were the ones that
Basically,
did
yeah.
that. Now, obviously, you could go to like a Chinese convenience store and get whatever miscellaneous. All the packages they had were "You Will Die." I think they were "You Will." I think those are the ones they had.
Just so I'm clear, up there in the Canadians,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're home.
You're
Yeah,
not-
go on.
you're not allowed to have a gun, but you can have dynamite. And you can just
Fireworks.
buy a stick of dynamite right on the corner and go blow stuff up.
No.
But you can't have a gun. But you
Yeah, as long as you're 18.
but you can go blow stuff up.
We do
Eric.
have guns up here. We have guns that people hunt with,
Shh,
whatever.
Bobby.
So,
Shh.
oh, we have.
No, Eric.
some
All the guns are
things.
banned now. All of them. Even the police don't have them. You should
Yes.
try to incite. You should try to
We're like
incite.
England. We have bobbies, and
Yeah.
they just
We
don't
do not.
anything.
Eric, none of us have guns. You should try to incite some people and tell them. I bet
I'll
you don't
bring
have a
some
gun.
up. I'll bring
I
some
don't know
up
about that.
No, I think Eric, you should. You should.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got extras because America.
Extras.
Yeah,
Merc.
yeah,
I got-
yeah. Yannick will kill him 14 ways from Sunday. It's gonna be amazing.
I got
14 ways
truckloads.
from Sunday.
America.
Yeah, yeah. And if it's anything like you're biking, you'll shoot yourself like an idiot.
Basically.
Moving on.
Well, it's like wiping out. Same thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If America had any standards, they wouldn't let a man who can't ride a bicycle have a gun. You should at least be able to ride a bicycle. Step one.
Does Eric know how to ride a bicycle?
God no.
I
That's
only crashed once in the garage on the stationary.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Stuke says, "Hey guys, celebrating the Brits blowing a 13 call in need. No thanks to Eric.
That's right.
Eric
Yeah.
was on the side of the British. So Stuke,
yeah.
as I kind of mentioned, and if you notice the subheading there, Benedict Bougie,
What is it?
we know where he's sided. We know where his allegiances lie.
Mhm.
Moving on. Canada Day and French Canada Day a week before that. These people don't work.
It's our Patriot Day.
Is that Jean Baptiste? No?
Yep.
Yeah.
Saint Jean Baptiste.
Yeah.
Baptiste. Sorry.
Eric was praying to him before he started French kissing the picture of the Queen. It was really awkward. Very
And
weird.
there
The
was
pre-show
tongue
very
there.
strange.
There was tongue there. I know.
He's Jesus' cousin.
Whew.
Or
Little
Jesus. Jesus.
Little
Jesus.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the two. So.
Oh, big time.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Me scusi.
Excuse.
Me scusi.
Yeah.
That's Italian for fuck Eric. Anyways,
We all know what it means.
A lot of people don't know that's the proper translation. Like I didn't want to
just
say.
saying. I tried to be honest. So
It is Italian, but everyone knows what it means.
yes, exactly.
Orlando
We do know
says the Panthers have beat up the Stanley Cup pretty bad. Denton needs repaired. Well, if Eric actually cared about
Oh, I
hockey,
heard
he'd
that,
feel bad
yeah.
about this.
Yeah, that they have dinged it up. Every team has. I
Oh,
mean,
they shared it, man.
I mean,
That's more
there's
than
literally a-
dented. Like,
there's a book out there, I think, that has all these stories of the Stanley Cup, and
Yes,
of
it
course,
does. Yes.
it's been drowned and sat on the bottom of a pool.
Drown.
Yeah,
It's inanimate.
if Goofy can sign shit, the Stanley
You're
Cup.
true. Yeah, I give you that. All right. Enough said. Move
All
on.
right.
All right.
My favorite, and I think it was the Canadians, because I want to blame
No. Easy.
no, the Montreal Canadiens, because they suck.
Yes.
Left it on the side of the road and drove away.
That has
Yeah.
happened. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, because they were partying, a bunch of drunk Canadians, and they had a flat tire.
When are they not
whoa,
drunk?
was Gillifleur, man.
And so they took it out of the car to get the spare out and put it down
Took it out the car.
and put the new tire on, and then drove away and left it on the side of the road. And
On the
it wasn't
sidewalk.
until hours later, someone went, "Where's the cup?" And they had to go back and get it.
And that's how the Bruins got it.
That's right.
I was
yeah.
gonna say,
It's the
yeah.
only way. That's the
It's like-
only way.
History will always record that the only way the Boston Bruins got it is they literally found it on the side of the road. Like
Exactly.
Esposito's like, "Holy shit, I got it!
It's
I
the
got
fucking
Run!
cup.
Get
I
back
guess
to
we
the
won.
water.
I guess we
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
won. It is.
Let's go.
It is exactly, Carlos.
Let's fucking go.
9/10 of the law is possession. The last
Mhm.
10th is guilt. I guess.
They drove off on the Zamboni.
Yeah, there's lots
Really,
of story
really
behind the
slowly.
cup. I think somebody should write an article about that. So, anyways,
The getaway
Maybe I
car is
will.
the Zamboni.
no,
Maybe. Jim Poplinski says the garage is a good place to find hidden gems.
I'm not
First
listening to Jim
Zamboni, Boston
Poplinski
Park.
anymore.
Fucking A.
He is a fraud, phony. Unless
Okay,
he
but
can
yeah,
show some
but I
credentials.
understand. I understand you're talking about Eric, but what about Jim?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, he has to show essential credential, something like that. Yeah, essential credentials. Yes, that's it.
Look at you. Stuke says, has the Stanley Cup ever been to the National Sports Collectors Show? I wouldn't know. I've seen it All-Star for Game Fest.
How many cups there is? Like 2 or 3?
Yeah, Nick, so this is
No,
kind of
it's one. There's one. There is the original, which is at the Hall of Fame, and it's taken apart and it's flattened out. But there is the other cup, and it is original, and everybody gets their chance with it. So there is 2 cups, so to speak. Yes,
Yeah, but there's the one that they bring out to the ice.
That is
They
the
hand to the players, and then
yeah, that's a real Stanley Cup. But the real Stanley Cup, the original Stanley Cup, is in the Hall of Fame archives there. Yeah.
no, I've seen it. I've seen that up there.
Yeah, it's all flattened out because it was the small cup, right? So they actually took it apart and they built the other Stanley Cup. So there's only one real Stanley Cup. There's no others that
But the current version, I
yes.
thought, and
Mhm.
please correct me if I'm wrong. I thought there
Sure.
were two. One that goes off
No.
and travels, and there's
No.
one that always stays there for the tourists.
No, not at all. There is one that's a phony. Yeah, that's a fake one. That's in the Hall of Fame in the what's it, the BMO or whatever the room is there. They have that, and they're all fakes. They're all just reproductions. They're not real. The real ones are at the other center that I go to that that I've been allowed into. Those are the real ones. So they put those on for display, but they're not real ones. No. So the only real one that you get is at the Stanley Cup or at the Hall of Fame. And the Hall of Fame is the one from 1910, 11. I think that was the last 12 last year that they issued that. Yeah. And then they went to the new Stanley Cup. So there's nothing else. No. So
But
the Stanley Cup these
did the
teams
skinny
get,
version.
that's what they get. Sorry.
They did the skinny version all the way to the 40s.
That was a different,
50s,
yeah, that
and
that
then they
is
went bulkier, and because at first it was just like a straight narrow, basically the neck. That's all it was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, the
that was
cup was the original. The
1945
the
to
top part was the
54.
the
Yeah.
cup is the original cup, and then obviously you add all the thing with rings, and you do all different stuff.
Yeah,
The way
so
you-
that's
but
the
for
new
a
cup,
while, they were
actually,
the,
just
the
after
way
that
that
cup.
the way
as
you
the
can
neck.
tell,
And then
the
they
way you
start
can
going
tell,
like,
yeah, the way you can tell in the archives that the one Bobby's talking about is the real one.
Yes.
Is that if you scroll, you go year by year, you see all the inscriptions and everything, and then in 69, 70, and 71, 72, it just says nope.
It says nope.
nope.
No, that's all it says is nope.
Sorry, Eric.
Skip.
It says nope.
Was not awarded.
NOP.
Hey.
Didn't happen.
Trivia.
Nope.
Trivia.
Nope.
How long does your name stay on the cup before the ring is removed?
Well, actually, it's quite a few years. We're looking at
50.
71 to current times. No, they redid it because St. Louis. So I went back to 74, 75, something like that. And then they had to change it because you run out of room on the cup.
Yeah,
You can't
eventually,
up the
with the
cup.
new design now, you can just swap out the ring and just keep
Yes.
adjusting it.
Basically, they're saying 50 years before your name gets off.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's a little less than that. Yeah, it's about 40 something years. Yes.
And then they keep the little ring. Obviously, they can archive that. That's not a big
Yeah,
deal. You
they can
have
archive that. But the original first 10 teams or something like that, that's in the Hall of Fame
the
in
ball.
in the what is it? The I think it's one of the Bank of Montreal, one of those safes. They got the big door and stuff like that. That's where all the original stuff stays. And that actually is in the Hall of Fame, the Hockey Hall of Fame, where the archive is a little different and where they have all the real cups. That's where they go back because they said they couldn't afford $100,000 to have an elevator. So they have to haul them up the back stairwell. So I said, okay, why couldn't you afford $100,000? Because they don't do things properly there. So anyways, I've been in all through the back and they have the cool storage where they have all the glass plates for the photos and stuff like that. That place is amazing, but it's just nothing like the Baseball Hall of Fame, so to speak. I wish they were a little bit more efficient in that sense. But it is kind of cool going back there because I see so many things that you've never seen before. It's just unbelievable. And I got pictures of a lot of that inside. I don't share too much of it because I'm trying to respect their, I don't know, whatever. Privacy, heritage, whatever, But a lot of that stuff will never come out to the Hall of Fame, and everyone thinks, and then the kids go play, the games and stuff like that, and they show a few things with, Esposito with a little thing of hockey wax for their boots and stuff like that. But they don't show enough of the stuff that they have. They have tons of stuff. It's amazing. It's unbelievable, actually. But unfortunately, a lot of the things from the Hall of Fame aren't documented. I asked, so where did you get this and who did you get it from? And they go, I don't know. I go, really? really? You don't know who, what? Like, where's the story? Like, Carlos, you're talking about stories, the story isn't behind all that stuff. And I don't think they're archiving it properly. And I'm not going to, diss them, but I'm just saying, that part of historical context needs to be added. Who did you get this from? Why did they get it? Where did they get it from? Those things need to be added. I tried to parse out, what you have here. These are 1974. They're from Atlantic Can. Like, can I put a note tag? No, no, no. Just throw them in the bin. It's like, really? Like, I was very surprised. And I got free reign in there. They just let me go. It's all locked doors and everything like that. And Bobby, go. And I look through the place and I just sit there and I go, I could have a heyday in there just looking through all the stuff and documenting it properly, but they don't go to that extent like the Hall of Fame does in Cooperstown. They do a great job there. I just wish the Hall of Fame was a little better. And I think they need to make some money from the NHLPA or the NHL and get some donations, because otherwise everything's funded by, just by promotional stuff, hey, donate to us and stuff like that. That should be taken from the NHL or the NHLPA and given to them, a 2% just across the board. If you look at how much Marner's making, if you had 2% of him and every 2% of every player, that'd be awesome. The Hall of Fame would be a great place. It'd be phenomenal. And unfortunately, we're stuck in a place that I think they're stuck, where they don't have enough money. They can't even put an elevator in to bring the cups up. Like, I don't know what's going on there. I just wish I was more in charge in the marketing part of that, and getting the NHL to contribute more so that we could have an amazing Hall of Fame. But unfortunately, we are where we are. So
Go ahead, Eric.
Well, Bobby, you just randomly mentioned Phil Esposito hockey boot wax, and I just went over and
there it is. Yeah. So that's what they do at the Hall of Fame. So they'll put, Phil Esposito's skates, and they'll put the boot wax right there. And they have so many other Phil Esposito things in there. And I'm just saying, why don't you just throw it all in there for display? But you have to go to the center to get that. You can't go to the Hall of Fame because it doesn't show that. There's so much in the Hall of Fame. Like, the Archive Center is 10 times bigger than the Hall of Fame of what they put on what they put on, display. And I'm sitting there going, why don't you have all this stuff on display? And I think that, they get these interactive rinks with kids and stuff like that. And, that's fun for the kids, but where's the heritage there? Where's the history? And it's really not there. It's a little bit's there. And then they put reprint cards on, I just don't know what's going on there. And, it kind of depresses me, because I think I would be a great person to have in there to put the history together, but I don't think I'll ever get in there because I'm the wrong person. I'm not a yes man. So there you go.
I think they need some of Eric's like button money.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that would work. You're right, Carlos. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
They
would
could
work
finally
well.
they could finally fund all the different things. We could have the Joe Thornton wing.
But Cooperstown is amazing. You can stay over, have a dinner. You can stay over for a weekend. Hockey Hall of Fame. You're in, you're out.
So
That's it.
you guys know what's going to happen in November, right? When it comes,
You're coming to the expo. That's it. We don't care.
I'm going to
we care, but
having to deal with him in November.
Who's him?
Joe Thornton. Because
I know,
Oh.
and allow me to kind of for everyone's purposes. So first, I'll read these comments. First, Stu says, "Get smart entrances to the original Stanley Cup." Amanda says, "Bobby trying to jack up the price of my season tickets." Fair. Mike Good says, "So Bobby, are you saying it's the Hall of Good, not the Hall of Fame?" Maybe. So going back to the point. So as Eric is stating, Ken is focus.
Hey guys, I'm giving you the truth of what I've seen. I've been behind the scenes. I've been in places most people can never get to, and I'm just giving you the truth. And that's what I see from there. I think the people that are running it are great, but I think it needs to go a little bit 3 or 4 steps further than where they are at right now. If it was Cooperstown, it'd be fucking amazing, well funded. I think that'd be amazing. And at this point, we have just a lot of people. I'm going through the how those map drawers are. You have those file cabinets that are map drawers. I'm sitting there going, hey, you guys got like 1962, you know, these are from Tex Coulter, original artwork from the 62 Montreal Canadiens calendars. You have the artwork sitting right here, and they go, "Oh, that's nice," and they close the door, and it's like, "What are you doing?" I just don't know. Look, that would be me. I'd be writing down sticky note or whatever you put on it, and just say, "Hey, this is part of this. It's just not there." And I know so much I know so much about what goes on in there or what things are, and they just, you know, nobody's documenting anything. I just don't understand it. You know, I've tried, and who am I? You know, I'm just another guy who's visiting, but you know, I'm seeing stuff that I know, and I just sitting there going, "Wow, this is amazing stuff!" Like original artwork from Tex Coulter, like that's amazing stuff, and they're just letting it sit in a drawer and not even documenting after I tell them what they have. And that's with a lot of the other things that they have too. I said, these are Atlantic Can 1974. We're like, why don't you have them documented? Oh, yeah, you know, we don't, you know, and they put things in Ziploc, like game used jerseys, like Ziploc. Okay, that's a petroleum product. Like, that's not archivable. Like, what do you, anyways, I'm not going to, I don't want to get, you know, berated on this, but that is what goes on. So you guys are getting inside information on what goes on in the Hall of Fame. So
There you go. So as Eric said, what's going to happen in November, and if you all want to figure out what it's going to look like, it's going to look like Joe Thornton will show up, and then Eric will be like, "We're not worthy.
We're not
not worthy. I'm scum. I'm trash. You're way
lower
better than that
than
piece
low."
of garbage Bobby Orr. I never liked him anyway. Phil Esposito, garbage. It'll just be endless, effusive praise. He'll basically slobber over himself. It'll be very embarrassing for all of us, to be honest. We will not want to associate with him. And that'll be after we shoot him, because he's going to bring his guns. And then everyone in Canada, he's going to find out everyone in Canada actually has had guns the entire time. And we just waiting for the
Basically.
moment when Eric showed up and started being an annoying jackass, harassing greatest living Boston Bruin Joe Thornton.
We have a lot
And then we
of
shoot his
rifles.
ass.
We have rifles.
And then he tries to escape back to Massachusetts. Turns out people in Massachusetts don't like him. And then they shoot him again. Why? Because his soul's still dancing.
Yeah.
And if you guys checked out the clip that I left in the previous week's episode, you would have seen that I actually did put in a YouTube link to that piece from Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans. Nicolas Cage being Nicolas Cage. Hilarious.
And Eric, your knives do nothing when you have a gun.
Yep.
Sorry. Same.
So every year, the expo runs the same weekend as the Hall of Fame induction, and we always have, the guys come over and sign. And I've been working the autograph booth the last 3 years or so, and had the pleasure of meeting all these guys on their Hall of Fame weekends and getting stuff signed and all that, plus all the veteran players and legends and everything. I assume Joe Thornton is going to be at the expo this year, brought in by somebody to sign autographs and glad hand and shake babies and kiss hands. So
Eric's gonna be first in line.
And I will have to, if it's one of my friends that are having him in, I'm gonna have to be all nice and everything and be like, yeah, I'm from Boston, and it was great having you play for the Bruins, and and
I love you, Joe.
I'm just gonna be like, dude, why didn't you just be better? Why couldn't you have just been better while you were in Boston?
I think it was because it was Boston.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest. Like, he goes, yeah, out of here. Goodbye. Stuke says, how does the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame compare to the NHL Hall of Fame? Well, there is no NHL Hall of Fame. There's a Hockey Hall of Fame where we have. But yeah, that's a different thing. But yeah, I'm familiar with the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I've been there, but it wasn't anything crazy. Not as I recall. Fun, Bobby. We've got a lot of different people in here. Bobby knows his archives. There you go. Josh here has a question. Do you think the Hall should have purchased the Vezina Pass when they had the chance? Well, they did have the chance. That's the thing.
Yes.
But it was an issue where they didn't have the money for it and they didn't care enough.
Yes. The answer is yes.
So now they all in pieces and little patch cards and
Yeah.
item cards. And cut
I'm
it
not
out
really.
like
I'm not
that.
really bothered. But here's the thing, though, Josh. Like being serious, based on like think about what Bobby was saying earlier. Okay, so they buy the Vesna pads and then they stick them in the archive. You'll never see them. Just you won't. They'll end up back in the archive. I guarantee it. They don't rotate out the stuff. Like I literally worked in the building where the Hockey Hall of Fame was. It wasn't a big deal. So, it is what it is. Jumbo Joe says Rick, I got you, Eric. We can take him.
Yeah,
Who you
thank
taking?
you, Amanda.
Who are you
No,
taking? You taking out Joe Thornton?
Yeah. No, I'll have to sit there and smile and be like, "Yeah, great, nice to meet you. Yeah, this is great."
I think Amanda's telling you this to set you up. I think she's going to help Joe Thornton. It's going to
I
happen.
wouldn't be surprised if Amanda did that and set me up and then turned
We
on
all
me,
will.
kind of
We all
like a tag team match when your partner turns on you. You know,
Yeah.
I definitely could see that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think at the time, right now, here, it says, Eric's hatred for Joe is similar to his hatred for everything. He complains, he goes, oh, they betrayed the Boston Bruins. And again, bearing in mind, he's not American. He is a French national who has been doing an elaborate ruse. And as part of this, he's got to sell in this. The problem is he's overcompensating. Everyone knows that Joe Thornton is the greatest living Boston Bruin. And if he was a real Bruins fan, he would be literally celebrating and worshiping at the altar of Joe Thornton. Unlike the poser. Unlike the poser he claims to be. Just finished a plate of peach cobbler. Happy birthday, USA.
Mark!
I wish Eric could say the same, but the only thing he hates more than freedom is America. Stuke says, the times I brought a gun into Canada, Customs asked me if I was going to use the gun. I said no. They said, okay, come in. Well, he said no. We trust you. You look like a trustworthy fellow. Yeah. With Eric, we'd say yes, just so in the hopes that he would come in so that basically we could end him. And then we douse his body in mayonnaise.
Oh.
That'll teach him.
Man.
You know what? And because he's being annoying, spicy mayonnaise. Not even regular mayonnaise.
So as I was walking out of the room, I did hear about the what's the comparison to Cooperstown opposed to the hockey?
No, there wasn't Cooperstown. It was the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, Canadian. Oh,
yeah.
That hasn't been well maintained either.
That's what I mean. So, like I said, it's not really a thing.
It is a thing, but it's not a thing.
Yeah.
No. If you go there, you sit there and just go, okay. I really wish we would do something a little better. Not that I could run anything better, but I think I could. Just saying.
No, but it would still require the money. Like I said, other than Eric's like button, where's the money coming from?
Well, they don't generate money. They always rely on contributions. But
exactly.
I think the NHL and the NHLPA should be paying in towards that so that they get more money, and they should have an extreme budget. Most of the people are volunteers there. Like Kevin Shea, volunteer. He works at the front office. He works at the front desk there. He matches up jerseys. He does a lot of different things there, but he also writes books too, so it helps him out. So I think it's in a sense it's contrived to what people's interests are more than they are of what actually should happen at the Hall of Fame or what should really go on there. I would like to see a lot better things going on there. I would like to see the Hall of Fame do different things where they have different displays on and bring out some of the stuff that people have never seen before, but that I've seen in there, and I just go, wow, that's amazing stuff. That they should have like little specials or something, but they don't do anything. Unfortunately, they just don't do special events or anything like that, other than the Hall of Fame stuff. Like, they don't do anything, and you walk through the Hall of Fame, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, that's cool. That's nice. Lemieux, skates and stuff like that. It's got to be more than that. And, there's a whole history there. And I think they should go through it a little bit better. But that's just a personal opinion. And you're getting that here free from a guy who's been in the game and out of the game. So.
Yep. Just looking here. Man, it says he's not even the
I'm
best.
going to be clipped on this one. I know it.
If you get clipped for somebody about the Hockey Hall of Fame, I'm happy for them. Hey, here, you can clip this. I don't give a fuck about the Hockey Hall of Fame. Burn it to the ground. Moving on.
No, I like Phil. I like
It's fine.
Craig.
It's
Those
fine.
guys
I
who
don't-
run it, but I think things need to be run better. I think they need more support. I think they need more
Yeah,
money.
but the thing is, the money will still have to come from where it's going to come from, because they've got an
Well,
endowment
the
fund. I
Cooper
know that.
Town gets how much money? They get tons. Like Yannick, you've been there. So, you can stay over, have dinner, you can do everything. Like spend a weekend there. You can't.
Baseball Hall of Fame, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You can live
It's
in their
amazing.
parking lot in your van down by the river.
Fucking
Yes.
A.
Don't be jealous. You wish you had a van down by
Almost
the
like
river.
that.
That's all I've been doing since April, man.
I would love to do something. I would love to contribute my time, even if it's for free. I would do it. But
Yeah.
Now, as per Amanda's comment, this is
Yeah.
important. I don't think this requires us to then consider Bruins captains, unless it's Hal fucking Gill. There is no Boston Bruins captains.
there is.
It was Joe Thornton, and that's it.
Well,
Yeah.
Hal Gill finishes a deep second.
Hal Gill was never the captain, and
That's what's wrong with this franchise. That's why I
It
say
is.
there is nothing else.
Amanda.
There's no one else.
Like, he's an obvious captain leadership, and like you guys didn't even name him captain.
A franchise that cannot even acknowledge the contributions of Hal fucking Gill doesn't deserve to be even discussed.
I
Joe
agree.
Thornton, the reason he left is because it is beneath me to deal with this minor league franchise.
He said, if
I'm
Al
done.
Gill's not the captain, I'm out.
Like Bobby Orr before me, I'm going to a real NHL city.
Yeah.
And he did.
But see what you guys aren't picking up on that comment.
I did, and I don't care. I'm ignoring it. I heard it.
Yes.
Yannick challenging Cilio. Facts. Eric hasn't been whining about his eyes or wearing his Zorky's glasses. Is he healed? Eric is never healed. Eric is always in some form of pain.
My eyes are starting to burn.
Yes.
It's because you were thinking about, oh my God, there have been no Bruins captains. No one. No one.
How's your hip, Eric?
It's sore. I banged
Why is your hip sore?
because I had an incident on my bike the other day and I jammed.
Really?
It. Yeah.
Mhm.
Shocking. That never happens. I am scandalized by
No
these words.
surprise.
Yeah. I'm supposed
That's
to ride
wild.
tomorrow at 10 a.m. So hopefully it will be unsore by then.
Yeah.
Unsore, huh?
I don't think so.
Sounds like wishful thinking on your part, but hey, live the dream. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Stuke says, at least the Canadian Hockey Hall of Fame isn't hidden in a small town like the U.S. Hockey Hall of Fame in Elveth, Minnesota. Hours for many
You've
population.
left.
Yep. Janice and Allison and I hate you. I accept this.
Yeah. I like the fact that she's on my side about Joe Thornton, but we may not agree entirely about Jason Allison.
Oh God.
As
Really?
Mm.
she's thinking more lustfully than hockey.
Lustfully.
Oh yes, she is a very big Jason
Wow.
Allison fan.
Wow.
She has heart emojis coming off of her.
Well, look, at least Eric, this is different than the issue we have with her and Medana, where again it's entirely platonic.
Yes.
Oh no, she loves him too. She loves.
I
a
know
lot.
what I've said, Eric. I said what I said.
No, she's got feelings for a lot of these hockey players. Jason Allison is one of them, and Mike Modano is definitely another.
Well, she has no chance. So
Yeah. So yeah, she's got googly eyes for Jason Allison.
Now, important. I want to make sure I ask this question. You were mentioning a moment ago. That you were saying you had an incident involving your bicycle. Go on, tell us more.
Complete wasted.
I don't.
yes,
I don't wanna.
you should.
I don't wanna.
Well, you're just explaining your situation.
I'm just using an image to assist us with visual aids, Eric.
Please,
I don't wanna.
come on.
No, it's not funny. I hurt my testicle.
Which one?
Nothing
the
of
left or
value.
right?
Nothing of value was lost. Moving on.
Yes.
Zach says there's not a lot of places I desire to visit, but I really want to see the Baseball Hall of Fame one day. There you go, to Cooperstown.
Yeah, it's something.
I think I'd like to go there too. Yeah.
There you go. Mana says I am not. He was a point of game player. If I was a guy, you wouldn't say that. No, Mana, if you were a guy, I'd say even more mean thing. Eric should teach you what happens.
No, you. First of all, you know that's wrong. I would definitely. And yes, you are smitten with the former captain.
Smitten.
Oh, she's smitten. So don't deny that you're not smitten of Jason Allison, and it's just his great hockey skills. You were smitten with the young Jason Allison.
Oh my God.
And yeah, if you were a guy, yes, I'd still say it.
Okay, we're gonna have to listen to her show tonight. So
I think this week's the off week. I think it's next week.
oh, is it next week?
Yeah,
Oh,
because she was on
shit.
last week. Yeah, so it's bi-weekly.
She might forget. Yeah,
It's once per fortnight. Once per fortnight. Yes.
Okay.
And Amanda, would have been a perfect opportunity to, instead of retorting that, you could have retorted
Come
that
on.
your relationship, your
She could come on
wannabe
right
relationship
now.
is platonic, similar to Eric and the Portrait of the Queen.
Yes. Or she could come on.
It's true.
She can come on
It's
and
true,
defend
Amanda.
herself about her.
Yes, you are, Amanda.
Jason
We are willing to hear your side of it from
But-
your accusers, and
Yes.
no matter what Eric says about you, we are willing to hear you out because I am willing to believe you.
Can't wait for the truth.
Oh, that's not
gonna-
fair. No, I'm sorry. I take back everything I said.
Oh, it's
Oh,
too late
no.
to say
I
sorry.
know.
I am a sexist pig.
And a piece of trash.
I am a complete
Mhm.
piece of trash. I am wrong.
Totally.
Everything I said, I take back. I apologize.
Wow.
I've learned my lesson, and I strive to be better.
Mm.
What?
He doesn't want to deal. He doesn't want to deal with a fully
That's
launched team.
crazy.
No, I apologize. I am not worthy of Amanda's friendship or time.
Oh my God.
You're not even worthy of Joe Thornton's time.
At least.
Unbelievable.
I'm gonna have to spend time with him. I know it.
God.
I think you're thinking about it the wrong way. I think he's gonna have to have the unfortunate
The other way
misfortune of
around,
spending
yeah.
time with you.
Yes. Yes.
You are indeed not worthy. Does Eric have a platonic relationship with Marcel? I don't know if stalkeree counts as platonic.
I don't want to discuss that publicly, but I do love him.
It's plutonic.
Is it though? Is it though?
Is it plutonic or platonic?
No, Pluto.
I love him.
It's as strong as the base of Pluto existing.
I love him.
True.
And he loves me back.
Oh, we've asked, like we've talked about tonight. So one important thing though, Bobby, if we're gonna discuss the Eric's platonic and not platonic relationships. So does this constitute a platonic or not platonic relationship? What is this?
Platonic. Yes.
Oh,
100%. Yeah.
Hmm.
Actually,
I don't know.
if we had Marcel's head popping out through the top, I think that
Look,
would be
I'm just concerned where
idealistic.
Eric's hands are. I feel like Eric's hands should be probably a little higher. I'm a little worried about
should be Marcel in the jar.
it. Maybe that's what happens.
Maybe, yeah.
That's how I sneak him back across the border.
Yeah.
Tie him up in my basement.
See,
I don't know
that's
about that.
clippable, Bobby. That was admission
yeah.
of a crime.
I think so. Yeah.
Moving on. Stu says tandem bikes with Marcel. He
Oh,
wishes.
that'd be a fun day. I'd like
Oh
that.
my God.
Take Marcel for a spin.
What are you talking about? All of a sudden, it's like Marcel Dion was found dead today. Why? Another crash. God damn it, Eric! You took Marcel with you.
He was involved in. Yeah, exactly.
Go biking with my best friend.
People always tell me what.
Does the song end with death? Because does it end with the funeral marches? Because that's what we're
Yeah.
talking about right now.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Eric is handsy, no doubt. Jeez. That took a dark turn, Yannick. A very dark turn.
Yeah.
That's an old sitcom, if anybody remembers. So.
Marcel
Yeah.
loves me. All right. Tired of defending this.
You say
Yeah,
so?
but he only loves the people in. Well, you seen what happened behind the scenes. Yeah. We know what went on. You don't want to be on his
Marcel
bad
is
side.
mean.
I'm just saying you don't want to be on his bad side. I'm just saying.
Marcel is mean. Man.
He's a mean guy. He can be a mean
Marcel
guy.
is not
He
a good
can be a
Marcel.
mean guy. Let's just leave it at that.
Listen,
And,
angry Marcel is not a good Marcel.
No.
well, we saw him setting up, and he had a friend who was not setting up properly. And what did we see, guys?
I just
I don't know. What
listen,
did you see?
We'll just say that
It's all angry Marcel.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes, we did. Yes,
That's probably what Marcel looks like after the tandem bike crash. Devastating.
I think it was partially that, and just his persona.
Mm.
Angry
So when you
Marcel.
know him, you don't want to know him.
We got to remember though, before the anger, Eric was kind of like talking to him
He
for a little
was,
while.
he was, and it was like,
Was he
And
inciting
then-
infinite rage?
yes,
Like,
yes, upon somebody else who was
Mm.
working with him. It was
Gotcha.
very interesting to see. I don't think we said this before, but it was very interesting. I didn't like seeing what I saw.
Mm. So then, Eric, maybe by November you can decide. You can have death by firing squad, death by mayonnaise, spicy mayonnaise,
Or Death
or
by
we could just
Beyond.
stick Marcel on you,
Yes.
angry Marcel, because we will only give you angry Marcel.
Angry Marcel's not a good
Yes.
Marcel. And he's been angry with me. He was,
Well, he's been short
Like
with
everyone
you.
in
Not-
creation.
Not angry, short, maybe.
he wasn't happy with me for like 10 minutes one time. And then he apologized. And I went, okay.
okay.
You're Marcel. You can be mad at me if you want. I don't mind.
Yeah, he's a very nice man. But there was the other side.
Well, he was mad at me for 10 solid minutes once.
Well, you didn't want to talk to him actually when he was bitching out his employee there.
No, I
So
wanted to run away.
yeah, I know it was bad. It was all we're all me and Yannick and Eric were there, and he was sitting there going, "Well, telling the guy whatever." Anyway, so I didn't like that. I was sat there and went, "Whoa,
Mm.
Angry Marcel's not a good Marcel.
he's not a good Marcel." No,
So Paul here
It was
says,
bad.
"Woo, fireworks, America!" And again, if Eric cared about America, he'd be into this too. Eric, what's your fireworks snack of choice right now?
My mom gave me a cookie,
A cookie. What type of cookie?
chocolate chip cookie.
do you not call it Toll House?
No, she didn't make them. She bought it. So
Oh, okay.
it's
see.
it's a 1/4.
What does Toll House mean?
I don't know. You got to pay a toll to get into the house. I don't know.
Well,
And
it's an American term. I'm just saying.
Again, not American. Not American.
and the toll you have to pay for the cookies. is
Bobby,
gotta
I can go get a Team USA jersey if you want. Like I could do the same thing. Like it's not that hard. Hold on. You know what? Hold on. I got something. Hang on.
I was going to get a Madonna USA.
Oh
jersey.
no! Please,
That's
do
what he's
not.
said. It's a Madonna USA jersey.
it's not Modano.
You found the one you missed?
Close. No. Close. See, Eric, basically got the souvenir starter kit there with the hat and the shirt. That's basically
Yeah.
what he did to try to sell it to people.
Yeah.
See, I could do a jersey, but I can also do a jersey card.
That's even better.
And that has got the piece from the flag.
Yeah,
And that is a game used piece.
That's
Because
very
that was
nice.
one of the infamous ones that actually took multiple attempts. I'm
That
not
was
saying
red
this is one
and
I would
white.
use.
Where's the blue?
The blue was with the stars. It was all there.
I didn't see that. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you got both pieces. There's enough there of both sides.
Sure. Okay.
Is that the one that came through me and I sent it to you? And then they had to send it back.
Yes.
This one, no, I don't think so.
Oh.
There was another one that was similar to it, but not this one. This one I actually got directly to me because, again, I might use this one as a story. Maybe I will. Because this one actually took me multiple attempts to get. So again, it's got a little bit more to it than just picking it up. Multiple missed attempts to get that card. So that has a very specific background history, that one. But yeah, that was specifically the country of
Save
origin
that for the next
subset.
show.
Yeah. So that one, that's thematic. So see? Not a cheap t-shirt and hat he found in the souvenir stand. Think about that. Yeah, think about that. Like somebody sat there and they actually vomited on that shirt, left it on the ground. That's what Eric found. It was like what happened when Phil Esposito won the Stanley Cup. Found it. Possession is 9/10 of the law.
He never won the Stanley Cup, so to speak. So
That's what I mean. He literally just like found it on the ground.
On the other side of the
he
road.
got 162 points that one year, but
Listen, the most embarrassing part about that is that
it's
we
all Bobby
have,
Orr.
well, it's the thing. during his minor league days, Bobby Orr took pity and briefly played in Boston. But unfortunately, now thankfully, by the time he got to Chicago, he finally became a man. But when he was a boy and he was in Boston, there is a very famous photograph of him diving. Like, their NBA players should literally study it. They're like, oh, so that's how you dive.
LeBron James.
And LeBron James has literally been trying to perfect the Bobby Orr dive since then, since the beginning of his career.
Yeah.
Bobby Orr invented the dive. Soccer players study Bobby Orr's dive. It is the dive of cowardice. He's diving away from the play because he doesn't want any part of it.
Yep. And it's all about the shins.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah, I know.
Yannick, he's managed to completely sell this completely different story, but we know the truth. We have a hobby historian here.
No.
We're not falling for this bullshit. We know what happened.
Did not trip him. Nope, not at all.
Nope. I have no recollection of that. I didn't see it.
Of course not. No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is not. And by the way, one could argue that wasn't even a legitimate goal. I actually think that goal should have been called back.
Really?
Yeah, totally. Like, look at the angle. With that diving, that should have been a 2-minute penalty for diving. That's embellishment right there. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, but he already scored before that. And that was Noel Picard that was lifting his foot up and made him look like he was scoring while he was diving, but it really wasn't. He already scored, and Noel Picard picked him up and made it look like a more glorious event. Just saying. Is that not true, Eric? Don't give me the no. Come on.
Listen, when I'm seeing that picture, I'm looking at a really grainy photograph. It could have been Bobby Orr. It could have been Sasquatch. It could have been. It might have been stills. It could have been stills from the Zapruder film. Kennedy might have been assassinated in that picture. Like, I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. How do we know for sure?
Number 4, tripping number 4.
Actually, I own that photo, which was on a what was that? A piece of tile, I think, something like that, and I think it sold for like $700 or something like that. That was the original photo. That was on a piece of tile that was signed by Bobby Orr. It was a weird piece.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that was his famous goal from '71.
Did you mention though the inscription? He said, "If I did it."
No,
it was like OJ.
It wasn't
if I did
inscribed. No,
if I did it, sure.
Yeah, if hypothetically, it's
yeah.
all hypothetical. Didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's why OJ wrote the book. He just wanted to tell you what could have happened had he done it.
Would have happened.
Yeah, it was a piece of historical fiction.
Yep. Yeah. It was.
Mm-hmm. Guys, I gotta go. Thanks for having me.
Where are you going?
Well, Yannick's been kind of angled into a nap kind of situation.
Yep. So before I pass out on the screen, I gotta go.
Take it easy, Yannick. Take off. We'll catch you later.
Laying down doesn't help you stay awake.
I know.
We'll talk on my real birthday.
Yes. Cheers, guys.
See you later.
Ciao, Benny.
Indeed. Well, we've learned a lot tonight. We finally got to the bottom of that infamous photograph. Bobby Orr minor league photo. We've learned a lot. Found out Eric's not American. He has a lot more in common with Benedict Arnold. Benedict Bougie down there.
Benedict Arnold?
Yeah, Benedict Bougie. This is new play.
This is nonsense. How many stupid people are watching this crap right now?
Like
26,
40.
27.
That's utterly ridiculous.
A lot of people are learning about American history right now. This is new stuff.
This is where you get the information, right?
It's about time, after all these years, that finally we set the record straight. Enough of this foolishness. We need to learn the truth, and we're learning it one step at a time tonight.
What part of the truth do you want? You can't handle the truth, though.
It's true. It is true.
Yep.
I was looking to see what was funny about it for me. Part of the reason it made me laugh so much, and I enjoy it in addition to the usual reason, is I was scanning through a lot of these different. I always look through Sports Collectors Daily and a couple of these different ones. Not a lot of crazy stuff. Like there's auctions and things. You want to hear about another expensive Babe Ruth card? There's one Babe Ruth card auction. Don't really care.
Spare us. Please.
Yeah, don't. It gets old hat. That's that's part of the reason I like going in these different directions, because like it's the same shit. An 8081 Bird Magic card sold for $500K.
Could be.
Feel better? Like
nope.
That's it.
Well, I think that's the one thing that lacks in a lot of these places. They're looking to put things in the forefront, but they're really nobody cares, really, for the most part. And anytime he does a review on a set, I sit there and go, "You missed that. You missed that. You missed that. You missed that." I wrote for what was it, $25 every article. He'd give me $25, and I just said, "Just keep the money. I don't care. If you pay me $25, I feel jaded." So I sent him a bunch of articles and for about a year and stuff like that. And I'm on there. You search me out and you see the article. I just don't see that site doing well. He writes about 77 OPG, and I sit there and go, why? Why are you doing that? It's crap. It's just, you know, just a rehash of whatever's going on there. There's no new information or anything like that. So I don't know what's going on with those guys. Looking forward to. Sorry.
I think that's kind of where
So I
things
look
sit.
forward to being on Dan's site, and we'll talk about the 23, which should be 25. Maple Crisp Bet, and let's talk about that stuff, and let's rectify that year, and let's change some things, and see how Pucci came in and took over the company, and let's talk about that stuff, and that's what we really should be doing, and not rehashing like every hockey issue that happened for Canadian baseball. So that's what I want to do with Dan, is I want to rehash what's been going on, what's the real date, what's you know what the rare short prints are, how many available, whatever stuff like that. That's what I'm really looking forward to. So hopefully Dan will. Because I know Dan sent me a list of different things to talk about, and he wants to talk about the whole full spectrum of Canadian baseball. And I said, well, why don't you utilize me in the best the way you can? That let's talk about Maple Crisp Bet. Let's talk about that issue, and then we'll do another issue, another 20-minute, half an hour or whatever on another issue, Peachy baseball or something else. If we cover everything at once, sorry, Dan, that we're just gonna just end up being another talking point. I don't think it really does justification to the his site or his group or his people. We really want to focus on different things, and that's what I'm really looking into. I don't want to do everything because, oh, this is Nielsen chocolate, this is this, the OPG 37, whatever, baseball. I want to just focus on each one and get it corrected. I know a lot of it's wrong and stuff like that, and let's do rectification on that. And I'm looking forward to that. Maybe we'll see what we talk about. So, anyways.
Right. Scanning here. Go in here. Off to the topic, but is PSA giving graders notes now? They were for certain specific levels. I forget exactly when they started implementing it, but it's been going on for a little bit.
Yeah.
There's not a lot to it, but there are some levels where they include a little bit, really basic stuff. But there's some graders notes in it. Yes. So the answer is yes on certain specific levels. Zach says, I bought the T206 collection book. Is it like the big coffee table book? Because I think I know what you're talking about. Excited to start looking at lesser known, more affordable cards to pick up. I'm assuming it's the coffee table one because that's actually well done.
Table one. Yeah.
It's a nice one. I have a copy of that. It's actually a very good book.
It's actually a really nice book. Well done. Well done. Yeah. Right. Whoever did it.
Is every card in the set valuable because of the honus?
Somewhat.
And
No.
There's like set collectors out there that
No, not every card, but they focus on the key cards and stuff like that. So it's a really good book. I like that. I have that book. Yeah, it's really good. It's well done. Who's the author of that again?
I'd have to go see. I'd have to go to the show.
Yeah, it's really well done by whoever did it. It was very well done and very detailed, and I like that detailed information. I think it's really key to the hobby. Putting it forward. I think it's really important.
I only have one book that's worth discussing. That's hobby related, and that's
The VHC.
It's entitled "Everything Is O-Pee-Chee."
Richard Scott. Yes.
That's the only book that I have.
I'm not putting him down. I'm just.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee. That's what we learned in the first few pages.
You paid for that book. You deserve it.
I did pay.
It really
for that
does.
book.
It really does.
I did. It's sitting right here, and it's just everything's. After you realize everything's O-Pee-Chee, what more do you need to read in the book?
Well,
Keep
it's kind of
discussing
funny.
the Everything's O-Pee-Chee world, and I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. I talked to Richard Scott and I said, well, these are all issued by O-Pee-Chee. And he didn't realize the tantamount information that was behind the Topps brand, O-Pee-Chee brand, how things were going on. And he just named everything in O-Pee-Chee. And that's what he did in his last CSE price guides. He just said everything was called O-Pee-Chee. And I just went, oh my God, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And he did it. And he went forward and I just said, okay, you're fine. And he did that on his what was his new price guide? It was called the price huh?
Was his price guide also called Everything's O-Pee-Chee?
No. Yeah, that'd be kind of smart. No, he called it I forget the name of it. I subscribed, and then he ripped people off because he didn't keep it going after 12 months or something like that. It was called what was it called? Damn it, I can't remember right now. But he renamed everything O-Pee-Chee from 62 up, and I just went, okay, whatever. I said, Richard, please. The stuff I told you, it's still Topps owned. They own the licensing, so they are still Topps. Although it was produced by O-Pee-Chee in Canada, it's still Topps owned licensing. And he didn't understand that, and he just let it go. And then I think it disenchanted a lot of people with their collecting because they were sitting going, is this O-Pee-Chee or is this Topps? Well, it is O-Pee-Chee, but it was under the Topps licensing. So do you call it Topps or O-Pee-Chee? You call it Topps because they own the licensing. So there was a big difference of opinion between what he thought and what I told him that Richard Scott went forward with. And, he screwed up the whole price guide, and everybody's looking and going, what the hell is this? Why is 66 O-Pee-Chee Topps?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
This is my favorite O-Pee-Chee card right here, of course.
Yeah, I guess it is.
You'll notice that PSA made an error and wrote that it's a Topps card, but I'm going to send that back in and have them fix that. Get that.
You just got to know a guy.
Yeah, I got to get that correct.
Well, there's a guy called Brad. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to send that back in and see if you get the correct label put on this. Because, it's mistaken.
So when you get people like that that come in the hobby and have somewhat of influence into the hobby, so to speak, it can redirect people's opinions on what they think, what they have, and I think he screwed that up a little bit.
You think?
And that was in 90. What was that? 90, 98, 99, 2000, something like that.
When was this book printed?
Well, maybe
Which
you should
one?
read the rest of it, Eric. So Zach says, yes, Carlos, I have some I picked up for $100 or so, author Tom and Ellen Zappala. Yeah. So kind of also to answer Eric's question from earlier, the T206 used to be super cheap for the commons. They're not. The commons aren't as bad anymore, but there are a lot of people that are trying to collect the set. Some people are just trying to collect certain backs. Some people are trying to collect certain people and try to get
the
the backs
monster
for
set,
it.
right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's enough though that slowly the base price on so that's one where the commons are still doing okay because enough people have collected them over the years where
sure.
Yeah. The commons used to be available easily. You could get, reasonably beat up copies, but not like super bad. But you could get them
25,
for under
30
$10.
bucks.
No, you could get them for like $5-10.
Oh,
like
really?
I've bought this is 15, 20 years ago. I
That's
bought them
low
for 5 or 10.
grade though. Yeah.
I had ones that would grade 2 or 3s that I got for 10, 15 bucks.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. But that dried up fast. Once it got to a certain, because once the prices started escalating on the bigger ones,
Yeah.
and you could get, I literally got John McGraw for under 100, and it was a decent copy. So the Hall of Famers were available. Like I had Mordecai Brown. I had that one. It didn't it cost me comfortably under $100. Like it was comfortably under. And that escalated in price too. Like, so these are Hall of Famers. So the Hall of Famers went up
Mordecai Brown
exponentially.
is, yeah, good card.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my point is that if you can get Hall of Famers back then for under $100, already graded, so you don't have to pay for the grading. It's already done for you. Today, way more. Like they've gone up by multiples, but it also dragged the commons with it because some people were trying to build the sets. So that brings the good news is they are available. They're still out there. Like I can go on eBay and I can find you a ton of listings for T206s. The price just has crept up over time.
Yeah.
The old lots, you used to be able to get lots for relatively inexpensive too.
Carlos, do you have any T206s left in your collection?
I have a handful, maybe 2 or 3. I think I've got a couple of Toronto players still. I kept a couple of Toronto players.
Those are nice.
Yeah, I've got those because those are fun. You can get that might be a little mini subset I might do again. I might just go and do the set of them because I think there's one Hall of Famer and it was the coach. His name is escaping me right now. But there is a couple of there's Rudolph is one of the Toronto players. There's another one whose name is escaping me, and there's another one who is a Hall of Famer. I want to say McGinnity, or I'll double check, but there is one player who is a Hall of Fame, who is in the Hall of Fame, who is wearing a Toronto uniform in that set. One specific one. He would be the key guy, but you can probably get it for a couple $100 even today. It's not super crazy, but it is more expensive.
It's a low grade though, so yeah.
How can you tell which ones were produced, in 1909 versus 1910 or 1911?
On the back, they'll tell you different series. Like the 150 series, I think, is the first one. So what I would suggest, actually, I'll answer the question because I do know the answer to some of these myself off the top of my head. But what I'll recommend is one of the gentlemen we've had in the chat before. He's done a lot of the T206 videos, and he actually did. So the 150 series though is like the early series. So those tend to be the older ones. That's like 09. Then there's a 350 series, and there's also a 450 series, and you can kind of break it up that way a little bit, and it helps you earlier and later. And then there's other telltales, but those are the big ones. The series will kind of help you with that. 150 series is early on because all those different factories were producing the cards for multiple years. Some of them are only available in certain years. One other telltale, like this is where the research department, if one of the graders is doing their stuff, if you have for example, American Beauty back, I'm just picking a more obscure one, not like the most common one. But you've got a player who, based on research, is not possible with an American Beauty back. It's a telltale sign something might have happened. Somebody might have swapped a back or done something weird, because there's certain players that are available in more than others, and other players are only available in certain series or certain combinations. So if you see a combination that no one has ever seen before, I would always be suspicious. A back and a player that have never been seen combined doesn't mean it's not possible. Some of them are possible. So the answer was Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly was the player. He was a Hall of Fame outfielder, but he was playing for the Maple Leafs. This is the original, the OG Maple Leafs during that period. So yeah, so the thing is, so for example, if I wanted to do a Toronto team player set, it's actually not that bad. Moose Grimshaw, Fred Mitchell, Joe Kelly is a Hall of Famer. Frank McGinley is one of the players, but he's not the Hall of Famer. It's Joe Kelly. And Frank Rudolph. 5 players. So literally, I could build that team set with 5 cards. That would be it. If I want to make it a little more challenging, I could try to have them in the same back, or I could pick different backs. I could do, some of them may not be available, but you can do a little cross-reference and go, okay, so which backs are these players available for? You could pick a more obscure back and make it a little more challenging if you like, or you could keep it real basic, keep it real simple, and just do Piedmont. Piedmont or Sweet Capital are the most common ones. That would be the easiest and least expensive way to do it. You pick a more obscure back, it tends to heighten the price a little bit.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Do you know?
That's really what it's based on. So,
do you know what year the Wagner was put out? Was it put out all 3 years? Just
it would have been early. It would have been early.
No, the early one, yeah.
So just 09.
Because
it should
he
be
was
150
supposedly
series.
Pulled, right? So
yeah, and I think the only Wagners you can see are Piedmont and Sweet Capital. Those are the only backs that I believe are known for that.
What's the other one? Polar or something?
Yeah, polar bear is a little more obscure. There's no
Polar
Wagner with
bears?
polar bear.
Yeah.
But it's not a rare one, but it's a nice one, to be honest. That's the one that
rare enough.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's one that at least will make it a little more interesting for you if you just want to challenge a little bit more of a challenge, because it's got a fun little back. It's more blue and it's got the scrap tobacco with the little slogan. It's a cooler looking card.
It kind of looks nice. Yes, it does. Yeah.
I actually used to have a polar bear back on one of my T206 that I used to. I used to have I used to have a couple dozen. So that's what I say. Like, they were available, like they were out there, and I sold off a bunch of them over the years. I had the McGraw, sold it. I had the Mordecai Brown, I sold it. I made money on all of those. But I kept a handful, just here and there. And again, I may just do the team set again, because at least that interests me, being the Toronto team. So that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
But you can pick anything you want. You can do teams, you can do backs, you can, if you really want to go crazy, go ahead, do the 520.
Backs are the big part of this thing. Yeah. It's the rare backs. Yeah.
So that's basically how I would approach it. But yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff, and you can have a lot of fun with that. I wanted to make sure I got the channel. CRT Sports Cards. It's Chris who does that. He was someone I've had on the channel previously. That's why I say I know he's moved. I was trying to get him. He actually had T206 different things tattooed on both of his arms. So he's got the 2 arm sleeves.
Oh, really?
T206. Yeah. He was actually featured. I saw it on my feed. He was actually featured on the Topps YouTube channel today, talking about his T206 set.
Oh, really? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Showing off his tats or what?
As well, as part of it, yeah. So he's leaned hard the last couple of years into doing, like, strictly. The reason I wanted to make sure I mentioned is, if anyone is curious, Zach or Eric or anybody asking, I wanted to share it here. Because like I said, I support the channel because I think he's got some good info. He is focusing now very specific on T206 content. He's really leaning hard. He's collecting the set, and literally he's got video upon video talking about a lot of stuff we're talking about. And for me, it's great because it's a nice refresher. Like, some of this stuff I knew because I looked into this stuff and I collected and I studied it more so back then. So for me, I'm a little rusty, but then I'll watch a couple of these videos and it kind of refreshes me on some of the backs and some of the info. Yeah. But here, he's got a T206 Southern Leaguers. He's got a video about that.
Oh, wow.
T206 mistakes, crossovers, his polar bear cards. He specifically was doing a polar bear set and then adding to it which ones are considered the super prints, horizontal cards, a little bit about that. Like,
wow.
He goes deep. It's just all T206. Yeah, he's gone super deep on this.
I've never seen these videos. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah,
stack of
great.
Tons. Yeah. So
no, it's important that people do stuff like this because a lot of people collect and they don't really know what is rare, and I think if you're bidding on something, you need to know what's rare. Like, honestly, like we're talking about big difference in dollars, right? At the end of the day. Right.
Well, I'll share something that kind of plays off that, so we can kind of we'll hang out for a little bit longer. And if there's anything you guys want to chat about, including this or anything else, we can do it quickly. But let me kind of touch on this because this is something that we've touched on before, but I think it would be a good time. And also, I'll leave a link in the description to Chris's YouTube channel if any of you are curious. It is I would say right now, it is an excellent resource for T206 on YouTube because he's literally you saw how many videos I was scrolling through. It was 3 at a time. If you were paying attention, I scrolled through a lot.
Yeah.
He's decided to go into super depth into it. So if you're curious, pick any video you like. And if you're interested in a certain theme, you like it, you can watch more of them. Most of the videos are not some of the videos are like 5 to 10 minutes long. Most of them, some of them are a little bit more in depth.
So
he'll go 15, 20 minutes. Yeah. Because he's focusing on very specific. One video is literally just talking about the 3 Cy Young cards. That's all it is. Just talking about the 3 Cy Young cards, their differences, different things about them, what Eric was talking about, which series certain ones appear in, which backs certain ones appear in. Net 54 is a great resource for that. There is a PDF that used to be available on Net 54. You can still find it. The PDF actually goes into an in-depth survey on T206s, and they have a chart that talks about all the different cards and which backs are known to be available for
Net 54 is amazing. Yeah. If you go,
but somebody compiled a PDF of all this information and a survey of all the different things, and literally they have a chart, and you can cross-section and say this player that played for Boston or this player that played with. These are the backs that right now, based on our knowledge, are possible. Doesn't mean it's not possible for something else, but based on what we know about when this player played and what series and all that, Chris actually does that because sometimes he'll be able to do a little investigation and go, this player only played in 1909. So therefore, because of that, blah, blah, blah. And it gives you a little background on it. That additional context is important because it
That's
tells you.
crucial information. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a good resource. And so I'll link it in the description for the folks checking out the replay. I think that'll be very helpful. And
That's
then
awesome.
for me personally, one thing, like I said, one thing that I found was helpful when I was a younger collector is that I don't collect a ton of vintage. I do a little bit here and there. I'll dabble in certain specific sets and things that interest me. But the reason I can do that is because I already dabbled in all these different areas. I just said
You
I've
already
owned a couple
know,
of
yeah.
dozen T206s. I've owned T205s. I've owned the T207s. I've owned these. And that doesn't mean I won't own one again. I'm just not interested in doing the set. But maybe I'll do a little narrow scope of it. Maybe one thing that I think is very interesting, if you just want to try some stuff, put yourself a little typeset together. All that is
Yeah,
make just
that
one
sounds
example.
good. Yeah.
Pick one example of this, this, and this. And
Mhm.
if it interests you, you can dig a little deeper. If you're like, oh, I'm satisfied. One is good enough for me. There's one specific tobacco set that I haven't owned a copy of that at some point I would like to. The T3 Turkey Reds, the big ones.
Yeah,
I like
there's-
those.
Yeah,
I would like to have one, but I'm going to pick and choose a specific one when the time is right. I have no interest in doing the set. I have no interest in getting a bunch of them. I would
you
just
want
like
to get
one.
an example. Yes,
I want to get one example for my purposes to have it in the collection, and that's it. And I'm
And
satisfied.
Turkey Reds are really nice. Like a lot of people
Yep.
talk about those. Those are popular.
Yeah.
And they're
And speaking of
expensive.
big old holders, big old holders.
I know. Yeah,
yeah,
they're big.
even the common guys are still going to cost you a couple $100,
yeah, yeah.
regardless. The holy grail, if you want to get a good value, is look for ones with pinholes, because then you can get one that still looks nice.
Then you can get a nice
pinhole
one at
knocks
a
it down
cheap
to
price.
poor.
Yeah.
You get it at a lower price, and you still get to enjoy the image.
Yes.
That's the sweet spot right there. And then you still get the nice picture
You're
with it.
paying 20 cents on the dollar at that point. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
So
For a
for me,
turkey red, yes.
yeah. And I've also had caramel cards, the E95, the E96, the E93, the
E12s.
there was an E90, and then there was another one that was also an E. That actually what they did is they have a handful of images, and they would use the same image for multiple players. Which one that one was, it escapes me right now. But there was one set where they had like a generic cartoon of a player, and they would use the same image for different players and just change like their team nicknames and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's like it's not really a very attractive set, but I had a couple of examples of that one.
It's always good.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, how are you going to know if you like it or don't like it if you've never owned a copy? It's helpful to look at it, be able to look at it yourself, evaluate it, see what it looks like, and see and everything. And you could go, oh, that's kind of neat, and maybe you want to dig a little deeper, or you say, you know what, I'm good. Interesting, but not that interesting. Strip cards. Had some strip cards. Had a couple of those.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, but the point is, it's helpful to have that reference point of saying, I actually have possessed these. I've held them and looked at them for a while and studied them a little bit, and they go, all right, I'm good. I'm satisfied. That's enough. And then move on.
I've documented the strip cards, 1922 W 324 or something like that. Yeah.
I just think you learn a lot by doing a little typeset.
Yeah.
Like if it's something that if you're interested in digging down that rabbit hole, you'll learn a lot just by having a copy or two, and that's enough. You don't have to go super deep into, unless that's what you want to do. If you really have an interest in something, like Yannick is working on that set, he found a set he likes, so he's now owned over half the set,
focused.
so he knows that's what he's interested in. So yeah, it makes sense for him to go and get more. But you got to learn it first, otherwise, how are you going to know?
You can't. No.
You don't want to invest too deeply into something without having the knowledge. Get a
What do you
copy
pay
or
for
two
that?
and then learn something.
Well, like $450 or something like that. Yeah, that's money, right?
That's why I say I wouldn't want to be going too far in and investing too much time, energy, and money
One
into
and a
something
half.
without learning
yeah.
something about it. Make sure you even like the thing first, and if you were still
Well, the
into it,
C57s are tough anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, he's done well.
otherwise you wind up in 6970 forever.
Yes, and
There's
that's Eric.
nothing wrong with that.
Hey, Eric.
Ever.
It's fine. I don't care.
Ever.
That's my
69.
first year I ever broke open packs.
They're
That was-
awesome. They're the best hockey set of all time, as far as I'm concerned. They're
Yeah,
awesome.
but there's no rookies at the time. There was nothing.
Yeah,
Sure.
Tony Esposito, he sucks. Yeah.
Didn't matter. Nope. He was new. Didn't
Yeah.
matter.
I don't know. Was he a peachy?
It didn't matter.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee,
Everything's
including
OPC.
Tony Esposito.
Was, yes. Well, as Richard Scott. Yeah. Okay.
I've been told everything's O-Pee-Chee.
Everything is OPG.
It isn't, though.
That's not what I heard.
Read my article.
It's not what I heard.
It's in Hobby News Daily. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Zach here says Hal Chase, he got banned from baseball for fixing games. I have a couple of copies of his card. Yeah, Hal Chase is an interesting character. If you ever want, so Zach, in that one, if memory, again, I'm going from memory, which tells you that I did do my research once upon a time, but I'm going to the reservoir. Hal Chase, I believe, has a card in T206 where he's holding a trophy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so there are some T206 images that are a little bit more interesting. Let me just see here if I can find it. I'm pretty sure it's him holding a trophy. Let me see here. There's some interesting little quirks that you can find some weird stuff. Yeah, here we go. I got it. All right. So
Fun stuff. I don't know
there
if it's
is.
weird, but it's fun stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, and sometimes leads you to, here you go. There's Hal Chase. He's got a little, like a cup, like a kind of a thing. And you just think all the different images that you can have out of all the things that you could have on T206 cards. Why?
Mhm.
Why specifically Hal ended up with, they chose an image, and it's not his only card, but they chose an image where he's literally holding a little trophy.
So
He might have been like Eric. He might have been doing the old 5-finger discount or something. Something might have been happening over there. Who
Maybe.
knows?
Maybe.
You get what you can get, how you can get it.
Yeah, but now imagine, Eric, you're sitting there and you're collecting the set. If you haven't done your research or anything yet, you come across this. You're looking. He's holding a little thing, and if you look in the background, you've got like something going on there. You got a little flag. There's a little bit of background to it. There's certain cards that are very basic in terms of what you're getting with the player, but then there's stuff like this. There'll be little Easter eggs if you pay attention to it. It's all part of the regular set.
Yes.
So if you just want to look for some interesting stuff,
Very
there's
good.
stuff there.
Yes. Very nice.
But I remember that one from memory. So I just know that as soon as he had Hal Chase, I'm going, he's got the little trophy card or whatever it is. It's like very interesting. Very interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then you can see there are folks that have found the images. And there is an image that it is based on. So this one was in Sports Collectors Daily. There you go. That's the image it's based on.
Oh, it's an original photo. It's nice.
Yep.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So this is what they based that one on, which is kind of neat. A little bit different.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Seen the trophy card. Exactly. Yep. That's why I say there's some fun stuff. If you want to go do a little digging, you could do a T206 set that is just pick unusual images. Horizontal cards, the little trophy card. There's a couple other ones that are maybe a little bit interesting. You see some stuff in there. There's one guy that has a mustache, literally one guy. Only one guy in the entire set has a mustache.
Really?
He could be part of your little mini set. Because he stands out, because he's the only guy with a mustache.
There you go.
So you don't have to then follow the checklist. You could literally make up your own checklist of what interests you. What is it you would like? And stuff like that could totally work.
Reggie
Lapper,
Loveland
good
had
to
a mustache.
There you go. Lapper said each card could be printed with one of 16 different backs, including Piedmont, Sweet Capital, Old Mill, Sovereign, Uzit, Broadleaf, and the ultra rare drum or tie cob back.
Broadleaf stuff. Yeah.
I got that from ChatGPT. I know nothing about them. Reading interesting quirks in the set. Yes, there are lots of interesting quirks.
Yeah, I loves it. Yeah.
The tie cob back is only available with tie cob, obviously, which is obviously a rarity upon a rarity. And some people even question if the tie cob back should count because of that. Because only tie cob is available. You can't get any other players.
It's tough. Yeah. That's a call.
And then once you get past that point, then you can start go look at the coupon backs. Those are not T206. I think they're T213s or something.
Yeah.
There's like a -1, -2, and
yeah.
you can go in depth, like knock yourself out. You can have some weird fun.
Well, that's
with
why
that
they
stuff.
call it the monster, right?
Yeah, and that's an offshoot because in reality, the coupon have a slightly different font on the bottom of it. So like that's how they separated it. Jefferson Burdick at some point had to make the call and say, okay, that's not part of the T206 set because the font on here is a different color. It's a little different.
Yeah.
The coupon back is only available with these players, so it stands out from this one. So at some point he made that distinction. Otherwise, he could have literally said Polar Bear is its own set, even though there's players that have Sweet Capital that look the same, but it's a different back. He made the call and just put it under the T206 banner, but then separated out these coupon ones, made them their own thing. That's a choice. There's a different option all the time.
Yep.
So there you go, Eric. The high level 101 of everything you wanted to know about the T206 set. I didn't think to ask.
It's here. And
There you go.
You know it now.
And I rarely.
Okay, guys,
so,
I'm gonna sign up and
Yeah, go
go
for
to
it.
bed.
yeah,
Okay,
we're still
guys.
running her down shortly.
My-
Have a good
I-
one.
Happy
You got 5
American
more-
birthday to
5
me.
more minutes and I'm done because my eyes are
Yeah.
Okay.
Take it easy, Bobby.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Sounds good. I'm just going to go to the top of the hour. I just want to get straight to there. Then we'll go. And then I think we're
You
good.
got it.
Any
Okay.
last comments or anything? Feel free to throw them in chat. So there you go. Right at the end of the episode is where I get to flex a little bit of the vintage because I don't do it very often. But I
The
can.
baseball vintage.
But I can. It just doesn't come up. It's not my thing. That's why I always laugh. It's like, yeah, I watch the channels. I get a kick out of it. But yeah, I already been down that rabbit hole. Some of that stuff's interesting, but some of it, I was like, yeah, okay. I learned about it, but then it's like, yep, I've had my fill. I'm good. To each their own. Some people are fascinated with that stuff. It's never been my deal past a certain point. But you can go down like weird rabbit holes. There's some weird stuff, man.
Well, I do find that the vintage rabbit holes or the vintage history is just a lot more interesting than, well, we got the new product out and we have the same card 25 times and we're going to call it purple, blue, pink, rose, you name it. And I mean, it's just so stupid. So
Here's a question though, Eric. Like, let me ask a philosophical question here. We just talked about how the T206s can come in a variety of different backs and some different players. So, pick that Joe Kelly that I was just talking about. He's available in different backs. It's the same Joe Kelly card over and over again. Now, if you wanted to, you could collect Joe Kelly in every back that he has available. And, it's not going to be all 16 or whatever it is because, a lot of these players, there is a limit. Some of them were only printed later in the print run. So certain backs are simply not available. Doesn't matter. At any price, you can't have it. Technically, those are parallels.
well,
They're like the OG
yes.
parallels.
Yes. However, why were they done? They were done for advertisement. Okay. So they came out for a different reason. Wasn't done for laziness. It was actually done for a purpose. Because again, the history of this hobby has nothing to do with the cards themselves. It has to do with selling cigarettes, tobacco, cigars, bubble gum, etc. And the cards were an afterthought and a bonus to persuade men primarily to purchase these items. So that's part of the history. There is no history, and 70 years there'll be no one talking about the history of a modern day card, today's modern day card, having 25 different versions of it and making a rainbow. There is no history to that. So I don't find it, this is talking about, this part's me, I don't find it as interesting and I'm not as enthusiastic about it. Having 16 versions of different advertising on the back and really getting into American history, card history, advertising history. I mean, you can go on and on and on, all the different things, tobacco history. I mean, God, it's completely different. Yep. So I just find, I find that type of parallel a lot more interesting than some company today going, all right, we need to make some money and we're lazy as hell. We're going to use the same image 25 times, but we're going to add a blue, red, green, purple, Petrus, whatever. So
I wanted to share this one. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
These are what's called the E91s. So this is where you actually have different players, but they actually will use the same image. So the entire set is duplicated 3 times. There's a set A, a set B, and a set C. And what the first one is a little bit distorted because there's actually a crease. So that's the reason why.
Yeah,
But
right.
the image itself is the same. So these are 2 New Yorks and 1 Boston, and these are actually 3 different players:
There
Daniel
you-
Shea, Larry Doyle, and McConnell.
Yeah,
And
because they didn't care. They were trying to sell you tobacco. They don't give a rat's ass about these cards.
Yeah.
They're a throw-in.
Yeah.
So,
And these ones, what's interesting though, is the reason I bring this up is this is one of the more kind of fascinating issues. Some people really like them because obviously it's very weird. Like you're literally using the same image. Like there is nothing different except a slight modification. So it's very clear. This is very much, we're just reusing the same image, guys. Just slap a different name on the front.
Right.
And it's pretty lazy. But you can get them very inexpensively because obviously, but the thing is the players aren't going to look like the real player. It's not remotely close. Like it doesn't, unless they're identical twins, which
and
they're not.
I mean, they're not photographs. They're drawings. They're
Yeah.
paintings, right? I mean,
Yep.
the technology wasn't there.
Zach says, think about T206 because I'm never going to find that stuff at a card show. People only bring higher end or want way too much. It's fair, depending on the region of the country. That could be a thing. Lapper says, I like this Eric guy, no matter what you bozos say about him.
All right,
Lapper, listen, you already missed out, Lapper.
Here in November.
You already missed out, Lapper. Like, look, we already talked about this. This piece of trash. Like, let me tell you, this poser pretending to be American. He's been conning these people this entire time in his rolling truck in Manila. We've narrowed it down. We think he might be a French national, but he might actually be Dutch. We're not sure yet.
Tour de France starts tomorrow morning, 7 a.m.
See what I'm saying? I'm thinking about the World Series of Poker, which happens to be happening in America, and here's this Euro talking about this garbage. No one cares. Moving on.
Tomorrow morning.
By the way, the main event of the World Series of Poker has started. Just saying. I'm not saying that's what I'll be watching when I'm done with this live stream, but that's what I'm going to be watching when this live stream's over. All right, Zach says, oh, sorry, I read this one already. Eric claimed he was going to punch me today, but I'm not even sure how he would see me. I want to see it. How are you going to punch him if you're not actually in Canada?
I'm going to stammer around, swing wildly until I hit something. That's what I told him. I did threaten to punch him today. That is true.
Indeed. Zach says, took a screenshot of those cards. I'll have to check those out. Yeah, E91s. So E91s, and for anybody who's curious, the E91s are American Caramel. They're 1908 to 1910. So right around the same time as T206, but obviously very clearly a very different thing. They're considered E91A, E91B, and E91C. There are Hall of Famers in the checklist, but obviously most of those Hall of Famers don't look like themselves. You want to have some fun? E91 is, you can get yourself a cheap Christy Mathewson card if you like. Christy Mathewson, obviously a Hall of Famer, right. But he doesn't look like Christy Mathewson. So, and by the way, there's a Honus Wagner. There's Honus Wagner in the set. He doesn't look like Honus Wagner, but you can get a Honus Wagner, a legit card, and it is cheaper than a lot of the other options available. So, if you're just interested in getting a legitimate Honus Wagner from the period, who doesn't look like Honus Wagner at all, that is an option. There's some weird, interesting things. That's why I say, like, okay, interesting. So there you go. Eric, I just thought I would give a mini symposium on some pre-war baseball vintage. Share a couple of different examples and some things. So there you go. Some stuff for you guys to dig into if you're interested. Like to chat ratio is decent right now. Love it. Love to hear it, Dave. Love it.
Stop encouraging people, please. God damn it.
But look, if that isn't enough, Eric, I will leave you on this bombshell. I was going to mention a little earlier, but Bobby was in the middle of a soliloquy, so I didn't want to interrupt his moment. I was joking about it. I'm going to keep an eye on it, and maybe I'll talk about it on the wrestling YouTube channel if the opportunity presents itself. Our friends at Panini, having lost the WWE license, did announce about a week ago that they're going to start making cards for Major League Wrestling.
Oh, Major League Wrestling. Wonderful.
Yes, Major League Wrestling.
Yes.
So I am familiar with Major League Wrestling. I do know who that is, but they're very much a small player. I am actually genuinely curious what it is like. How many cards do you guys think you're going to produce for Major League Wrestling? Like I'm genuinely. And by the way, if they actually produce some cards that aren't like that aren't just made to order or whatever, if they actually produce some kind of a box set, I'll grab a couple of singles. Like I'll be because probably WWE and AEW will sign some of those folks. Like obviously, it's like the feeder system for a lot of these companies.
Yeah, about to say,
but they've got their own thing.
Even one known name even associated with whatever this league is.
Oh, there have been some. A lot of the folks that are in both companies have been at Major League Wrestling. They were founded in 2002. They've been around a long time.
Oh,
The guy who owns it was actually a former WWE writer. He's been running the company for 20 years. Like they've been around for. So what happens is a lot of the current talents are going to basically likely have a cup of coffee in places like Major League Wrestling. Yeah. So
these are minor leagues and all the major sports. So why not that one?
yeah. So it could be a situation. It could become a prospecting situation for some folks. Maybe some folks run through there. Maybe they get a couple of cards made if Panini makes a few, and then if they end up in WWE or AEW, well, there you go. There's your pre-rookie. So it could be a thing. So I just think it's interesting. It tells me though, what the takeaway though that I have is this. It tells me that Panini, obviously, Fanatics threw the bag at WWE. They threw all the monies at them. But it tells me that Panini was still interested in having some kind of a link. That the fact that they would go to the minor league, because right now AEW is with Upper Deck, so that's there. But I wonder if Panini would consider grabbing some other promotions if they're still interested in producing wrestling cards, which apparently they still are. That they're willing to go to a company like Major League Wrestling because right now that's what's available.
Mm.
Who knows if they would consider other things if other options were made available. Interesting. Things that make you go, So just an interesting thing I saw. I will keep an eye on it, and if anything comes of it, I will report on the Wrestling Channel. And maybe someone who's been here before, Spicy E, Spicy E, Spicy I, something.
Yeah.
Maybe they will make an appearance on the channel. Should it come to pass. There we go. All right, Eric. After all that, and your hatred of America noted and documented for all to know.
Yeah.
Do you have any last sage words of wisdom for us tonight?
Just my eyes are burning, and I hate name, and
nothing about America, and nothing about Amanda's lack of defense of Jason Allison.
No, I'm not going back down that road. Not after what she threatened. I had none. I did not eat any of the. Well, does bologna count as flat hot dogs? I had a bologna sandwich.
Does your bologna have a first name?
Yeah, it's Wunderbar.
It all comes together, people.
So, all right. So yeah, my eyes are burning. I hate name. And because yesterday was July 4th, America. I'll leave you on those 3 notes.
Wow. Moving words from the not-American. With that said, that's it. Thank you all for participating. Episode 246, the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. Maybe someday we will. On your way out, if you can hit the like button, I would appreciate you if you would hit the like button because Eric is paying for it. And because of his lies, he deserves to pay. Make the man pay. Bologna's the exact same. Meat-free products best served with mayo. Damn.
Gross. Nope. Now you don't get the beer that I was going to give you for earliest comment. Nope. Earned a beer, lost a beer. Hope you're happy.
And those are the last words of Benedict Bucci. Thank you to AMG for supporting the live stream, the podcast, and the YouTube channel. We will be back with another regular podcast episode on Tuesday. Recorded on Monday, dropped on Tuesday. And Eric, we will move next week ever closer to the dream of almost being a month away from the audio version. Just watch the YouTube version. Seriously, just watch the YouTube version. Otherwise, you'll be so far behind. You won't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. It's ridiculous. Good night and remember to spay your neuter pets. Love it. Love it. Good night, everybody. Have yourselves a good one. West Coasters, enjoy the rest of your Friday. East Coasters, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one. Catch you the next one.